Snobs podcast.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to the first inaugural episode of the Scene Snobs podcast with your hosts, Michael Gimbel.
Well, hello
And Casey Plott. Hi, everybody.
there. First one.
Yeah, I know, man. I'm stoked.
It's
Welcome.
exciting. It's taken a while to get here.
It has. It's been some time, my friend.
See,
time.
Anybody listening right now has no idea how long it's taken us to get here.
So to actually do this.
In years.
Years.
Because, like, Scene Snob, like, I've been doing reviews for a while.
Yep. Yeah, you've been on fire with those between your Instagram, your Twitter, everything. Your Facebook. You've been crushing it, man.
And we've hosted together before.
We have. Yep.
On another show.
Yes, we did. Actually, two other shows.
Two other shows. Well, you were the host.
Fair.
Yeah.
The first iteration.
Iteration, yes. I came on as guest.
Yes.
But we're here. We finally got it. We can talk our geek stuff.
Victory!
Enjoy it.
Unabashedly.
And this has been a big week.
Yeah. Huge couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Ever since you approached me and we kind of started hammering out what we were planning on doing, I feel like it's just a waterfall. trying to, grab a drink from a waterfall. It's just outrageous for the amount.
Why I wanted to start this so soon, though, because I was like, part of me all summer when I was setting everything up, getting the studio ready, it was October was my goal date.
Mm-hmm.
Just starting that month because Halloween's such a big thing, and we wanted to get that ready. And we love horror movies, so like that's a big thing. But so much more, I was like, but it can't just be horror movies because we're geeks. We got to talk about everything. So the exciting thing about this was the past couple of weeks of setting this up, really motoring and being like, we're going to start.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. It's been a waterfall of just geek news.
Just the content has been crazy. I mean, we've got a whole load to cover. I mean, you and I discussing everything from wrestling, then we got into the comic book, the MCU universe, everything that's happening there. There's everything going on with Star Wars, everything that's getting ready to come out with Disney Plus. I mean, it's nonstop.
God, I didn't even think about Star Wars when we were writing down our list of stuff we want to talk about.
It's so much,
oh my
dude.
God, that's killing me. Because there's so much going on there.
So much. That alone is a show. And then we get Star Trek. With Picard coming out, and all the New York Comic Con stuff has been hitting so hard.
That's what pissed me off. I didn't see the Discovery trailer yet.
Okay. Yeah.
But a good place to start, I guess, would be I did see the Picard trailer.
Right.
As soon as that popped up on my phone, I was like, oh. And I ran to the big screen, like my TV, to watch it.
I did the same thing. I saw it on my phone and was like, I got to wait till I get home. And I actually pulled in, went right into the house and was like, well, put it on the computer. I got to watch this.
There was the thumbnail was him and Jonathan Frakes facing each other. And I was like, there's no way watching this on my phone will do it justice. So I ran inside, I put it on, and wow.
Yeah.
Holy words.
Yeah.
Like, they are really doing this up.
They are getting everybody. I mean, you get Troy and Riker. I mean, in the first one, you had 7 of 9, who's, that's a great addition.
And she was in this one, too, with some action behind her.
Yep, there's a lot of action.
There's going to be some Borg action going on, big time here, which we kind of suspected because she comes to him in the first trailer, and she wouldn't be coming to him unless it was Borg related. Right. And the mysterious girl that's in it, seems Borgish.
Yeah, she could be Borg-like.
And so I'm like, all right. And it's Picard.
Yep.
Who's his greatest rival?
The Borg. It's what messed him up the most. I mean, and I think that was when Next Gen really took on a new life, was when they finally moved into Picard as Locutus. That season 3 and 4, the best of both worlds, I think that was when that propelled them into this whole new moonshot of a series, really.
Yeah, and I think the exciting thing about this show is going to be that, that always messed with him, and we got to see that for the remaining 4 years of Next Gen. And we got to see it in the movies and such and how it affected him. But what's happened since? In the 20 years since Nemesis, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I always kind of just like go right to Insurrection.
Well, because Insurrection is the one that we all just naturally go to because it was, I don't know, it was fun. It was a fun movie, and they win handily. Like there was little doubt in that one that it's like everybody's fine. In Nemesis, it's like that was darker. You got Picard's clone, Tom Hardy, by the way, young skinny Tom Hardy, who has never been that light again in his little career.
But to know so much more, especially to jump to the one shot books, like before Abrams' Star Trek came out, they did the crossover comic book.
Mm-hmm.
With Countdown, I think it was called, and I have it over there, and of course I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, you've got more than just one, so it's okay. There's a bevy. This is what some might say in books over here.
With 2 kids, I don't even know if it's over there. Who knows what's over there?
That's fair.
So the comic books get pulled out all the time.
As long as the Dark Knight isn't disappearing, and then you have to go track down your 7-year-old, make sure he's not reading.
Do not touch Dark Knight Returns. Don't do it. Not until you're old enough. But so like just to see what happens, like with the destruction of the Romulans' home planet and where that goes and what PTSD is coming from.
Exactly. Not to mention they have that Romulan warbird in the trailer.
Yeah.
I mean, that is righteous, and it's not a new one. That is like the old C class. That's an old thing that Kirk went up against. Was that thing?
It's so crazy. I can't wait. I really can't wait to see what happens on the show.
It is really exciting. And it's really cool that they're doing something that stays in line, which makes me super excited, is that All Good Things was one of the greatest series finales for me ever. Just the way Next Gen did it and pulled it together. I think they pulled everything from all the series that made it great, and they just ran with it.
Yeah.
And Old Man Picard out there at his winery, we still get Old Man Picard out there at his winery. So everything kind of follows suit. It all remains. And this is even taking it further because now you have Frakes and Troy out of Starfleet. So even back then, he was an admiral. So now we're going to be past his admiralship.
Which is so weird, right? Like,
yeah.
And it's crazy how much older he looks than he did in All Good Things.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because I don't even. How long was All Good Things in comparison to now? Was it like 10 years after? Or
I want to say it was 20 to 30 years after.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so we could still have yet to be.
Correct. Yeah.
We don't know. We know we're the Scene Snobs, but what do we say is right?
Our way or the highway.
Yeah. So many Star Trek fans are going to go crazy.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't blame them, but still.
Well, that's part of the fun. Part of the lore of Star Trek is being able to jump into it. And I think that's why Discovery has gotten such a bad rap. I think that's part of why Discovery has gotten kind of the crap on it has.
You and I disagree on this.
See, because I love Discovery and what they did. I appreciate them for what they did. Mm-hmm. And I think they did get a little heavy-handed in some of the social justice parts that I think that took away from a bit of the story. More importantly, took away from characters. Characters they were trying to build and give us a little bit of love behind, and we were trying to appreciate them, learn, grow with them, and then all of a sudden it went too far off the rails where everyone started to get really into these tight, focused lenses. And that was one of the great things about the previous Star Trek stories is it was always characters trying to grow, trying to learn more, trying to do more, trying to be more. Mm-hmm. And I don't think we get a lot of that in Discovery. We don't get a lot of growth. We get a lot of problem solving, which is interesting, but we don't get how this character built up and enough for us to care about this character building up.
Yeah.
So,
well, 2 things on that. My thing with Discovery, and I don't want to go too far into Discovery because again, I haven't watched the trailer, and I will watch the show, so I will continue with it. I'm excited to see where they take it because it's set so far into the future now. I'm not going to give away too much if somebody hasn't seen it, but because now it's completely out of any timeline in the Star Trek universe, I'm excited to see where it goes from there. How it got there, loved first season, loved it. I thought the first season was great. Second season was very heavy-handed. I get it. I don't care, and this isn't a female empowerment. No. I get it. I don't care if all your characters are female.
Yeah,
if they're good, solid characters, have at it.
Exactly.
Go for it. And that's what bothered me. Is Michael Burnham is such a. I don't want to say trivial. What's the character type I'm looking for? But she's so
2-dimensional kind of.
No. In the first season, she's so much more.
Oh well, yeah. In the first season, she's fantastic. She's torn between that whole. She wants Sarek to be her loving father, but she doesn't have a loving parent, even though she has Amanda. who's a loving mother, but also a loving mother to Spock. And then there's just that whole it's a very interesting dynamic to play with, and I really like that they did that. I'm glad they went that way with it. It's afterwards, like it's kind of what are you left with? And the way in season 2 they just didn't continue the line properly. I felt like they kind of they took Burnham and just started kind of going all over the place. And they're like, what if she loses her mind completely?
I wanted the team to be more Buffy the Vampire Slayers type team,
yes,
than the team we got, which was, wow, somebody said something and I figured it out, or or they're all figuring it out at the same time. It's just so weird to me. It's weird writing.
Yeah,
and when I hear it, I'm like, oh, come on, just make somebody shine in this.
Yeah,
don't make it. Doesn't have to be everybody. And again, I don't care, man, woman, whoever. Just make somebody shine, like somebody figure it out and take the right steps to get there.
And I think that was one of the big things that they did great. And I'm going to always go back to Next Gen just because it, for me, is the penultimate. DS9 did this perfectly as well, is they had everyone kind of know their role very, very, very well. If you had a leader, they were fantastic leaders. They knew how to delegate. They knew who needed what. If you had a starship captain versus actually having a space station captain, you could have those two very different standings, but they also knew how to command, and that was important. And then from the command structure down, everybody kind of fell in line. You had Major Kira, who was in charge of her thing, but she was Bajoran up against these Cardassians, so that was a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But then you flip it to the other side, and you don't have Michael Burnham against the Klingons the way you thought you would.
Yeah,
you kind of like everybody kind of is more expounded in Discovery, whereas they're more well-rounded characters. Even though they shouldn't have some of the knowledge they do, they kind of just pull out this, of course I know this answer.
Yeah.
And it's like, nah, man, you used to go to Geordi because Geordi was the one who had all the answers in one specific vein, and he was stuck in that area. You didn't go to Data for that knowledge, even though Data might have had it. They kind of did that better in sparsing everything out and spreading everything out. Whereas in Discovery, it's, hey, everybody, let's get together and try to think on this, which I understand you're going to do that, especially after you have a crew that's been, you had an evil, not to give too much away, but you had an evil captain who was in charge of everything. And he was a better captain, a better leader than I think most.
Yeah.
And that's what makes Anson Mount as Captain Pike perfect. He was he was the highlight of that show for me because 100%. He was, like they say in it, the best of Starfleet. He is the tops.
Which for me is like, just get rid of, I don't even need Discovery anymore. I will still watch it, see where it goes, but just do a Captain Pike show.
Oh, I would be. I'm in.
And Rebecca Romaine as his number one was terrific.
Oh.
Which, to bring it back around, because we're getting a little off topic.
Fair.
Picard's dog is called number one.
Yeah, I saw that. That was brilliant.
How amazing is that? And that everything on that was just perfect. And I thought, going back to the trailer, it seems like he didn't lose a step.
Yep.
He's just older.
Yep.
And you're dealing with Picard who's older. And they write it that way. So I'm so excited to see where it goes.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that he had enough of an influence in the writing room to say Picard wouldn't do that.
Yeah, and I feel like you already get that just with that Riker interaction, right? When he's like, thanks for not trying to talk me out of it. And Riker's like, I've learned my lesson. I know that. Yeah. And it's like, because that was always the thing he tried to do. And by season maybe 3 or 4, he kind of stopped. He slowed down a little bit on that.
I'm so excited to see what else to bring in. It's going to be fun.
Oh, very much so. And I really hope that they bring in Harry Kim from Voyager and he's still an ensign.
Oh, God. Poor guy. Well, with that being said, why don't we go into the next thing, which is Captain Segway here. This rolls over from our last show.
Yes, which Michael was a king of the Segway.
The Segway. You never knew it was coming until I said it.
He just hit you like a 2x4 on the road.
Like a 2x4, and then you knew we were changing topics.
Exactly.
It's coming up, and this popped up, and this has been huge in the news for lots of weeks, since August, I want to say. And that was finally Spider-Man's back with Marvel.
Well, this has been
Sony and Marvel.
A tumultuous ride from the word go, because we had the very beginnings when it was enough that we lost Andrew Garfield as our amazing Spider-Man, who I always feel like did a great job. Mm-hmm. And I really love those storylines. Playing the Gwen Stacy end was perfect. I mean, it was nice to see that. Then we switched over to Tom Holland for Civil War, and I was a little leery at first, just hearing the news, and then you watch him, and it's like, oh, this kid's got it. He's Peter Parker.
Great.
Nailed it. We get Homecoming, which was bloody brilliant.
I love Homecoming.
It's so good.
Which is kind of funny to touch down on it. I thought it was a great movie, but I didn't love Far From Home because there were some things in it that, like, Spider-Man for me is like the penultimate hero, because even Batman has wavered, Superman has wavered, all of the, and I realize those are DC, everybody.
Yeah.
I'm making a point here. Captain America's wavered.
Iron Man. How many times have we watched Tony question himself?
Iron Man was the type of character that would waver.
That is true, yeah.
So that's never really surprising to me.
Fair.
But when it comes to like Captain America, when everybody thinks back to like Captain America's Captain America, well, no, he became Nomad. No, he became Secret Soldier. He was done with it a lot of times. And yes, before everybody freaks out and is like, well, Spider-Man quit, the famous there's Spider-Man No More comic. He was, every time he quit, it was because he thought he killed somebody.
Yep.
And he was back to it by the end of that comic. Yeah. It was never a long run where he's not Spider-Man anymore.
It was a couple of days of him struggling with it and trying to go through the motions and how does he feel about it.
Even Spider-Man No More was like a night. Like he was like refreshed, like, I'm not Spider-Man anymore. I have to be Spider-Man. Like, because it's not my fault. It is, but it isn't. Like, I take on the guilt, but it's not my fault. It's like, I have to be out there. It's my responsibility to save people. And that's what I love about Spider-Man. He doesn't waver. Even when he wanted to quit when he got bit by that spider. He did not want this. He was done, but ever since Uncle Ben died, he can never quit. And Far From Home was like, it's almost, for me in the comics, it's almost been like, not that it's like, yes, like I said, he can't quit, but it's a nagging thing. It's not that he doesn't want to.
Right.
It's not that he doesn't want to walk away. It's that he cannot, no matter where he goes. He doesn't get a vacation. He has to save people. It's inherent. It's who he is. So when he walked away from it, Far From Home, and was like, I just need a vacation. I want to do this. I get it.
Yeah.
I get the stress of being blipped out, coming back 5 years later. You just fought the biggest war probably ever in existence
with
in
one
the
of the
Marvel universe.
Greatest ever scenes. Just Cap throwing that hammer and saying, "Hey, Queens," up top. It's just, oh man.
It's just all of that and so much more. And then you have Tony Stark. And if you don't know this by now, I don't care. I'm spoiling it. You have Tony Stark dead, who is his father figure.
Yeah.
Which they really did right. And then what bothers me is, like, I get it. I know he wants to quit. I know it's Spider-Man. I know he's saying he needs a vacation. I want him to take a vacation. I want a movie where Peter Parker can just hang out with MJ and not have to worry about anything for once. But that's not Spider-Man.
I was going to say, what is that going to be, like The Fault in Our Stars Part 2?
Right. And I'd be okay with it because he needs that. But that's not Spider-Man. You cannot do that. He doesn't get a vacation.
That's what always is the hang-up in his relationship with MJ. And I think they play that perfectly all the time, is the fact that he always runs away.
Yeah.
And he's always running towards danger.
Yes.
And I could see where that would be enough of a problem that you can't. How can you stay with that? How is that sustainable in a relationship? And I think they play that well.
Yeah.
This is the beginning. This is the start of something that's really fun. Yep. And we get to see this relationship grow, which is one of my favorites, has always been MJ. I know the Gwen story is great, and I do love the Gwen story, but I'm much more of an MJ fan. So the fact that they have Zendaya, who's crushing it as MJ,
she's doing great. And I love the lore changed.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be what it was because, as you know, and maybe some don't, she was the neighbor, and she was introduced after Gwen died, and Aunt May introduced them. That famous line, "You've hit the jackpot now, Tiger." She didn't go to high school with him. So, when the movies kind of made that and played that in, they never really, the first set of movies did not get Gwen Stacy right at all. And that bothers me. The second set of movies did.
Nailed it.
Third set, they just completely let it go, and they changed up MJ. They sort of made her like Gwen Stacy.
Right. They did that sort of tie-in with Lisa, almost making her the Gwen Stacy who gets affected by the father's death and has to move on, or in this case, incarceration, which was a fun tie into Tombs and having all that. That was neat.
But they didn't even touch it, and I'm okay with that. Mm-hmm. I would have been okay with that in the first set of movies. In the third one, you never touched Gwen Stacy, but for some reason, as much as I love Sam Raimi, kind of went off the wall with that one.
He did, yeah. He took it a little crazy pants. One of the things I am excited about is the fact that they are sticking with this new universe, the idea that there could be the multiverse.
Yes.
They've set that into motion because
I'm okay with.
Oh, it's great.
Do it all.
Do everything. Because that they've got the Venom. They've got a different Spider-Man, potentially could be from another universe. They have the doors open for a Miles Morales. Yep. That's already covered. You've already kind of laid groundwork to where you could have a Gwen Stacy pop in, have Spider-Gwen. You could leave yourself open and have anything happen at this point. So it's very exciting to see where they want to go. And it's more exciting that after the potential loss of Sony versus Disney, that fun little battle that took place.
Well, I say Sony would have been screwed.
Yeah, well, I agree.
They have no idea how to handle Spider-Man and make him like it was Marvel. I know they're saying that there are other people working on it besides Kevin Feige. I always say his name wrong.
Well, it's either Feige or Feige or Feige. I hear so many different versions. I don't even know.
Kevin the man. Kevin
F.
is the MCU. No, it was him. It was his vision. And now it was great that they had so many people from Sony being able to work in there, but they need him.
Yeah.
They need him, and you'd have to redo it. You can't do it with Tom Holland and make it work.
Yeah.
It just won't.
You cannot try to tie those after removing them. They're too closely wound together. And such an integral part of Tom Holland is his interactions with the MCU, with Iron Man.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Not mention Iron Man in the next Spider-Man movie? What? No, that doesn't play. I mean, he's literally got Happy as one of his buddies who's there all the time. What are you going to say? Sorry, Jon Favreau. You're under contract with MCU. We can't deal with you.
Who is the godfather of all of this? Like, if it wasn't for him, none of it would have happened. So.
Yep. And he is well deserving of every role ever. I think Happy should be in every movie from here on in. Minimum of 2 minutes screen time.
Yeah.
Kevin, if you're listening.
He should be in everything. He should tie everything together.
Exactly. He's a good thread to use.
Yeah, I agree. But very sincere thank you to Tom Holland for saving this.
How in the world you get a kid who has been given grief? And this is what made me laugh so hard. He has gone through so much of giving spoilers away, of messing up and slipping up and saying things he shouldn't have because he's an excited kid. I'd be an excited kid. I'm in my 30s, and I'm pretty sure if I was in any position he was in, I wouldn't be able to help but blab. Like, I'd have to be careful. I'd have to watch out.
100%.
Because,
but he did it. I had a feeling he would.
Yeah.
I have a feeling he was going to step in at some point and be like, we can't do this. We can't. And it's like, just get somebody new. And right now he's Spider-Man. Like, you don't get anybody new. And even my issues with Far From Home, which are more superficial than anything.
Yeah.
It was still a great movie.
Oh, absolutely.
And they did so well to tie things together. Even bringing J. Jonah Jameson back in as a, what's his name? That crazy guy on InfoWars.
Oh, what in the world is it? Alex Jones.
Alex Jones.
Having an Alex Jones
My favorite actor from Jason versus Freddy, who's not Robert Englund.
I do love that they have, because I've been playing the Spider-Man video game. I really got into it. I got heavily into it. And they have the J. Jonah Jameson doing those bits. It's
nice.
J.K. Simmons. And every time you cruise through and you complete a mission or task, he has something to say about it. And it's always the evil spin on Spider-Man screwed us. Like, it's great,
man.
My
God. And that was another thing. It's like, you can't leave such a cliffhanger like that and then say, we're not working with Marvel anymore. What?
Yeah, like they suddenly think they have it all figured out. That's kind of what my feeling was when Sony did this, is they were like, we got it covered. Don't worry. We've used you. Haha, we'll get ahead. And then I feel like they just put 15 writers in a room. Everyone looked at something they had scribbled down and went, no.
In the famous words of Seth Rollins, we're gonna burn it down, Sony.
Mhm.
Don't you screw us on this.
Burn it down.
And now we're back.
Yeah, so thank you, Tom Holland. That was fantastic. Great work. Way to get mommy and daddy to quit arguing and get together.
Don't worry, we will see Spies in Disguise just for you. Even though we do not care about the movie. We have kids, so we'll go see it.
Yeah, that's
It's the one where Will Smith's spy turns into a pigeon.
Yep. Should be interesting. I'm shaking my head.
You gotta shake
emphatically.
No, it's exciting stuff though.
Ooh, that's a fun little spin, by the way. So since we're kind of in the trailer vein, have you seen the Gemini Man trailer?
I have.
Will Smith? That looks interesting.
Interesting.
Yes.
That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Kind of like Looper interesting.
Yeah.
Like, I was really fascinated to see what they were doing with Looper just because it was different. And it's Joseph Gordon-Levitt dressing up more like Bruce Willis. And it was like, all right, let's see how this rolls. So I'm kind of I'm interested and excited to that degree.
Because I was when I first saw the trailer for it back when the first trailer had come out. Sorry, I was at a point where I'm like, what is this? Does he go back in time? He's gonna kill himself, or like a Looper, like you said,
right?
And now as it's gone on, it's made more sense. Where it's like, oh, he's a clone, and they cloned him, and that's just what it is. The young clone has to kill the new one, and he's a much better prototype.
Yep, and it's his turn to take over, and then he'll run whatever department or thing Will Smith is doing, so that way they can kind of perpetually just keep it going.
But I mean, that's nowhere near as exciting as Bad Boys for Life.
Ooh, Bad Boys for Life.
Mike Lowry's back, and I don't care what anybody says. I love the Bad Boys movies.
Hey, man, I am with you. They are fantastic. They are some of the greatest movies since, 1997? Whatever, when the first one came. I loved the first one.
Oh,
and
I still love the first one. This is the fastest car in the entire known world. You better beat him. And then he makes it through the whole, why is there a wall there? It makes no sense. It's there in an airport, and there's a wall there.
Because it's a Michael Bay production. There's always a wall and an explosion and probably a tank somewhere.
In Miami airport, there's better walls than certain presidents are trying to build. Now, that does not mean I am for it. I'm just saying they're there.
They exist.
You can leave that hole there. I'm cool with it, but whatever. You know what? In fact, maybe that's how we get holes in the wall.
Is that it?
We're just like, Mike Lowry needs to drive through this.
Clearly.
Oh, well, it wasn't Mike Lowry. It was Martin's character.
Yeah, Martin Lawrence's character.
Martin Lawrence's character. Anyway, I'm getting off topic.
Yeah, no, I can't.
And I don't want to get political. This isn't NPR.
We don't talk low enough.
But anyway, that wall was ridiculous. Because remember, the other guy hit the wall.
Yeah.
Like 110 miles an hour, and then just no. He got out of the car. He had a limp out.
Yeah.
And then they shot him. Remember?
Yep.
And oh my God. And Tia Leone. Oh,
she was fantastic back in the day. She was one of my favorite humans on this earth. I was like, good night, Irene. Who is this woman?
And what was it? She was her friend basically brought her to a party to be a prostitute for the night. Because that's a thing. That's you just hang out with a friend. And you're like, oh, I'll prostitute for a night.
That's of course. I mean, I did.
Maybe it is.
Back in our earlier days, I thought we did it. Were we not doing that?
I wasn't taking money.
Oh, okay.
I was just,
Well, I wasn't taking money, but I heard, cigarettes are the same. So it was back then. When we
I don't know where you were. There might have been some more walls and bars, but
I don't know. Everyone seemed really nice, and the dress code was easy.
Fair enough. Anyway, yes. So I did see Gemini Man trailer. Classic segue.
Bringing it back. But yeah, Bad Boys is going to be fantastic. I mean, you never go wrong with those. Those are just fun movies.
I love the second one when the boats are flying on the freeway, and I'm in. I don't care. That's what it is.
It's Michael Bay and Bruckheimer, man. They're the same fucking dudes. Sorry.
It's all right.
I was working on getting better about that.
We'll give you one.
All right.
This is rated mature.
Yes.
For everyone who can handle that word. But we will try not to say
yes, trying to avoid that. We'll work on bleeping and having fun bleep effects.
I don't know about all that, but
please go through and try to find every single one.
Just skip that one.
Yeah, just pretend you didn't hear it.
We'll try not to. We're just in the excitement.
It is, getting amped up, especially for Bad Boys, because it's so good. And hey, it was one of those early rated R movies where you get to hear a lot of cursing and watch a lot of action. So For me, being, a freshman in high school when that came out, I was like, heck yeah, this is where it's at.
Were you? Oh,
Yeah,
man. So, wait, no. Were you a freshman? No, that came out earlier, didn't it?
97, I thought.
No.
Was it earlier? Was it 95?
Might have been 95.
Okay.
I have to look that up because I think I was in 7th or 8th grade. No,
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, that's fair.
So, I mean, not by much. Not like I'm not dating myself here.
That's all right, old fart.
But now, because I thought I was like 7th, 8th grade when that came out. 95.
Oh, no, it was 95.
So
okay, yep.
Because I graduated in 96 from 8th grade.
Okay, yeah.
So I was in 7th.
Because I just remember my buddy bringing it over in freshman year on VHS cassette, because that's what I had downstairs in the basement. So we watched that and Starship Troopers. Those were always on constant go.
Starship Troopers, which is great.
That's classic.
It was funny because I went and saw that with Psycho Cinema, which is a popular Alamo Drafthouse club that we go to where they watch some really awesome horror movies and kung fu movies and so much more.
Which I have to say, they gave me Halloween on the big screen and changed the perception of one of my favorite movies of all time.
Oh my God.
Just by seeing Michael Myers more in those window shots than I ever saw in the VHS.
I want to save this.
Okay.
I want to do a Halloween episode where we talk about this.
I'm in.
Because we did see so much more.
Oh, yeah.
And it was amazing. And there's a lot of things. You just said, oh, yeah.
No, I just spit a little.
Oh, I don't
care.
Sorry. Don't curse. But no, you're right. And so much, we did see so much more, but I do want to talk about that.
Yeah, we'll put that in there.
Pinnacle movie of horror. So Psycho Cinema showed
is fantastic.
Starship Troopers.
Which I'm bitter I missed because that is my number one heartfelt, in my soul, favorite movie at any time.
And I realized when I went to see it, I'm like, oh, I did see this in theaters when it first came out.
Did you really?
Yes.
Oh, man.
And I'm like, oh, I saw it opening night. I forget who it was. I was either with my buddy Ty or it might have been my buddy Anthony. I wasn't with Lenny, though.
Okay.
He knows all these guys. I know you guys don't know all these guys, but Casey knows them. So, and the reason I bring that up is because, like, sci-fi was like and horror, like, okay, we're going with the guys.
Right.
The
Yeah.
girls don't want to go, so the guys. And we
you take the
Starship
girls
Troopers.
to like fancy movies like Schindler's List and whatnot.
Oh God. Schindler's List.
It's a
my God.
It's moving and touching.
Oh, on so many levels. Although you can't help but cry at the end when they're putting the rocks on the grave.
Oh my gosh, that's one of the hardest things to watch.
I could have got more. Oh my God, could have saved more. It's insane. But in this climate, I don't want to stick up for Liam Neeson until I know it's okay.
Yeah, I know. We should just wait.
We only talk about Darkman. We're only not talking about Darkman.
Well, that was the time frame in which the bad thing happened with Mr. Neeson. So
was it, or was it next of kin? We're not really sure.
Maybe in between with Rob Roy. All right, I could be.
Remember that Patrick Swayze and Liam Neeson movie?
Next of Kin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Not well. I just know it existed.
Yeah,
It's like one of those when you see the movie cover, it's like, I know I've seen that. Kind of like the first time I remember seeing Tango and Cash. Like, I know I saw that one, but I didn't actually watch it. So it wasn't until I was older and then sat down again and was like, let me have some time with this movie. Because it was one of those you see on TNT or USA growing up, and you don't really get stuck to the TV.
I love that movie.
Yeah,
I love that movie.
Yeah.
And it's just like, oof, like it's bad, but I love it. It's good action.
Well, it reminds me almost exactly of the other guys when you have Sam Jackson and The Rock at the very beginning screaming, aim for the bushes as they jump off a building. That's what Tango and Cash was. It was literally that.
He did, remember? Oh my God.
It was perfect.
Are we going to get shot? Maybe.
Yeah, you grab electrical lines and just zip line down.
Like, I don't want see so many people, and I love the Rambo movies, don't get me wrong. I actually love 2 the most out of all of them.
See, and I love 3 the most, just because you
just love those glistening muscles.
It was more explodey boom booms, and I love explodey boom booms.
I don't know. 2 is wild.
Okay, 2 was pretty rough, and 2 had the hind. Actually, whichever one had the hind at the end, where they fought the helicopter and he blows them up. That was 2. Okay, and that is actually the one I prefer. Oh, because 3rd's when he has to go to the desert and save the general, right?
He's fighting with the Afghanis against Russia.
That's right. Okay.
2 is when he goes to save the POWs.
That's right.
Which is my favorite one. And like when he grabs the microphone and it's just like, Murdoch, I'm coming for you. And like he beats everybody up in the room. And I'm like, that's Rambo. That's what Rambo should be. And that's what this new one I'm hearing is. I don't know. I didn't see it yet.
Yeah, I
reserve
haven't seen it yet. A lot
anything.
of people are, it's the gruff that it's getting online. I think it's weird how we've reached this era where I couldn't love social justice warriors more. I think it's fantastic. I think they're necessary.
No,
I think it
hate
creates.
social justice
See, but I
warriors.
think it
I
creates.
like justice warriors.
Fair.
Like, don't
Fair.
talk about it online.
Yeah.
Go out and do something. So I
Yeah.
love the people who go out and not just talk about it online, but do go out and
Actions
do something.
behind it. Yes.
So like true justice warriors who are out there trying to do their best. But social justice warriors who are just trying to create controversy, which I think 90% of the time when it comes to being online, people are trying to create controversy.
Well, agreed.
But again, I don't want to get so far into that. This is
No, that is true. That is true. But that is more of a stirring the pot thing. But that's why I dislike that, is because there's been such a spin on Rambo, because he's going against a Mexican cartel. This is Rambo Taken. That's what it doesn't matter who he's killing. He's going to kill a lot of them. Yeah. It's like we didn't hear anyone complaining about the fact that Liam Neeson was going out killing, Middle Easterners. There was no issue there, or whatever. There's. It's so funny how people change the focus and want to put that lens on one thing and go, "Oh, this is how I feel about it." And it's Rambo.
Well, everything is a product of its time.
Precisely.
So, like when Taken came out, we were like in the middle of the war in Afghanistan, Iraq, and like it's almost like I said, the villains in the movies and TV, sad to say but true, is a product of like the time. And I mean, look how, I've been taking Tommy to a bunch of psycho cinema movies, and he's like, why does everybody hate Russia? And then I had to explain the Cold War to him on the entire ride home, and it's like, because that's what the product of the time was. And I think so many people get bent out of shape when they don't realize, like, I think Taken, if it had come out today, would be more controversy.
Yeah, agreed.
But since it came out 10 or 11, 12 years ago, maybe, and the second one came out, and that was like 10 years ago or whatever. Yeah. But remember, the third one was closer in time, and he was being chased.
Right.
There was no real bad guy except the government, who was a shady government, which is product of what it is now. Mm-hmm. That's what the world is.
Which I think actually fits, because it's funny how we get these cycles, and being the movie geeks that we are, we're able to follow these lines. If you kind of see that red string theory of everything.
Yep.
Because you have Taken, and then you have these. What's the man? Sorry, I just brain farted on that whole line there.
Well, to bring a point home, like, because we were talking about social justice warriors, justice warriors, and such. She should be the geek of the rest of the year, geek of the quarter, we'll call her, and that's a high honor in my opinion.
Right.
That Greta Thunberg.
Yeah.
Oh my God! If you are complaining or causing a controversy online, you're doing nothing about it, then I have no respect for you. But this girl started such a great movement, and and let me be honest, when I first heard about her, and I didn't know anything about her, it was from how she yelled at everybody, and I guess my old brain kicked on and was like, why is this child yelling at everybody? I'm like, that's not right. And then I'm like, well, look. And then I started thinking about it like pretty quickly. I was like, yeah, look who she's yelling at. Like, why am I upset? Like, they should be yelled at. Like,
these are world leaders that we've never defended in the first place, that we always put down or have some sort of great issue with, or that we just have some sort of discussion about where they're failing at. This is a girl who's just coming out saying, hey, yeah, you guys are failing at it, and someone should be on top of this. You know?
Why does she deserve it? Because not only did she start a movement, she took a sailboat.
Yeah.
She took a sailboat here to talk.
Yeah.
That's why she is the geek of the year. I'm even giving her the year. I'm not even giving her a quarter.
Well, we got a short year going. So we are in October.
But she's the geek of the year. And the reason I say she's the geek of the year, because she's a geek for social activism to save the planet. And that's awesome in my opinion. So have at it and listen to her. She's smarter than I am, and she's probably smarter than everybody in that room. And she's inheriting their. That's when I realized, especially having kids, that's when I realized as soon as I came around and was like, stop getting mad that a child is yelling at us because you're old and you don't like when children yell at you.
Yeah, you're not used to it and it hurts.
Not what she was saying. What she was saying was right.
Correct.
But I'm like, child's yelling at me, so get defensive. No, take that out of account and take her words and say, she's right. This isn't our world anymore. we're the ones that are going to have to be taken care of at some point.
Yep.
So we need to take care of this now and start making the changes we need to now.
Correct.
Or get out of the way.
Exactly. If you don't want to make the changes, that's fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to make the changes, but move aside because there's a bigger thing coming through. And if you really, I stand by this. If you're one of those people who is going to run on the idea of the children being important or their futures, then you have to actually mean it and you have to show that and you have to back it up. And a lot of times they don't.
Yeah.
It's been consistently that whole think of the children, but then no one does.
No one does.
So we're at that point where the children are standing up for themselves. Okay. I mean, I remember when I stood up for myself one of the first times, I was 17, going in front of the state Senate to discuss bullying. And it's like, that's where I went with it. And I stood up for myself and I went out there and realized that these people just don't care. The older generation, the 50, 60-year-olds who are already in power.
Because they were the bullies.
Correct.
They were.
Yeah.
And that's just because, again, as being geeks growing up, 6'8". I'm like 450 pounds. And I was a geek. I got picked on. Like, I know what that is.
Yeah.
So I'm built like a shipwreck house. You're not doing it to me now. But in high school, I wasn't built like this.
Exactly.
So when you see these people, it's like this geek of the year, Greta Thunberg, who sailed here.
Yeah.
There are people who complain that their cars are too cold when they get in the morning. This girl sailed here to yell at us and tell us to get our stuff together. And she deserves for us to listen, not just her, all the young people.
Yes.
And that's why, and I don't want to go too far into this. All I'll say is that's why when it comes to these young activists stepping up and saying, whether it be shootings, whether it be racial, whether it be whatever, and they're coming out and they're speaking out and trying to say, listen to us. We need to listen.
Yes.
We need to listen. And I don't want to stand on a soapbox and say, as older guys, and we are two old white guys.
Yep.
We need to listen because we need to get out of the way.
Because there's a level of pride that we have to remove from ourselves.
Yeah.
This indignant idea that the sitcom dad has to be this certain way, so we have to be this certain mentality. And we just have to remove ourselves from that. That's all it is. We're not going to be the Tim Allen know everything, fix everything guy. We're just not going to be that guy anymore.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? It's not a bad thing to have masculinity. It's not a bad thing to want to take care of your things and show off your muscles and be able to flex, but make sure you're flexing in the right direction. If it's not something you know about, just leave it alone. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know about it, that's okay too.
Oh, I am certainly not smart enough to say
that. And not to mention, if we don't have the Greta Thunbergs in the world, then in my opinion, we're never getting to Roddenberry's Star Trek universe, which I think we still can. I still fully believe that it can
100%.
be realized.
I mean, I don't think anybody, how anybody doesn't want that. Right. Although it's Discovery. Discovery doesn't even want that. All right. We gotta move on. We're going too far. And I don't want to piss off too many people.
Well, not yet. We gotta ease into it before we start turning people against us.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, the funny thing for me is going forward though, and talking about rich white men in power that think they're saviors.
Tony Stark.
It's been a big week in wrestling.
Oh man. Ho ho.
It's been a big week in wrestling.
Oh brother.
I'm right there.
Yep.
The Macho Man right there.
I see him, the Macho Man.
He's the best, man.
Well, he's amazing.
I was a Hulkamaniac.
Yeah, but I love Macho because he had, for me, the best promos. His promos to me were like what always stuck with me. Him and the Legion of Doom were some of my favorites because Hawk and Animal.
Because they were so coked out. Everybody was so coked out back then.
Yeah, I guess I just like the coked out era because Sid Vicious was another one that I loved. So, and he was Captain Blowface.
Lex Luger.
Oh, yeah. Sting. God. Come on, man.
Oh,
when he was California Stinger.
You leave beautiful Sting alone. Sting was my hero.
Well, Brutus the Barber Beefcake was one of my heroes, and we all see where that went. Yeah, it did.
God. But
hey, and that, kids, is why you don't do drugs.
Damn right. But it's been a big week for wrestling. It's been such a big resurgence. Being Attitude Era wrestling fans. And that goes back because 80s kids, Hulkamaniacs, loving all of the WWF back then. And now now to see what it's become, because living through the Attitude Era when they had to get edgy and they had to win the Monday Night War.
Well, no, so getting the Monday Night Wars. I mean, that for me was my big thing because I love WCW so much because those storylines were so fulfilling. They were big and the characters were bigger and they were focused for me on the characters more about it. You got more DDP, you got more wrestling. The cool thing was back in those days when they had the wrestling to kind of answer the questions, like the little promos with the little byways, and then they went into the wrestling, and it was always maelstrom because someone was coming out or from the rafters with a bat, or someone was coming from under the ring with something. And WWE did it well too, but WWE had Stone Cold, they had Degeneration X, they had that big movement, and they rode that wave.
Well, what imploded for WCW was the wrestlers had too much power.
Yeah.
And even like Kevin Nash has said that, and Scott Hall has said that. Hogan would never really say that, but like we all know
because he
Hogan
wanted the power.
now.
Yeah.
But like even like Kevin Nash was like, no, I was a booker and wanted to take off. He was done. He was gone for months. Like whatever. He didn't care. So there's no consistent storylines, and nobody really cared what was going to happen. Whereas Vince and his entourage came in and was just like, we're going to run with this. We're going to tell good stories. It's going to be a great soap opera, and it'll be fun.
Yep.
And you had amazing people like The Rock. You had amazing people like Mankind, Undertaker, Stone Cold. Like everybody was just great. They were real characters. Like WCW had some great wrestlers.
Yes, they did.
But they didn't have great characters. NWO was great.
Yeah.
Sting was great. They did
DDP
have great characters.
was awesome. I did love there were certain characters that I loved, and for me it was that first split of NWO. Because now you have who's going to come to the rescue of the quote unquote good guys, and I kind of dug that simplicity in it, maybe. It was just very easy to get across. But the WWE was doing the same thing with Vince versus Stone Cold. You have the corporation versus the everyman who's fighting back against it. And I mean, who doesn't love that story? I mean, everybody's on board with that storyline.
And they just had so much, and having Vince run with it. Would help so much.
Yeah, him really
Vince
embracing
was
that.
Guy. Yeah, and taking that on, and then making Stone Cold the anti-hero who's going to stop the evil organization. And he's not even like every man. He's like what every man wanted to be.
Yeah,
that badass.
You can stand up and say, "Take this job and shove it," in that David Allen Coe manner.
And I love that they let The Rock guide it. The Rock took it away and was like, "We're bringing back more to wrestling. This is sports entertainment. This is what it is." And he was bigger than life, where Stone Cold wasn't bigger than life.
Right.
He was like the gritty guy you needed to get you to beat the war.
Yeah.
Afterwards, you had The Rock to kind of take you on
to
that
guide
journey.
You. Yeah.
And then pass the torch on to the John Cena's and such. And then slowly but surely, we lost storylines.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, the storylines have not been good. The rivalries have not been good for a while.
There's a lot of stuff that, like, when I was trying to get back into wrestling, actually, and this happened previous to us really hanging out when Shield was big. Shield had just kind of hit the scene.
Yeah, but they had great characters like that.
They had amazing characters, but there was no storyline to use them in. Like you just kind of get lost in these great characters.
Yeah.
But the storylines weren't succinct enough to keep me going. It's not enough. It's one day they're kind of good, one day they're kind of bad, and they couldn't decide what they wanted to do with certain characters, and it just felt wishy-washy.
Well, it felt like whoever, if Vince McMahon didn't like them, even if the entire WWE universe wanted them to be Daniel Bryan, CM Punk, if Vince didn't want you to be the face of the company, you weren't going to be the face.
Well, then we get the other side where if Vince wants you to be the face of the company, he slams a Superman punch down your throat over and over and over again.
I am so glad that guy's okay.
Yeah. Oh, thank God.
He's back. And
thank goodness for his health. He is a great character and an
awesome
dude.
Too.
Yeah, good dude.
Roman Reigns. No lines in Hobbs versus Shaw, but I love them anyway. It was good to see him there. And I like him. I hate the Superman punch.
Yeah.
I hate that. I hate that move on everything, though.
Yeah.
Like, I hate whenever somebody does a Superman. I was like, this doesn't work.
It's miserable.
What are you doing? Superman doesn't do the Superman punch.
Exactly.
And the only reason he could pull it off is because he's flying at you, not falling at you because you jumped up.
Right. Which is kind of the whole thing, like with the closest thing to it that I will allow and accept in my little world for sports entertainment is the phenomenal forearm. That's the closest thing you can get to it because he's launching
Yeah.
himself off the ropes. It's a forearm, which is way harder than a fist. Like it's just.
I don't know about all that. You can break your forearm. You keep doing that. And as much as I love the phenomenal one, that's a stupid move too.
I disagree. I love that move, man. That's
can't,
what you can get amped for.
But you can't like hold that up, and then you look at somebody like Cedric, or I mean, well, you can't really. Rey Mysterio is not what he once was.
Well,
he
yeah.
still moves like a maniac. But
Wish I could move like that, man.
Ricochet.
There you go.
You can't look at somebody like Ricochet,
Yeah.
or Cedric, or these high flying guys, and you're just like phenomenal form works. And it's like no, what these guys are doing are so. I mean, this was what Eddie Guerrero and Rey Mysterio and Chris Jericho even and all these guys were back in the day.
Yeah.
In WCW and even in WWE later, but especially WCW. And then you look at something like Phenomenal Forum, and you're like, hey, it's cool. I'll accept it for sports entertainment. I will not accept the Superman punch. I hate the Superman punch. He should just do the
spear.
The spear. He's
what is
great
wrong
at
with
it.
the
He's
spear?
got a beautiful spear.
Yep.
Do it. Oh my God.
He's got a spear that looks as good as Goldberg's. And as far as I'm concerned, Goldberg had the perfect spear. I mean, I loved his spear. He was just a monster doing it. So, of course, it's a different effect. Roman Reigns is a big guy. He's still, that spear, pretty potent and powerful. And
Absolutely.
then the fact that that's a setup move for the Superman punch is just dumb. Because you see Goldberg do it, and it's like, well, that just laid him out. Like, they're done.
And they've already ruined it because how many people has he fought where it's like, he started out doing it? Michael Cole, who I can't. Oh my God. Corey Graves and Renee were doing so good together. You got and it's all changed up now, but if you had gotten rid of Michael Cole and just let those two, you would have a new generation. Though a lot of people are going to be pissed about this, but I'm going to say it anyway. You'd have a new generation like Monsoon and Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby the Brain Heenan.
Or Jerry the King Lawler, maybe.
No. It's definitely not a Jerry the King. I think they're better than Jerry the King.
Really?
He was great. And Jim Ross the best.
Well, Jim Ross, yeah, classic.
But and they were a great duo.
Yeah.
But they were more adversarial. Renee and Corey were always going back and forth at each other, just like the Brain and Gorilla were always doing. Yeah. And I liked it. And I liked how they're playing. And then you have Michael Cole be like, oh my God, the Superman punch. How did they get out of it? Like, easily. It doesn't work. And I know suspension of disbelief or whatever, and I shouldn't be like this, but I'm going off on a tangent about the Superman. You had to say it.
Well, because it's my favorite.
There's so much to happen in wrestling this week. So much we haven't even touched down on. We haven't even gotten to AEW yet.
Because, Mike, after all these years, I still know how to touch that one button that always brings some of the greatest radio. Just there's nothing better than watching you go off about the Superman punch.
It's such a beautiful spirit too, and they go.
He's just a glorious human being. How come he can't do something off the ropes? How come he can't? The Taker. How come he hasn't learned to walk on the ropes? Taker has some of the greatest moves ever. I mean, you got a tombstone
pile there for a while, and Taker was not happy about it.
Really?
From what I understand, he wasn't, but I don't know for 100% sure. But I mean, not in a way where Elias is buried or anything, but just kind of like, don't do my move.
I mean, I get
that's a very specific move.
But so's the stunner. That was given the KO. So
yes, but I mean, if you think about it, I mean, all the RKO is a stunner.
Well, it's a flying stunner. It's a flying stunner.
It's you
mean the RKO out of nowhere?
The way Randy does it is beautiful in a way that's like, I almost like it a little bit more than the stunner just for showmanship wise, because it's like they didn't even know it was coming. Like with the stunner, you had to wait for him to turn around and
setup,
kick and you go. It was a whole big setup, and it was beautiful, and the storylines led to it being even more beautiful. But like with the RKO, it's just like he's the Viper. Yeah. He's going to attack.
Yep. And he's going to get it, and you're not going to be ready for it. I mean, he's phenomenal. But I've always loved Randy Orton. He's one of my favorites. I mean, I didn't like him when I was younger because he was a bad guy. Like he was one of those when he came on the scene. I was like, I'm not a fan of this guy because he's a bad guy. And he was at the time the Legend Killer. Mm-hmm. And he was just wiping out everybody I loved. And I was like, well, this sucks. But then the more you watch him, it's like he's an incredibly technical wrestler. who's really good and has a great personality. I just love the way he plays it, whether he's heel or face. He almost just always he's the Viper.
Yeah.
That's just what he is. And I think it's better when you have a character who doesn't play into their face or heel tendencies. They just are their character.
Yeah.
And whatever storylines make them either heel or face.
That's why I like. That's why I like about John. I like a lot of things about John Cena. John Cena as a human being does some awesome things. As a wrestler, I mean, he's not like my favorite.
Yeah.
I don't love the cartoonishness of his character, but it's not for me.
Yeah.
You know.
Exactly.
You know, we're Attitude Era kids. This is for children,
Right.
and they eat it up. They love it. So I'm cool with it. They never give up. You know, dude does over 600 Make-A-Wish appearances.
Oh yeah.
You're a winner in my book. Like,
Oh, he's crushing it. He used his power for good. He is a good comic book hero,
Yeah.
essentially.
Oh,
and,
yeah,
and
yeah.
it's perfect for the WWE. I think
I
it's
think they needed it at that point.
yeah, of course. And it does look, it gets old because when you're the one trick pony Superman who's always victorious, that's what you are. And you're the good guy who's always fighting for right. So I mean it kind of gets stale. It does get
Oh
wooden,
yeah.
but it doesn't stop it from being entertaining. And
Yeah.
that's important.
But you know what made it entertaining again is now there's competition.
Oh, ho, ho, here we go. So the one thing we used to always love, our Monday Night Wars are back.
Ooh, and we needed them. I
Yes.
don't think we realized how much we needed them. And just to see AEW step up with their first episode, and man, they blew NXT out of the water. Which I'm not a big NXT guy. Like watching it was
Right.
just because it was Raw Monday, it was SmackDown Tuesday, and it was like NXT Wednesday. I'm like, it's just so much at that point.
It's a lot.
And when you have two nights where the storylines aren't great, and you know NXT is going to be better in storylines, but it's like, it's too much wrestling.
See, for me, I had the deal where NXT, for me, I like the storylines more, but I had a lot more issue with the technicality because they're not all perfect technical wrestlers yet. You know, you have those that, and plus you can really see the difference between a Ricochet, a Johnny Gargano, the Blackheart. You can see their skill and technical ability versus someone who's new on the scene, and you see that pretty blatantly. But I also like that about WWE because you had Marty, the Rock and
Jannetty.
yeah, who essentially like towards the end of his career just became walking and lose guy. Like you had a lot of those.
He was
you know?
a jobber after.
Yeah,
after
exactly.
Shawn Michaels kicked him through the window, he was a jobber.
So you have a lot of jobbers like that, and I think NXT kind of plays that well. That these aren't
Yeah.
jobbers, though they're the young upstarts.
Yeah, the problem is like they've been oversaturating the market lately. But now with AEW, you have all these fresh faces who you know if you're a wrestling fan, but you don't need to know if you're stepping in because you have the Cody Rhodes, who even if you don't know who he is, you're going to learn quick because of who his dad is.
Right. I mean,
And
his
his brother Dustin being there, you know. And then you have the champion be Chris Jericho, who is one of the most recognizable, if not best promo men of all
I
time.
mean, across all of wrestling. I mean, since the Attitude
yeah.
Era in WCW, he came out in WCW, correct? Or did he come out in WWE and then went to WCW? Or
He was in WCW.
okay, that's yeah.
Came over.
That's right. And then it became the Y2J. And then it was,
Y2J. Oh my God, I love the countdown when they were doing the countdown for all that
It
time.
was awesome.
And he showed up and cut off the Rock.
Yep.
Great. Loved it.
Yeah, they did some good storylines, and we've got a lot of good wrestlers from different areas in AEW. You've got New Japan.
Oh,
You know,
oh
you've
my
got-
God, New Japan's great. I don't really watch Impact anymore. You know, when it was TNA, sure, because they had the legends, but I mean, it wasn't gonna ever be anything like
WCW. You're not going to reach that.
yeah, because they were all old by that point.
Exactly.
I do like that. Impact was teasing WWE about the Hogan Ric Flair teams, their
Right.
crown jewel,
Mhm.
because they did that back in the day.
Right.
Team
Exactly.
Hogan, Team Flair.
Yep.
And so they posted it. I was like, hey, it's a really good idea. You know, and like, it was funny. Like I do like that WWE's getting ripped on a little bit and they're getting kicked in the gut a little
I
bit.
think they need to. I
And
think
yes.
you and I have seen that where NXT was that moment of taking something away from Vince and not taking it as much as Vince finally kind of being willing to let go a big chunk of power there. And we get to see Triple H really step up.
Yeah.
And Triple H has always been phenomenal as a wrestler through all of his years. He was the Connecticut Blue Blood. So, of course, I immediately latched on to him, being a Connecticut boy myself. I was like, yeah, I like that guy.
NXT had a great show this week. Though.
Exactly. They were phenomenal. And
it wasn't it was a switch over for me, but at the same time, like, it was AEW. I was like, I want to see what happens in AEW. I want to see them plant their flag there. Why did I forget that? I wanted to see them plant their flag and see what they were going to do. So I didn't watch NXT this week, but I'm going to start checking in because Finn Balor's back.
Mm-hmm.
They had some great matches. And listen, I'll watch some of their matches and highlights and things like that. I may not watch the show, but like I still respect good wrestling. And
Absolutely.
NXT has some great wrestlers.
Yeah.
And Raw has been getting much better. This past SmackDown this week, which premiered on Fox, was definitely done up, but I'm hoping they can keep it up.
See, here's the thing with what they did in AEW versus SmackDown. And this is something that just being a fan long enough to kind of understand the difference between these two. You have AEW coming out, and I go back to that Cody Rhodes because it was very much so for me a signature match where you get to see him just bust out all of his moves. Like you get to, in a lot of the AEW wrestlers, they all got to use their moves. They pulled a lot of big players out. You know, they get to show the big show. Yeah. This is who we've got. This is what we can do. And it was magnificently well done. And you have on SmackDown on the other end, everything we've known, everything we've seen, the known commodity now on Fox. And all they did was trace all of the known commodities out and say, hey, this is what everyone can do. Yeah. You know, I mean, you had that one where we got the 6-man tag match or 8-man tag match where you've got the phenomenal forearm coming out versus the RKO out of nowhere versus, I mean, just everybody got to whip their moves out. Everybody got to pull them out. You know, Kofi Kingston losing
like 8 seconds
to freaking Brock Lesnar, who's just the worst wrestler ever, in my opinion.
I would say the worst.
I'm sorry, man, but you've got the monster among men and you're not using him right. So I would much rather see him take that role, and I think he's a better character.
That was the thing that pissed me off the most, as much as I like Braun. How underutilized and how many storylines that were screwed up.
Yeah.
They set him up so many times perfectly to have great matches, even against Roman.
Yeah.
And it's like, what do? You're dropping a ball. Who cares about everything else?
Like, yeah, and Braun Strowman like, are you kidding me? He's going to be taken down by a Superman punch. You're out of your mind.
God.
You're out of your mind. It took 4, whatever it was. 4 or 5.
I was like, oh my God, he's getting up there. Shut up, Michael Cole. Like, no. Like, Superman punch doesn't work. So, and I know how this works, but I know it's not real. But come on. Not that it's not real, but like it's. They're beating up their bodies, but like, you know what I mean? Like,
no, but it's storyline.
You know, he's not really going to kill him with the Superman punch. You know, like, I get it, but like, just something prettier. Like, you're a good wrestler. Yeah. Come on, give us something pretty.
And he could give us something prettier. Like you said, he's got that spear. The spear's fantastic.
I would argue that he has a better spear than Goldberg, and I know.
You just set the world on fire.
No, Goldberg had a beautiful.
See,
I mean, he's got a definitely better one than Goldberg now.
Well, yeah, because Goldberg's like 60 and his spine is fused and everything else. But you have to remember, Goldberg was just the beast.
Yeah,
and that was the best part about him, was his monstrous size, and the idea of him launching himself through the air with that spear was phenomenal. Especially when he gave him 2 or 3, and it was like, oh yes.
I loved somebody assessed the fact that Hulk Hogan was on Raw this week, and was like, at one point this year he had more appearances in the WWE than Brock Lesnar did, and Brock Lesnar was the champion. Yeah. So like, it's like, what?
That's why I don't like Lesnar, man. Just one of those things. I've never really liked him. He was the 10-second match guy, and he did it again with another 8-second match, and I think that hurts SmackDown in the long run. I think if they continue to play those storylines, because I'm not sure how they're going to marry everything. Because they had that whole Raw versus SmackDown, and they had for so long, it was 2 different companies, or as they were billed as separate. And now it looks like they're kind of fusing at everything. And I don't know if that is a product of moving to the new networks, or if they're getting ready to do another mix-up. And maybe
they're setting up Kane and Lesnar for WrestleMania, but they'll do it on SmackDown now.
Yeah.
And it will be Friday nights. which now I won't have a problem watching wrestling all week. I'm watching AEW and switching back between NXT and such, and watching Raw and watching SmackDown. Monday, Wednesday, Friday is a fair spread.
Well, yeah, because you still have Tuesday, Thursday for like right now horror movies. Like, I mean, this is our time of year. Like,
oh no, I watch my horror movie.
Watch it
I
after.
think I'm new. I mean, come on. In fact, I have. I've watched like a horror movie every day this week.
Yes.
I was like, I'm gonna watch this. Like, I'm currently watching In the Tall Grass.
How is it?
So far, so good.
Okay.
It's interesting because I'm in the. I can't really say one way or the other how it's going to go.
Well,
but
of course,
it's based on the novella by that Stephen King and Joe Hill, his son, did together.
Okay.
And it's just interesting where it's at because I'm kind of like, oh, it's I don't want to give anything away, but it's like, oh, it's that. This is what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't know because I'm in the middle.
Right,
so
yeah.
Like,
you don't have anything verified yet.
It seems like this is what's happening. Yeah, it seems interesting. So I'm anxious to see where it goes. I'm kind of leaving myself in the dark about it. I didn't read anything up on it. I've never read the novella, so I don't know what happens. And you know me, I love King, so like I'll read, and I've started reading Joe Hill's books, and he's very good too. Yeah, he's definitely got his dad.
How many has he got out now?
I don't know how many he has out, but I've read Nosferatu because the show.
That's the show.
I wasn't so big on. I didn't love it, but I'm digging the book. And with Creepshow coming out, and they're writing stuff for Creepshow, and we'll get into that in a second because I do want to talk about this.
Right.
I know we both watched it, but
well, I actually, bad news. I did not.
Oh well, then I'll talk about it.
You can talk about it.
You can put your headphones on. Not the podcast that we're currently recording. But no, I anyway, so I started reading more and more, by Joe Hill, just see what it's all about. And I'm always kind of going back to King around this time of year because it's that time of year.
Cujo time, misery time. It's like, well, misery is one of those that I actually hold off until like November. Once the snow hits, I'm like, I want to watch Misery now.
Yeah, that's a good time.
That's when I want to watch The Shining. I don't care about The Shining in October because it's not winter time.
Going on with King, like Mr. Mercedes, I like that show.
Yeah.
So, and that starts up around this time. It has. I have not watched the third season yet, but it does start up this time. So, like a lot of King things, they have King marathons because his birthday's in September and stuff. So, I start rereading things. I'm going to reread Dr. Sleep before I go see Dr. Sleep, and I don't care how long either are. I've never seen The Shining on the big screen, and I've always wanted to. I always miss my opportunity. And like Psycho Cinema did it last year, and I missed my opportunity to go. So I'm looking forward. If they show The Shining and then Dr. Sleep, I'm staying for the whole thing. I don't care. I will watch the whole thing all the way through.
That'd be a really good drive-in. Just saying.
That would be a really good drive-in. Oh, I hope they do it because they're going to be open till mid-December.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, anybody who listens, which is nobody right now.
Well, yeah.
It's our first podcast. But anybody who listens and lives in Virginia, go to the Family Drive-In. They're open till mid-December.
Out in Stephen City's fantastic.
They're not paying us to say that because we don't have anybody paying us to say these things.
We're our own people.
Yay! So neither here nor there. So I am excited for that, and I want to reread the book before I go see the movie.
Well, I'm really miffed actually because one of my favorite Stephen King movies, I unfortunately missed my opportunity to see on the big screen.
So did I. I hurt my hip.
Yeah, that's right.
I had your ticket.
You had my ticket too. Yeah, you fell in the shower, man.
I fell in the shower.
It's the worst.
Go. And I was supposed to bring a buddy because you weren't going to go. So he was like, I'm going to go. And I was just like, I can't go. So I was like,
yeah, and they wound up rescheduling because I had purchased tickets for Massive Attack show in March, and they rescheduled to this day, that specific day, so I couldn't see Maximum Overdrive, one of the greatest, really Stephen King's Opus Day.
I mean, I don't know about you. I would prefer going to see Maximum Overdrive over unless they play Teardrop.
Well, no, it was all mezzanine. It was the 25th anniversary of mezzanine. So they just did everything mezzanine. And
then I don't want to go because I only care about Teardrop.
Well, that's what it's Teardrop. It's all their famous songs.
You know what Teardrop's from?
Yeah, House.
House.
Of course.
That's
how I learned about Massive Attack.
I would listen to that show, call everybody an idiot, and then leave. And hobble out on a cane. It's the only way to do that.
Versus Maximum Overdrive, in which case you get to watch a Coke machine kill children. And quite frankly,
Steamroller.
there is nothing better. Yeah, the steamroller killing the kid. It's everything that happened on that baseball field is my favorite part of that whole movie.
I think
that right there.
The fun thing about that, and just to touch down on this because I want to get into Creep Show, but like the fun thing about that when you have somebody like the kid when he everybody gets killed around him and he's got to flee. You don't realize how many things now that are mechanical or you run on electricity, things like that can kill you.
Yeah.
And him just riding his bike through the neighborhood, and it's just like there's cars everywhere, there's lawnmowers everywhere, there's all this stuff that can just kill you at a moment's notice. And it's like, where do you hide?
Well, that's the crazy thing is if you think about it then, nothing was really even tied in together. There were no systems that were unified. They weren't computer chips. They were just machines. They were just gas-powered machines that went off the rails. Nowadays, you think about everything, and it's like your home could kill you. They could crank up the freaking temperature with your little thermostats and everything else. I mean, just everything tied in together. They could just blow all the fuses at once if they wanted. It's crazy and terrifying. It makes me want to go live in a place where everything's powered by wood.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I have PTSD every time I hear an AC/DC song there. So.
How could you not? It's the Green Goblin's face. Although one of the greatest lines ever is when Emilio Estevez in his penultimate role in 1987, after already doing The Breakfast Club, after already doing St. Elmo's Fire, after already doing Men at Work, like all these huge movies for him, which I don't know if Men at Work was, but it's one of my favorites. He gets plugged into this and walks up to a truck with the face of the Green Goblin and tells him that he's got the best pure uncut stuff on the East Coast and tell his friends if you know what he means. Because he's going to sell them and fill them up all that gas. Like, are you kidding me?
Such a Stephen King line. There's a reason that this is the only movie he ever directed. And I still love him for it. Because, I mean, movie-wise, Stephen King has as much to do with movies as he has to do with horror.
Yes.
Or books.
Yes.
Or anything. Like, he is... Like, his movies are iconic.
But and you do him a disservice to not bring them up. Whether he likes them or not, someone took them and ran with them, and they're fantastic. And, Maximum Overdrive, you don't have to like it.
It's fun.
It's absurd. It is
fun.
It is fun as all get out because it's absurd. And that's the whole point. And I think that's what Stephen King really grasped onto. It's just unfortunate that's not a better movie because he had solid talent. He just didn't know how to direct them. I mean, that's all it was. And Joe Bob talks about that. One of my favorite human beings on earth, Mr.
Which
Joe
will
Bob
be
Briggs.
here in 9 days.
9 days.
I cannot wait. That is my hero. My 3 literary heroes that inspired me to become a writer are Stephen King, Hunter S. Thompson, and Joe Bob Briggs. His articles, because if you read his first book, it's just a collection of his reviews. And that's a Joe Bob at the Drive-In. And it's him as John Bloom, who is his real persona. That's who he is. And Joe Bob. And writing between. And I love it.
Yeah, it is one of the greatest. I'm so excited for Joe Bob because he was really what got me heavily into the horror movie scene because of Monster Vision. I think that's straight up what it was. My parents wouldn't let me watch those movies if they knew I was watching those movies. It's a Saturday night. I get to sneak downstairs and flip on Monster Vision. And, I get to watch my double feature. And then you get the male girl. And, of course, 13-year-old me is like, woo!
Oh, and you know what? I started watching him in the 80s on the movie channel.
Right. That was Joe Bob at the Drive-In, correct?
That was Joe Bob's Drive-In Theater.
Okay.
And it was so different. Being a weird kid who loved movies, and I didn't care if they're bad, good, whatever. I just wanted to watch movies. I wanted to experience movies.
Right.
So to watch somebody talking about, because I knew who Zachary was. I knew who all of these horror hosts were. Elvira was big back then, but Joe Bob was different. Joe Bob, it was almost like he brought the experience to you.
Yes.
And because it wasn't just horror. He had those bad action movies, bad kung fu movies. He had those drive-in movies.
They Live. I'm sorry, but that was where he did that running tally. And I always go back to They Live because he did that running tally of how many dumpsters and car windshields Keith David and Roddy Piper threw themselves into.
Oh my god! But he always did those like outlandish things, but at the same time brought to you. He was IMDb before IMDb.
Yes. Yes.
And he knew everything.
Yep.
Like all the other horror hosts were just like, this is what happened, and this is a rumor that happened. But like Joe Bob knew. He went out and he talked to the people who made this movie and he became friends with them. And when you read his writing, it's like, oh my god, it wakes you up. It's very much in the same vein. If you read a Stephen King novel or you read a Hunter S. Thompson book, which are two very different types of genres. Yes. But not very different either.
Well, it's knowing where to put that detail. It's knowing what pulls you in as a character, or as a reader, what allows you to sympathize or to connect, to reach out, to understand, to grasp. They did a great job. They did a great job putting you where they wanted you, and saying this is what you're going to see. And they set the scene well, and then they brought you into it.
Yes.
Slowly over time, they just Stephen King especially, he just brings you into it by kind of lulling you with detail and getting you into the mindset, and then all of a sudden, bam, this happens. The dog's at the window. Oh crap! It's fascinating the way he does
but
that.
It's the honesty of all of them. All of them just bring like an honesty to it that wanting to be a writer, and that was like my main focus growing up. Even as a kid, writing poetry and things like that. Like I did weird things. I did what is considered weird.
Right.
Not by artistic types, but like
by the normal society. The 9-to-5 society.
Yes. So to these three writers, like inspiring me, were just big. So getting to meet him coming up is huge.
It's gonna be amazing.
I cannot wait, and I don't even know what to say to the guy. Like, what do you say to this guy who is your hero? Like, because you watched Joe Bob's Drive-In and then Monster Vision. Monster Vision was a whole new experience.
Exactly. For me, Monster Vision was that special experience because I did watch Elvira because my friends thought it was fun to watch her. And then who was Van Gogh?
They had Vampira. There was the one that parodied it.
Elvira, and then they had the Ghoulie, Dr. Svengoolie. So I watched Svengoolie on. He was on Nick at Night or something like that. He was on. I can't remember.
Was he on Nick at Night? No, he was on the Chicago channel.
Oh, WGN.
WGN.
Yeah. That's right.
Now he's on MeTV.
That's why I'm thinking of Nickelodeon because he's on MeTV.
Yeah.
Where they have all those Nickelodeon shows on.
Yeah.
So, but I was always a fan of them. I thought they were great. But Joe Bob made it fun. He was laughing at these things. He was taking the movies that I was scared of and legitimately had fear of these scenes. And by him breaking down the scenes, I went, I'm not really afraid of this anymore. I'm able to enjoy the horror movie.
But as much as he made fun of them and as much as he laughed at them, he always respected them.
Oh, of course.
There's always something to respect.
There was never a put down in a way where it was like, this whole thing is crap. He's saying, no, this scene is crap because of, and then you get into the story. You get excited because he's explaining something that might have gone wrong in the set, and you get to learn about it. And that was one of the greatest parts about it. I mean, look, it was up against, USA's Up All Night. So I had two options of what I was going to watch on those Saturday nights,
And what's funny with US Up, our age in the 90s, like you're like, USA Up All Night, like you're going to see some women.
Oh, yeah.
Even blurred out.
Side boob.
Like, you're going to see something.
Exactly.
And I still was like, I'm watching Joe Bob. Because I was that weird kid. And I was like, I don't care. I need to see what Joe Bob's going to say.
Yep.
And I need to learn and absorb all this knowledge of movies that only he can give me. And then he went off the air. And I mean, at 18, I was still watching him religiously on Saturdays. And then he went off the air and he left me.
Yeah,
he left me for 17 years.
Yep.
Thank God for Shudder bringing him back.
Shudder bringing him back has been a revelation. It is so nice to have
Shudder does not pay for this. They don't even know we exist.
They have no one does yet. So
one day, hopefully, they will.
This is as embryonic as it gets.
But I am telling you, this is it's a.
I'm so excited. I have no idea what we're going to say to him. I mean, I might just try to bring up the fact that Roddy Piper, Keith David scene is what got me into all of these officially. That was what locked me in.
Just be honest about it. Just tell him what got you there.
Man, that monster, and especially what he's doing. I am so excited for this whole Rednecks Who Saved Hollywood. That's his presentation that he's doing live, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what he does.
I mean, I saw the full breakdown of everything that he's bringing in, and of course, you have to bring in all of these. I mean, Toby Hooper, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You have to bring that whole crew, and that's a huge deal.
We should ask him about was it that Swamp People movie?
Yes.
I wouldn't mind taking her.
Wouldn't mind
camping.
taking her
The
camping.
greatest line of all time. I love. I got to find out the name of that movie
The
again.
fact that he
It's
goes
the Alligator People or something like that from the '60s.
Oh god.
And just like when the guy walks in, he's like, so "Who is she?" Well, I wouldn't mind taking her camping.
Yeah, he's
like,
all upset,
what?
like Mrs. Braden or whatever her name was.
Yeah.
Well, she's not so bad. Wouldn't mind taking her camping. It's
Oh
just,
my god! It's just
you and I stared at each other for a good 2 minutes after that line with our mouths agape,
All I
trying to
want to
figure
do
out
is
what
talk about women that way because it's so weird.
yeah. What does that actually mean? Like, are you gonna take her out and like murder
Well, that's
her?
not why I want
What's
to
that?
say it. I want to say it because it's so weird. Like I want people to look at me and be like, that's a stupid thing to say."
Like, what does that even mean?
Oh god.
Well, the best part is you can't ever explain it. That's the whole point.
Yeah, I know.
If you ever try to explain that line, it's shot. It's dead in the
I
water.
know.
You just leave it and walk.
I mean, this is a scene that started off with a guy getting out of a plane and going into a bar. Like,
Which, if those are the airports exist, I need to find them because that looks like the coolest kind of place.
yes.
It's
I do
literally
agree.
right there outside of a swamp.
In Louisiana,
In
of course,
Louisiana.
or Florida. That's how it is. Alligators hanging out.
Yeah, of course.
But I will say, to kind of maneuver over to it, since we're talking about Shudder and we're talking
Yes.
about Stephen King, Creep Show.
Creep Show.
You haven't seen it yet?
No, I have
week
not.
2 just happened this week.
Okay.
So this isn't going to be a review. This is going to be me selling you on watching it.
I like it even more.
We're both fans of the movie.
Yep.
Movies.
Love
I even
the
like the
movies.
second
I
one.
love the second one.
The Raft is one of my favorites.
Nice.
But the first one is phenomenal. I mean, George Romero. That's my hero right
Yep.
there. That's my boy.
Yep.
Talked me into going to film school. The debt's not happy about that, but I love the connections I made and I appreciate him for it. But the greatest thing about this is it's Greg Nicotero's doing, and all of the writers, and Stephen King's one of the writers, Joe Hill's one of the writers,
Nice.
and all of the actors they got for it, but it's keeping in the same vein of Creep Show and what it was.
And that's important.
And it's almost like they're paying an homage to Tales from the Crypt.
See, so I went back after you actually mentioned that. So we were discussing via text message things you're not privy to in radio world.
Yeah.
But we were discussing the fact that you had mentioned that it's much like Tales from the Crypt. Well, that kind of inspired me, and I got in my little mood, and I went and watched Demon Night because it's what
Gotcha.
you do. It's one of my favorites.
Like demons or something?
Worse.
Demons. Oh my god, I love that line. And I got to see that on the big screen. It's like
Exactly. Yo. Oh, did you really?
that was the last movie, dude. I was so, I mean, that's the one that I really wanted to see because anyway, Psycho Cinema, this thing we do, does 2 times a year. They do an overnight stay at a movie theater and you just watch like 6 or 7 movies. It's amazing. I love it. They're doing it again on the October 12th.
Nice.
So buy tickets, Alamo, Winchester, Virginia Draft House. Even though we'll probably post this on the 13th.
Yep.
Not really, but I have to work on it.
We get to fiddle with this a little bit.
Yeah. But anyway, it's going to be fun. 6 movies. But like they had Demon Night was the last movie. And that's what kept me going. And I stayed for the whole thing and it felt good.
Because you get Billy Zane on the big screen. Come on, man.
I don't know if I can do it for the next one. I'm going to try. But like I've seen Hellraiser too much lately.
Oh, is Hellraiser the big finish?
Yes.
Yes.
Which is a great movie.
Yeah, but you and I have already we've gone back and forth on this. Hellraiser is one of my all-time favorites because the Cenobites legitimately scare me. That is
absolutely.
a nightmare I have. So I love that movie, but every time I go back and watch it, I can only watch 1 or 2, and then I'm okay with them, but it turns into that horror porn, essentially, where it's all gore. It becomes a gore fest of how gross can you be, and it's like, I'm good.
If it doesn't have a good story, I don't care.
Yeah, exactly. And it's really hard to have a good story when all you want to focus on is the leather-clad maniacs.
Hellraiser does have a good story.
Yeah,
That's why I like
Hellraiser
it.
does.
I'll stick through it. It's just I've seen it like 5 times in the last year.
Well, you and I watched it a couple times because of Joe Bob. Then it's
and his does great. He does great little vignettes on it and hosting it. But I watched it for other reasons too, and I'm just like, oh man, I was like, it's so good, and it'll be cool to see it at Psychorama, but I'm gonna be really tired. And watching a movie that I've seen 5 times this year,
you're gonna fall asleep to it.
I'm like, I might fall asleep to it, or I might just have to go home because now it's at like 10 a.m. and I'm like, I've been up all night. I need to go home.
Yeah, seriously, Hellraiser isn't worth the extra hour and a half.
I'm gonna try though. I'm gonna really push because I always want to stay up for all of these.
Right.
and they are showing some good ones. Sad you're going camping because I mean I know Hellraiser on the big screen would be big for you. They're also showing House,
which I love. House. House is one of those go-tos that USA played ad nauseum. It felt like back in my childhood, it was always House or House 2 was on, and I love those movies because they're just outrageous. And House 2, another one that legitimately scared me because of a cowboy ghost up in the attic. And when you live where the foot of your bed is at the attic door, the idea of that thing running down the door was not cool.
No,
I was not all right with that.
Not at all.
No.
And it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, it is. That is going to be that's a fun lineup. But I don't know. It's also kind of weird. House and Hellraiser. I don't know how I take those together.
It makes sense for the theme. The theme being monsters. It's like a monster mash.
Oh, okay. Well,
so like you have ghosts, you have vampires, you have witches,
Yeah,
you have all this stuff. So demons. Yeah.
What are they, demons or something?
Worse. Demons.
Nice.
Love it.
We can pull it out 3 times. I promise. We got one more in this.
Love it. That's how we have to end the show. We gotta go. Why? Demons or something. Anyway, there got the third one. He got the third one. And I whispered it.
I was just gonna let you go with it. Yeah, I was just gonna let you roll with it.
But yes, going back to Creepshow though.
Yeah, because Creepshow. Well, and I absolutely will. Like I said, it was one of those. I got caught up in Demon Knight because Tales from the Crypt. When she said that, kind of my brain flipped, and I was like, I haven't watched Demon Knight in almost 3 years, and I love that movie. And Billy Zane's hilarious in that movie when they're all caught at the top of the barn and he's just hollering at them. Oh, so good,
dude.
And then you also get Creepshow, even the classic Creepshow. That was one of those that I latched onto very early. That I loved Creepshow more than Tales from the Crypt. I wasn't really allowed to watch Tales from the Crypt if Mom knew that's what was on. You know, it was one of those I had to avoid. Whereas Creepshow, for some reason, my stepdad liked, so we could watch it. So I got away with Creepshow more, so it meant more. And then I was also locked up because work is dumb, and I finally found some room to watch a movie, and I wanted to do a throwback, so I went back to Cabin in the Woods.
One of my favorites. Much of a throwback.
No.
I mean, it's pretty tight. 2012. Yeah. I mean, whatever. We'll teach our own. It's still a great movie.
Pre-kid era. So before I had a child, when I was a different man, and then watching that movie through different lenses, it's like, okay.
No, that's like pregnant with your child.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I wasn't that far out of the realm.
Yes, you didn't have the child yet, but she was there.
No, I did I love that movie, man. Cabin in the Woods is one of my favorites, just because it's Thor at the same time as he was Thor.
Yes.
Except he's bald and he, that shaved head, and I was like, oh yeah, no, he was still okay. I remember this guy.
So good. That is such a good movie, and that's Drew Goddard, the guy who brought us Daredevil.
Yep.
Which is a great iteration of Daredevil.
It's fantastic, and I really like the way he spun. Well, because it's that whole Joss Whedon, Drew Goddard, that whole crew, Friends. I'm gonna forget his name.
Friends.
Yeah, but that's what it's something like that.
Something like that. Who was great in Bloodsucking Bastards? Who
You Might Be the Killer.
Friend of mine. Oh my God, You Might Be the Killer is great.
Phenomenal.
I love that movie. 2018 surprised me a lot with its horror movies, especially towards the end of the year, because Summer '84 is great.
Oh, Summer '84 is fantastic.
You Might Be the Killer. I loved. Hell House 2 came out.
Okay,
I loved Hell House. Hell House LLC.
Okay.
One came out in 2016. 2 came out last year, and then 3 just came out this year. And it's a trilogy. It's a planned trilogy.
The Final Girls. I love
Final Girls. Final Girls is good. Tragedy Girls came out, and that was really good.
Oh, that's right. That was the one I didn't watch yet. Yes.
So you had all of those, but my favorite, I think, in my mind, still the best movie of 2018 is Mandy with Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, agreed, and it's fantastic. Finally made it through. Well worth it. Worth it. I mean,
so many people need to check this movie out if you haven't seen it, especially if you're a horror fan. It was brilliant.
And honestly, after watching it, I realized it just has the pacing of Amityville. And Amityville is one of my favorites. So it just paces. That first hour and a half is almost succinct with the same hour and a half. It's that same stretch where you're just building and get ready, and then walls and down. It's fantastically well done.
But with that, I feel like we've been snobby enough. We didn't even talk about Creepshow. You know what? Let's save it. I want to talk about it when you watch it.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, I plan to watch it this week.
Because this past episode had such a brilliant take on werewolf transformations that I would really like to talk to you about it. And actually, let's plan for that next week.
Ooh, let's do werewolf
I
chat.
do want to do a werewolf
Yeah.
chat. Absolutely.
Well, let's just do a full on monsters chat.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of room of October left. We need to talk about we need to split that up because I am going to see Wolfman's Got Nards
Yeah.
on October 16th, which is a documentary about the Monster
The
Squad.
Monster Squad, yeah.
And I would like to talk about that too. But I like how we're doing show prep in our first episode.
Well, it's great because I mean, they may now never hear this episode. This might be the one that we listen to and we're like, well, that didn't work.
They're gonna hear it. I don't care. I'm just
You will
gonna
enjoy
blindly
this.
throw it on. We don't have any intros or outros yet. We're brand stinking new.
I mean,
You'll love
the
it.
babe wet behind the ears. Well, we managed to cover a lot. There's a whole lot going on this week, and I think we did a fantastic job of just scratching the surface.
We need to talk about AEW.
No,
We can talk about anything.
barely.
But
We got
we'll touch. We got a lot of time.
There's a whole lot
They're
of
not
things.
going anywhere.
And here's the other thing, all of our wonderful, fantastic listeners, we appreciate you all very much. And please do not be afraid to give us feedback. If there's something more you'd like to hear us talk about, if you'd like to get our take and spin, please go ahead and comment wherever you can comment, wherever the comment section is available. Let us know.
Slowly watching my microphone fall, and I'm just gonna let it go until we're done.
And that's how it's going to be. That's how the show is going to end. You're just going to hear a thunk. Here it goes.
What are those?
Ladies and
demons or
gentlemen,
something?
it's been an absolute pleasure. Worse demons.
And with that,
Thanks, y'all.
bye.
Bye.
And that's just like one of those things that I've had on my foot for a long time. So I was hoping I could just get it lanced off, but then it came out and it actually tried to eat my neighbor. So
Do not piss off the foot manatee.
I've tried not to. I don't know if I didn't give it enough sacrifice. Oh, hey, we're on.
Ooh.
Hey, everybody. Hey, nothing wrong here.
Uh-oh.
Everything's perfectly fine. Welcome
Welcome to the Scene Snobs podcast.
with your hosts of the Scene Snob, Michael Kimball.
And the commander and geek himself, Casey Plotz.
Holler at your boy. Well, it is a pleasure to be here once again with all you wonderful, fine, fancy folk. Hopefully you survived the pilot, and you've returned for round 2.
We got to figure out what to call this episode.
The Awakening.
The Awakening. You named it right there. Okay, boom. I like it.
Hopefully we have enough presence of mind to not make the same mistakes we made last week, like me sounding like an idiot, just laughing after everything that was said.
That's gonna be hard. We were always good for that, though.
Yeah, that is.
People always seem to like that.
Yeah, we're big fans.
Yeah,
I like my chuckles.
that's true. Me too. It makes me feel like somebody's in the room.
Yeah, exactly.
A live studio audience.
Bingo. Our own Cosby audience.
Oof.
Yeah, I don't know why I went there.
Oof.
Maybe Cheers?
No, I'm
Too
not
late.
taking that
Can't reel
drink.
back.
Keep that drink over there. Anyway, now we're getting dark.
Don't mind the fizzing.
Well, Casey, how was your weekend?
Michael, I had a fantastic weekend. So this was a really crazy, busy weekend that started for me about 2 weeks ago when I started building my daughter's costume.
Yeah.
She was a Kyoshi warrior from Avatar: The Last Airbender, Suki to be precise, because of the headband. That's how you would know. So, and I only know this because of hours of studying and research. So thank you, interwebs. It went really well. We had a great time. We went to Jellystone out in Luray.
Good one.
And yep, we stay out in the cabins out there and just have a great time with the kids. Kids do a ton of trick or treating. There's pumpkin painting, there's tie dyeing. She got to do all of it. She had a blast. So that was a lot of fun. And I spent most of my time just prepping that dang costume.
Oh yeah.
But I tell you, the payoff was great, man. She loved it. She had a blast in it, and the face paint's her favorite part. The face paint, the headband, and the fans. She would have been fine with nothing else, but got to go big or go home.
The thing I think I like about it the most is that making her, it was a Kyoshi warrior, you said, right?
Yes.
I didn't watch Avatar: The Last Airbender, so I don't know it well. But when I saw the costume, I looked up the pictures. And I'm like, you nailed it. It's great.
Thanks,
for
buddy.
a homemade costume. Like, that is a great costume.
Thanks, man.
I think it would be even better than buying the ones that fall apart.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is there's so many out there that fall apart, and all I had to do was buy that pleather from Walmart. The actual 2 yards of it cost me $13.
And who else is going as Kyoshi warrior?
Yeah, nobody.
Nobody.
And there were like 8 people who recognized her, and the ones that got it were like, "Oh, that's great!" And they all like shouted with excitement. So I was like, "All right, cool." And River got way into it when they did that. She whipped the fans out, started like doing her poses. It was
wonderful. Yeah. Like I mean, my kid wants to go as Drift from Fortnite.
Oh, okay.
I don't know video games that well.
Mm-hmm.
I respect them, and that's your world.
Yep.
So I let you do the talking on them. But like I played Fortnite like maybe once or twice, and there's no way I know which characters are who, and who's famous or whatnot. And so he was showing it to me, and I'm like, okay, we can make this.
Yeah.
But they want the costumes.
I know, that's the thing, is the kids want the costumes, and it's so hard because you see some of them and they're worth it. But then I also remember the costumes we grew up, which were literally the plastic and a mask inside of a cardboard box that you walked by, and there were like 50 options to choose from. And it was the simple stuff. Like even their comic book characters, it's just a simple face mask, and just a simple plastic, like almost feels like a poncho, basically, and locked in every ounce of heat that you could fathom. So it made the night miserable if it was a warm October night.
Oh, God, yeah.
But yeah, all those costumes, man, the prices are outrageous. They have gotten so high, and you're a mark. You're a mark every time you go in. And I'm a mark when I go into those Halloween stores. I know they're gunning for me, and they're usually pretty successful. So,
see, I'm all about, the costumes are cool, but it's kind of like, what can I scare my kids with?
Right, yeah.
Does this Freddy Krueger mask look good? So my kids will never sleep again.
That's how extreme is it? Like I have that scarecrow, and all I want to do is build off that scarecrow mask because I love the idea of being a terrifying scarecrow.
I don't think I saw your scarecrow costume.
Oh yeah, I've got a good one.
So I have to see that.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, but it was a great costume and sounds like a fun weekend. I mean, we've
Yeah.
done it before, so like
Yep.
I know Jellystone a great place to go,
Yeah.
especially during Halloween. And they do a great trick or treating for the kids and stuff.
And she's at that amazing age where she can just go play on the playground. She can go down, bounce on the bouncies. Everything's golden. We're right there. We can see her fine. You know, she's big enough and she's comfortable enough in telling people, you know, get out of my face and running away. So I'm good. Like that's what I was waiting for. She's reached that point.
It is a nice age, right?
Yep, I love it.
Oh yeah, because I
I'm
still
old.
have my 3-year-old who is not at that age.
Yes.
And it's like, okay, I'll take you. No problem.
Because you are still the big toy as well. That's
Yeah.
the other problem. We are the coolest toy to our kids until they find there are other children out there.
But he's starting to slowly find that, and he's just kind of like, okay, Daddy, leave me alone.
You're not as cool as you once were, Dad.
Yeah, which is fine by me.
Yep. No,
I mean, I still want to be cool. It's like bittersweet. It's like, okay, I get a rest, but fine, have fun. So,
Yeah, it's always that trade off, man. Say lovey.
well, but no, I mean, that does sound like a great weekend.
How was your weekend, sir?
It was fun, man. It was
I
a
know
good
you had
time.
Psychorama. I saw the pictures. It looks rad. And I also see that there's a new Hellraiser.
Yes, my Hellraiser face.
Your Hellraiser face, of course.
Gotta love the
You now
Hellraiser.
have Ash, Sleepaway Camp. But wait, Ming the Merciless
Ming the Merciless, yep.
and Hellraiser.
Pinhead, yeah.
Wow.
So Pinhead, Ming the Merciless, Ash, and Ash from Evil Dead is very important.
Yes, Ash from Evil Dead. Yes.
And then, no, I'm sorry, Evil Dead 2. I'm an
Mhm.
idiot. I don't know why. That was like right at the beginning. And then Angela from Sleepaway Camp.
Angela.
So it is, and it's the face. So
Yeah,
anybody who's
it's
a horror
the
fan
face.
out there, it's the face.
Well,
But
I'm
did
sure
you-
if they're actually watching this on YouTube right now, they'll see one of those pictures scroll by.
Oh, they might, yeah. And you know what? Why don't I take a picture of it and then make sure I put up at this moment what exactly it is I'm talking about. But I will say, hands down, it was a fun time this weekend. So it was a fun time this weekend. So basically, Psycho Cinema, which we talked about in our first episode, is a club we belong to out here. They do at the Alamo Draft House in Winchester, and they show cult films. Like it can be kung fu movies, like it can be horror movies.
Enter the 36 Chambers. They did. What's the other?
The Street Fighter with
the Street Fighter.
Sonny Chiba. They've done so much, and it's not just horror. I mean, mostly it's an emphasis on horror, but they've done so many fun, cool things. And they've got a lot of fun stuff coming up. But they do Psychorama, which is the overnight sleepover. And they do it every 6 months. And you spend all night in the theater watching 6 or 7 movies. And last night was the Monster Mash one. And it was fun.
Oh, and what movies were they?
So I can only name 5 of the 6.
Okay.
Not allowed to promote one, so it's
Wait,
secret.
for real?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Legit.
All right.
You were not.
Oh,
I'm
damn.
not allowed to say
Okay.
anything about it. It was if you were there, you got to see it,
Okay, roger that.
and it's a rights issue,
Nope, understood.
so I'm
completely.
not saying a
Yep,
word.
gotcha.
Not getting anybody in trouble. Blah blah blah. So it started out with the Manitou,
Okay.
which has changed my life because the Manitou is a 70s horror movie
Okay.
about a Native American witch doctor
All right.
growing out of the neck of a woman, and a Tony Curtis plays a psychic who has to team up with a current Native American medicine man, whom they do not call Native American throughout this entire movie. It is truly a testament of what the times was. And
Do they call him a savage? Or an
okay,
Indian?
maybe truly a testament of better times than when they called Native Americans savages.
Okay. All right. So we're not that far back. Okay.
I mean, they use the term Indian,
Yeah, fair.
which I am not agreeing to. I'm not
Because it's the
saying
wrong country.
100%. But at the same time, like, I'm just saying at the time,
Oh,
in the
no, fair,
70s,
yeah.
that was nomenclature.
Yes, it was.
So I'm not agreeing with it.
Before we became more woke.
I'm not saying I'm woke. I'm just saying, but you shouldn't. Like, it's wrong is wrong.
Yeah, if it's not right.
And, like, you called them Indians because you were geographically stupid,
Mhm.
you know, and that's
Yeah.
just not how it was. So, like, Native American actually works.
Mhm.
you know, or as some like to say, real owners of this land.
Or those land bridge crossers. I mean, depending on how back of the date you want to
You're
give
really
credit
going
to.
backwards.
Yeah, well, I mean, the BC era.
Yeah, right. But anyway, it's
So Manitou
So
is
it's
about a Native American.
it is a bonkers movie,
Yeah?
dude. It is bonkers. It is out there. I've always seen, because I worked at a few video stores, and it was there. It was in the horror section, and I was always like, "What is this about?" And I always thought manatee,
Right.
and I don't know why, because I know manatee is different from
So
manatee.
the most deadly sea cow of all.
Exactly.
Mhm.
So,
And after Jaws, how would you really get that? I mean, come on.
oh my god,
It just slowly floats towards you and then lays on you?
probably.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's actually pretty terrifying underwater. Think about it.
it was, but this movie, like a Manitou, is basically everything has a Manitou,
Okay.
and you can anger that Manitou, or you can appease that Manitou. You know, it's the thing. It's the essence of everything.
Is it like Jobu and Major League?
It's more powerful than Showgirl and Major League.
Bro,
You've never
you
seen
better put out
Space
some
Room
freaking chicken.
until you see Space Room and lasers. You can't talk.
All right, fair.
You need to watch Manitou before you piss off the technology Manitou.
I don't
And
want
this
to do
whole
that.
show just goes
It
kablooey.
just blows up in our faces. Microphones everywhere.
And now
Skulls.
I realize by saying this and describing it, I'm talking to the hardened cult classic fans
Yes,
that
you
have
are.
seen this movie.
All 7 of them.
Dude, it has Tony Curtis and Burgess Meredith in it.
Whoa.
And I found, like, because the facts that came with it, when they talk about it, they both did it because they were going through divorces and needed the money. And
That's amazing.
It's insane.
I'm surprised Elliot Gold didn't show up.
He might not have been at divorce rate yet, or just finished.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, so like that was the first movie. Second movie, Howling 2. Her sister was a werewolf.
Amazing. Classic. I think I've seen it
really
maybe twice in my life, and I love all Howling things related.
Once. And I remember I watched it because I watched The Howling and I'm like, well, 2 can't be bad.
It's awful.
And it has Christopher Lee in it.
Yeah.
And little did I know that Christopher Lee absolutely hated this movie and does not want to be credited of ever having been in it.
Oh, wow.
Well, didn't, you know.
Kind of done against it as well.
And, well, I mean, he agreed. So
Yeah.
that's it. It is what it is. You're in the movie.
You got to pay.
But, oh my God, was it a fun movie. So those 2 movies were so bonkers and just, it was fun. It started out fun. Then we get Hellraiser.
Ugh. Which, well, Hellraiser being right there. What time is this now? We're like 3 a.m.?
This is, yeah, it's around there. It's
Okay.
like 3 or 4. No, 4.
Oh, wow.
No, was it 4? No, maybe it was around 3.
Okay. But
But
still,
Frankenhooker started at 5.
Frankenhooker?
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Because Hellraiser's, like what I've said before, is always one of my favorites.
Oh,
One of
yeah,
my
yeah,
tops.
absolutely.
But only the first one.
Not one of my favorites.
Yes, exactly, because you're not a big fan of the gore and gruesome. Now,
No, it's
did
just-
seeing it on the big screen change it all?
No, because it's,
Okay.
but again, I have a lot of respect for Hellraiser just because it's not one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I have respect for a lot of horror movies. Like, I have respect for Psycho and what it did. I have respect for Texas Chainsaw Massacre and what it did. And it's not so much the gore that bothers me, but it's like they're not my go-tos. Like, you have go-tos,
Yeah, that
and
is
that's
fair.
what it is. And
Yeah.
like Scream is a go-to for me. But
Yeah.
a lot of people may watch that and be like, "This is kind of lame." Like, and I would get that
Mhm.
because they don't understand at that time what the movie did and what we were going through as horror fans.
Well, as horror fans, and also Scream is one of those few movies that hit us right in our wheelhouse at that point in high school, at
Exactly.
that point of our lives, where just a lot of that Kevin Williamson, those
Mhm.
guys really tied in and knew how to talk to our generation.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly. That's why. Oh, excuse me. But watching that, but Hellraiser never spoke to me. But I was like, it's one of those movies I was like, I have to see this when I was at the video store and stuff. Because I was older when I saw it.
yeah.
And like when I say older, I was a teenager. I was in high
Mhm.
school when I first saw it for the first time. But I didn't know, but I had met Doug Bradley before I saw it.
Get out, really?
Yes, but I knew who Pinhead was.
Yeah, well, because Pinhead's iconic. I
And
mean, you see him always plastered on shows and commercials and stuff.
I never thought about this, but I should preface that I saw Hellraiser 2 before Hellraiser 1 without realizing I didn't see Hellraiser 1 because I was younger when I saw Hellraiser 2.
Okay.
And there was a TV edit
Oh yeah, which is
And-
always because that was my first experience was the TNT and USA's with all TV ads.
Yes.
So I never had experienced Hellraiser. All I knew was something my mattress could kill me, and that was terrifying. And it wasn't until I was like that mid-teens, like 14, 15, when I sat down and watched all those rated R scary movies uncut, and I went, "Oh wow, Hellraiser
Oh, yeah.
got me. House 2 got me." Like there
Oh,
were
we're
just
getting there too.
oh man, there's just certain movies like that that just went, oh no, this was scary, and now somehow it became more terrifying, even though I'm older and shouldn't be as messed up about this. Like, it's just
That's
it was screwy, but yeah, always love Pinhead, and it's just to me that one of those things that you say resonates with you when you say a movie that really resonated with you. For me, I have that when something scared me in a horror movie.
That's fair.
That's really what sticks with me and resonates with me. So it's like kind of funny because for you, I feel like when you say resonates, it's almost inspired, or you saw something that stuck, got that earworm and just made you think on it. That was fascinating,
Yes.
kind of thing. That like that's
A good point of that is like 3 posters that I'm putting up that I'm about to acquire. And a lot of people ask, like, why are these movies the ones that you shine? They are not good and they're not the best, but they're the ones where I was introduced to a point where I was like, I must see, I must know this.
yeah.
You know, because I was the most aware when these movies and these franchises came out, and that's Jason Takes Manhattan.
Okay. Yep.
Because I lived in Jersey City, New Jersey in '89, so 88, 89. So, and that's you can throw a stone
Yeah,
to
you're
New
across
York
the way.
City. So, like
Exactly.
when they did all of the marketing for that, it was very New York based, and that was huge. Like you saw it, you saw those commercials all the time. I don't know if it was national. I'm sure it was. It was national marketing, but like where I was, you saw posters everywhere. You
Of
saw
course,
it
because
all.
it's big. It's got Manhattan in the title, so they're pushing hard
Oh.
on that. Yeah.
Definitely. Then you have Freddy's Dead: Final Nightmare.
Okay. See, and I'm different on that one. Mine was A New Nightmare. So that was my
That's
first
fair.
one. Yep.
So
So
you are a little
100%
younger
there.
though, so
exactly.
that makes sense. Because it's only a few years after.
Right.
And but like with Freddy's Dead: Final Nightmare, I knew who these guys were.
Mhm.
You know, and it's not the first movie I've seen. I saw in these. It was the first one where the marketing was out. I was at that right age of like 8 or 9.
Yeah.
And it just like I'm aware.
Mhm.
Like these are a thing. These are a big thing. And even like Halloween, as much as it's my favorite, the one that made me the most aware in the poster I'll put up with Halloween too. With Halloween, but I'm going to put up with these 3 is Halloween 6.
Oh.
Curse of Michael
Yeah,
Myers.
Curse. Yep.
Because that was like I remember the marketing for that. I remember the old woman talking to the little boy in the trailer, and there's Michael Myers, and I remember that trailer more than I remember Paul Rudd being in the movie.
Yeah, fair. Totally
You know,
fair. Yeah.
I always forget Paul Rudd was in this movie until I watch it. And I'm like, oh, that's right, Paul Rudd did play Tommy Doyle.
How many times do I have to watch Breckin Meyer die in a video game for me to remember that's Breckin Meyer in a freaking Dream Warrior? You know, like that's
No, that's
sorry.
Final Nightmare.
That's Final Nightmare. Yes.
Yep.
So the Final Nightmare for me was also my Freddy Krueger one that I loved because of that scene. But to have seen uncut all the way through was New Nightmare. That was the one that I watched and was like into it. And was like, okay.
Oh,
because I hadn't even seen the first. I hadn't seen First Friday Nightmare on Elm Street. I didn't see the first Friday the 13th. The only horror movie I was introduced to was the first Halloween because that was my stepdad's favorite.
Oh yeah.
And then my second one was Amityville Horror, and that was the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen in my life. And I was like 10.
Oh yeah. Well, like like when you're a kid, especially in the '80s, and these movies are coming out. Like I said, like Friday the 13th Part 8 wasn't the first one I saw. It just resonated with me because that was the marketing that was huge.
Exactly.
At the impressionable age that I was at. Like, before then, like it would come on TV and you watched what you could.
Yeah,
and
whatever, you just get what you can. Little scraps of horror that you can pull.
And like 6 came on a lot. 5 was on a lot. 7 was on sometimes.
Child's Play 3 all the time. And
I
I love that movie. I don't care. I love it. That and Pet Cemetery were on for, I swear, like a month straight, back and forth between USA and TNT.
Yeah.
I could just flip back and forth.
Dude, yeah, it's funny you mentioned that because like if I went a step further and picking like, oh, actually we should do this at some point. Like talk about, I guess no time like present, like which ones were the most impressionable for us. Child's Play 3 would be maybe Child's Play 2 because it was so scary to see that doll, and everybody had a My Buddy
Yeah,
back then,
yeah.
and I had one. So like when you saw the trailer, like, but 3 was the one I was most aware of.
Yeah, 3 was the one that was most omnipresent at all times, and especially whenever anyone talks about swapping bullets or shooting tracers or paint at each other, I'm like, no. How about no? I'm not, absolutely not. Especially, it looks like a real bullet. I forget that.
I've seen what they do.
Yeah, I know how
Chucky
this works.
shows,
Chucky changes them out.
Oh my god!
They go to green rounds and everybody's live.
Dude, that's so funny that you mentioned that because then as you get older, like the first one, like Scream, of course, the first one.
Oh yeah,
most
that was
impressionable.
I think Scream was the one that first resonated with me as a horror movie from my generation that I could get into. Followed immediately by I Know What You Did Last Summer.
I agree. I'd take it in a little further, maybe not the first one that was impressionable. I'd say the first one that I felt like was made for me.
Yeah.
Everything else
Yeah,
felt
yeah.
like all those other franchises before felt like they were made for my brothers who were older and things like that.
Well, that's one of the things you got to remember. What were you doing back then?
Yeah.
Like in those 70s and early 80s, late 70s, people were going to camps. Like it was a thing.
Yeah.
It was way more common that you got away. You did things outside of your comfort zone. You would go to the city because that was a big trip.
Mhm.
Now it's people go to the city for work. It's just
Friday 13th, Jason on a boat.
forget that noise.
Jason takes a boat.
Jason takes a boat
to Toronto or no, Vancouver. No, but with horror movies, that's what always was like what resonated. A lot of those were the movies that came out between '89 and like '93, '94.
Yeah.
I think it was that time where it was like preteen. It was like preteen and then preteen. They were like, ooh, these are things I'm not allowed to go see.
Well, because at 9, 10, it's what you're not allowed to go see. It's all about breaking those rules and seeing something a little too much. And then by about 12, 13, it's okay, now I saw a boob, so I'm in. And then I just saw something really gory happen, and that was cool.
Yep.
It was neat to see that. And then there'd immediately be something terrifying, but you couldn't tell your friends about. And then in your teenage years, it was kind of like, okay, now you're growing. Now what is speaking to you, because how would you get out of that situation with the killer? You start thinking a little more beyond that,
Now you're old and you empathize with the killer.
Yes.
Teenagers are annoying.
There's a lot of times now, like watching I watched Halloween 2018 again, because I really do love that movie. I like what they did a lot.
So well, and I love that they're doing 2 more.
I know, I'm stoked. It's going to be rad. Yeah, but him killing the babysitter. The babysitter is one of my favorite scenes because he kills that babysitter. First of all, she's wearing what they would have in the 70s. Like she's almost a perfect throwback character to murder.
Yeah.
It was really well done. And the little kid that she's babysitting is like, oh, hell no, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, legit, go.
Get out of here.
Run.
You can't help
You're going to die, Dave. You're going to die.
But I think the thing that I loved about, to kind of touch down with it on 2018, was it showed it was like, this isn't about Lori.
No.
This wasn't about going after the ones who got you caught. He just wanted to kill.
Yeah.
He was going door to door
And just killing.
murdering people. And that babysitter just happened to be on that row.
Yep.
And that's why she died. And it wasn't so like he liked the fact that these girls were there and that he could kill them. Because I think that that's his prey. That's what he wants. Because remember, he leaves the baby.
Yes, he does leave the baby because that's not what he's looking to kill. Because there's no fear in that for him.
Yeah.
There's no rush in that. But he walks into one lady's house, smashes her head in, grabs a knife, walks into the next lady's house, smashes her face in, stabs her in the throat. He's literally walking on the street and sees a girl by herself at the car. The kid runs back inside and he starts walking towards her. The moment the kid runs out, then he's like, oh, found my keys. And they get in the car. He just stops, turns, and goes back into another house.
Yep.
That's just what he does. He's just killing. He doesn't care.
Like when Lori runs into him for the first time, and it's just like, Michael, and like she's been obsessed for all these years.
Exactly.
And he just like rolls out.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, okay, I don't need to eat. I'm going to kill. That's what I want to do.
Yep.
And I love that. I thought that was perfect. After all these years and having all of these movies that are like Jamie is the obsession, not Lori is the obsession.
Well, she's my obsession.
She's so beautiful. But she is the obsession. And then like, and even so, it's almost like all those movies were in her head. Like, yeah, I am the obsession. I am what he wants. This is what he would do. He wants me.
Mhm.
And then to turn it around and be like, yeah, he doesn't care about you. But then he has to care about you when he gets brought to the house.
Right.
But it's because he's just a force, and you're in his way.
He's the shape.
He wants to kill you.
I love when you actually realize that he is just the shape. He is nothing else but the pure embodiment of massive movement, evil, and murder.
The way Carpenter meant it.
Exactly. And it was done perfectly. And I love the new Loomis guy who's losing his mind. Like, we must study the evil. And I must get inside of him and understand the joy of killing. And he was perfect. He was absolutely perfect. I was like, thank you for giving me a mad scientist. I'm great with having a mad scientist in a John Carpenter film. It's wonderful.
Dude, I can't wait to see what they're going to do with the next two. And it's actually funny that we're getting into the horror because we did both watch a new movie this weekend.
Yes, we did.
We were very fortunate to see, which is Three from Hell.
Three from Hell. So speaking of things that resonate with us and stick with us, there's one thing that, we kind of bring back into that whole idea that for you, it's what's inspiring. For me, it's more what's frightening. And that's what really sticks with us. That's what gives us that. This movie, unfortunately for me, it stayed in its lane. It did exactly what I thought it was going to do. And it was a solid film for a Rob Zombie film. So my overall take on it is I think it was exactly what it set out to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it did it well. And I was totally good with Clint Howard dying.
That's the ice cream man.
He's got to die. I don't bring up the ice cream man again. That movie is the worst thing that's ever been put on film.
Oh my God.
Next to Killer Clowns in Space.
Oh no, Killer Clowns is awesome. I love Killer Clowns. It's so goofy. It's beautifully goofy.
Which is why I want to watch the Banana Splits. I think more than I wanted to see. Yeah, more than I wanted to see Three from Hell, but that was the homework assignment. So I was like, well, I'm going to watch this.
Watch the Banana Splits we'll talk about next week. Because I want to get your feelings on it. But Three from Hell, it's the second, in my opinion, it's the second best Rob Zombie movie.
Okay. I mean, that's pretty solid. What are you putting in front of it?
That's not pretty solid.
What would you put in front of it?
Devil's Rejects.
Okay, so you still put Devil's number one. Yeah, I agree.
His best movie, his best written movie.
Yes.
Is, in my opinion, as much as I love Rob Zombie, great musician, and he visually is a beautiful director.
I was going to say, as a director, I really enjoy what he puts on film.
Not just visually, but he pulls out some really cool performances from his actors.
Agreed.
And he's trying to show some really cool actors. But he can't write a movie. I'm sorry, he cannot write a movie. He has great ideas, but I think if he aligned himself with somebody who can write the way he likes, the way he wants, and I'm not saying don't be in the writer's room, let him do his own thing. I'm saying give him the treatment, tell him that's what you want, and then let them write it though. Let them form the story and really try and make it interesting. He would be a tour de force in filmmaking. But he can't get out of his own way.
Yeah, that's very true. And I have to always go back to his Halloween because I didn't mind the first one.
That's his third best movie.
I liked, to say I liked the first one almost makes me feel like I have to poop on the original one because there's such a divergence, but there isn't. It's like it's good. The second one is what kind of ruins it. It ruins his direction with it because it didn't go anywhere near where it should have. It didn't try to pretend to pay homage to Carpenter. It didn't do anything. It just went right off the rails.
Yeah.
The first one I loved because it had 3 great scenes. And that tension buildup with him coming through the walls as she's hiding in the walls was one of my favorite scenes they did. And that's Rob Zombie's directing. That had nothing to do with writing, had nothing to do with that. Now, to get there, unfortunately, you have to use a little stretches. You have to
that's the thing. When you talk about Tarantino, Tarantino is a once in a generation filmmaker.
Agreed.
He can do no wrong, especially when people, and rest in peace, Robert Forster, one of my favorite actors of all time. We can talk about that in a little while, but I just want to show his weakest film is probably Jackie Brown.
Okay.
And I dare you, anybody listening, go back and watch that and think, this is a genius movie. It was just coming off the coattails of Pulp Fiction,
Mhm.
and that's why it didn't do as well.
I think if it was before Pulp Fiction, it would have been better. It would have been
I
received
think it was
better.
perfect the way it is. I think that it was the M. Night Shyamalan effect of like, you made this huge movie,
Mhm.
and that's what you are now.
Right.
But he broke that,
Yes.
which I give it to him. Tarantino is genius enough to break it. Now, I'm not in any way, shape, or form saying, like I said, putting down Jackie Brown. I think Jackie Brown is one of his strongest movies. And it's hard because he's made 9, and they're all brilliant.
Yeah.
Um,
I can't look at one and say it's 100% unequivocally better than the other. I cannot do that. And then I still haven't seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, so it's because I haven't
that
seen
might be
it.
my favorite.
See, that's everybody's been saying. They've been coming out talking about that. You especially with the old timey Hollywood and how
That's
it
my
really
thing.
ties into a
That's
lot
my
of stuff.
jam.
You know, it ties into that perfect realm.
Yeah.
You know, so it's fitting. I get it.
And I love that all of these characters, Luke Perry, Timothy Olyphant, all of them, are playing real actors that were in real westerns that
Right.
really existed. Even like the Rick Dalton character of Leonardo DiCaprio, his FBI episode was the FBI episode that Burt Reynolds was in.
Oh wow.
And he's playing the part Burt Reynolds did. So like they play, but his universe, it works. It's just perfect.
It's his universe, and it's a fun, twisted universe. One that Hateful Eight does exist in. One that everything can fit in. Inglorious Bastards, of course, that's just the world we live in.
Oh,
Came
yeah.
out of. You know.
Truly a genius. Truly, and the reason I bring it back, and I want to bring it back to 3 from Hell, is that Rob Zombie has created this world too, this universe of his movies, and they don't all connect, but the Firefly universe is a big one, and they all sort of, you can see all of his movies living in the same world, not just those 3. Like 31, you could see this being something. Lords of Salem, you could see all of this stuff existing in one shared universe.
Absolutely.
And I think he does a great job building that. And like I said, his movies look great. They're well acted, and he pulls out great performances. He's got cool dialogue. It all works.
Mhm.
It's the story. It's just the story that doesn't work for me. 3 from Hell was a fun movie.
Yeah. We get an almost Way of the Gun-like scene. I mean, I'm always a fan of that, and I love that movie. So anytime you tie in a Way of the Gun, even slightly, it's like, yeah, you're going to have a shootout in this place, like basically a Mexican hotel. For starting in the center. Okay, yeah, let's do this.
It was perfect. All of them, all of them, the lucha masks, like all the gangster stuff. Like it was cool. It was very cool, stylistic. I can't complain about that. Everything. House of Thousand Corpses looks fargan bad. Like not bad. I meant to say I'm trying not to curse. So like now saying badass, but I don't think that's a curse.
No, badass works. Yeah.
So like
if it can get by a network,
badass.
let's do that. If it gets by the network, we can do it.
That's fair. But but the story is like horrible. It's just like you're just trying to show a bunch of horrible stuff, like, and you have all these cool characters, but it's like,
and the Firefly universe for me is understandable, and it fits because it's very much so that natural born killers, that Tarantino-esque killer style.
Yeah.
Someone that Tarantino would have written. I feel like these are characters who could be written in that style of universe.
Yeah.
Rob Zombie has taken it and made it his own, and I'm very happy and comfortable with his universe. I'm cool inside of it. Like, I get the idea inside of it. They did a great job, once again, promoting and maintaining the Firefly family and doing a good job of pressing them forward. But overall, it's just, once I watch it a couple times, it's not a universe I need to revisit. And I think that's where its weakness comes for me, is rewatchability for me is not there. It's I will watch that. I will watch 3 Tarantino movies to every one of these movies annually. You know, it's just the way it is for me. It's not that I'm not that roped into it. And I'll need to watch this at least 2 more times to fully absorb it all and decide exactly if I like it or hate it. But thus far, it's the same thing that Devil's Rejects was for me. Everyone loved that movie. And I respected that movie. I didn't like it until a year after it came out. Like, it took me a whole year and almost 3 full viewings to be like, oh no, I do like this movie. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. Like,
and
that's
what I think it is. Like, and I've seen a couple of them now to try and get to put it over. Like, I was never going to watch Lord of Salem because I don't really care about witches.
Right.
That's just not my jam. But what turned me on that was season 3 of American Horror Story.
Oh, God, so good.
And Coven is my favorite, still my
It's
favorite.
still
And
the
I
best.
don't like witches, and that's my favorite.
Mhm.
And I still think that's great. I'm taking 1984 now, just for the silliness vibe. But
Yeah, I haven't watched it. I haven't started it yet. I'm
Check
actually
it
still
out.
back on Hotel, but I might.
that's fair.
I mean,
But the nice part is you can skip all around.
yeah, exactly.
But when it comes to Rob Zombie's movies, like I went and watched Lord of Salem, and I'm like, it's just not a good movie. It's a cool concept.
Right.
It's got cool characters. It's got a cool vibe. It's got good performances. But I don't dig it. Like I'm just like, but the story isn't intriguing to me. I'm like, why? I'm just tired. Why? I don't care.
That's my thing. Is it's not enough to grab me in. I have to wonder, what are we waiting for? What's the next move? And you're kind of moving along with them.
Mm-hmm.
So this one, very much so, when they're sitting in the hotel figuring out what's the next thing to do, I was legitimately sitting there going, do I want to finish watching this? And then when they came up with Mexico, I was like, I mean, yeah, we'll
But,
see
like,
what it's going to do.
How is that not your first?
How did you not already
choice?
have that plan? Like
And,
this,
Why did your loose cannon have to go and kill a dude?
right?
And then you're just like, okay, we gotta go.
Yeah,
Like,
it's just, yeah.
And it's for me. I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, like it's just that's the story points, and I'm just kind of like, come on, you do so much better if you just had a writer there with you, taking everything that you said and making a good through line story through it. You know, I'm going to get you from A to B.
Mhm.
It's going to make sense, but we're going to add your beats.
Mhm.
You know, as long as you're willing to give up some things that don't work.
Yeah, and that's, I think, a big problem is the change in those characters that would require that is too much at this point to change that universe if this is your focus.
Yeah.
Those three, that's what they are. That's what you're gonna get. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So it's logically the next progression. I see it. I get it. And I understand people who love this series. I get people who love Rob Zombie. I totally understand it. And I get people who love these movies. And Lord of Salem. And, you know, they like Rob Zombie's Halloween.
Yep.
Okay, totally fair. I get it. It's just not my cup of tea. When you get to the end of the day, everything to me averages out to a 6.
But
There's, out of 10, all of his movies average out to 6 by the end of it.
yeah.
And I just go, okay.
But I like how you said average. Like for me, I think it's about a 5 because there are some that are just like, I'm out. Like
There's enough great gore scenes that I can go with it. But I'm a Hellraiser guy, so you know that works for me. So I'm
but
cool
again,
with it.
I don't mind the gore if it makes sense. And like his movies, the gore makes sense.
Absolutely.
So I'm cool with it. Like Hellraiser, it makes sense.
Yeah.
That's why I will watch it. But I think that Hellraiser is the type of movie that if you've seen it once or twice in your life, if you're not a hardened, true, like Hellraiser is my franchise, I need to watch it.
Right.
But if you're a horror fan, if you've seen it once or twice, you're good.
That is fair. You know what? As a horror fan, I 100% agree with you. As a Clive Barker fan, that's where I come in with like the heavy part because I love Nightbreed. Nightbreed is like one of my all-time favorite movies, and I tell no one about that except here on this podcast because no one can judge me through a computer. So
Well, they can judge you through the Technology 902 is going to bite you back.
But that's I love Clive Barker, so of course I have a skew the same way people who love Rob Zombie have a skew,
Oh yeah.
and that's why I get it. I totally will not put it down because believe me, I tried to watch some other Hellraiser movies. They suck.
Yeah.
They're not good. They're just like
No, I get it.
like you say, they're gore porn, and that's what they are. And I'm not a fan of that. I don't like it. I don't need to see sludgy, sloopy, sloppy. Blah, that's what they want to show you. Fluids. It's not
Yeah,
good.
I think
Like,
it's not for me, but
yeah.
But like even like you're saying Rob Zombie, like yeah, I get there's hard fans, but they have to accept the fact that like the stories just aren't that good.
Yeah.
Like, but you can still like the movie. Like I said, I'll still watch certain movies. You know, if his Halloween is on TV, I'll leave it on.
Of course.
Not that piece
Won't
of
seek it
garbage
out. No,
Halloween
too.
2,
No.
but Halloween 1, I will watch it. I'll leave it on. I'm like, it's not a bad movie.
It's not.
And that actually probably has the best story out of all of them because he took it from, which is funny because he took it from Carpenter.
Yeah. Yeah.
And all he did was revisit. I didn't need a backstory for Michael Myers. I like the fact that, but in his universe, this Michael Myers has a backstory. This is who he was, and a cool scene.
And at the same token, I could see the Firefly family in this Michael Myers universe.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So Rob Zombie still has his fingerprint properly, the way Tarantino does, the way Clive Barker, Stephen King. Everybody has their worlds.
Yes.
And I dig that. And that's why I am happy about Three from Hell. And I would recommend anyone who has seen 31, Devil's Rejects, House of a Thousand Corpses, go watch it. Of course, it's worth
Yeah,
it.
it
I'd say
does get a review from me to go see it.
Yes.
Especially if you're a fan.
yes.
But it's just it's more just barking that like yeah, it's just another movie he made that didn't have a great story.
Right.
But it's still cool. Like I
Yeah.
said, it's still like filmmakers can learn by watching Rob Zombie and how he does things.
His shootouts are phenomenal. His
Oh, yeah.
shootouts are so good because he does that abrupt up close shootout, and I like that because to me it's a little more realistic. You know, it's that little more of oh crap, it's in your face right now. Triggers pulled. You know, this is how it is. It is terrifying and fast and rapid, and it's cool. I dig that.
I just wish he'd stop going back to this pool. You ended it really nicely. Like you did it again, and it was a hit.
Yeah.
And you went back and you're like, "There's more I want to tell about these characters."
Yes.
And that's great, but it didn't. Like it worked that time. I wish you didn't go. First of all, because of Sid Haig, rest in peace, just passed away.
R.I.P. Fantastic.
Huge fan.
Fantastic.
Man, Robert Forster and Sid Haig. These are all man. These are monumental actors in the cult world.
Yeah.
And they're both gone.
Dude, Robert Forster was fantastic. I saw him again. Was like, oh my gosh, I used to love his voice. He had one of those voices you try to use and you do the impression of.
Oh my god,
he was great, but he had a deeper timbre than that. Sorry.
No, I want to get to him, but I want to finish. I want to finish.
Okay, we'll wrap up Zombie here.
Yeah, well, just for me to wrap up on my end, I just want to say I think people should see it again. Going to see a Rob Zombie movie, especially if you're a filmmaker, you're going to get a masterclass in how to make a movie look.
And it's always a good experience. He does a good experience. He gives you a good movie-going experience. It is worth it. You never feel like you wasted your money. Yeah. I haven't personally. You know, I've done a lot. Halloween 2 was I don't know, kerfuffle of mistakes. Really, I can't put all that on him. But I
don't put it all on him. But I do say that I wish he would team up with a writer he really likes, a really well-adjusted writer that he likes. And I wish they would just team up and knock it out of the park every time. Because he can do it. I know he can do it. He's that good of a filmmaker. You can't be that good of a filmmaker in all areas. And you're going to suffer in one, and it's the writing. And so just team up with somebody who is a well-crafted writer who will just get you from point A to point B with your ideas. And there are people out there you can do that with, and I just wish you would do that. And with that being said, I did not. The only thing with 3 from Hell was you could have told this story with new characters and had those same 3 actors playing those new characters.
Yeah,
I don't think you need to go back to the pool for it.
That's fair. I'm going to agree to disagree with you on that. I'm happy they went back to the pool. I think it was a good way to give a final little wrap up to everybody. It timed well to give a nod to Sid Haig, even though we didn't know we were going to need it or want it. And then we got it and went, oh, wow, that was important. That was really big that he got to do that. You know, his little 15, 20 minutes was fantastic.
Oh, yeah, it's beautiful.
Really, really fantastic. And then they even get back into it. Like Baby and Otis at one point have a talk.
Yeah.
And they bring that up. And that was a beautiful scene. So overall, I say definitely worth a view. Rob Zombie is good as much as you like Rob Zombie. That is how you will gauge and rate this movie. Once again, I give it a 6.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with I'll go up for a 6 for this because there was some really cool stylistic stuff I liked about it. And but I will say this, you are the commander in geek, so that makes perfect sense. But I am the scene snob, so I will say this. That ending of Devil's Rejects was too beautiful to make another movie with these characters.
Well, look, as the commander in geek, I only supersede because it gave us up to this 3rd movie. But as a scene snob, I 100% agree that ending to Devil's Rejects never should have been touched. I can absolutely 100% agree with that because Devil's Rejects was an 8 to a 9. And because of this movie coming out, it drops at almost half a point. Just because they survived that hail of bullets. It's like, come on.
Can I just say,
come on.
Poor Psychorama.
Why?
We segued so hard and just kept going. It was like, yeah, we'll get to Frankenhooker later. But long story short there, I bowed out early.
Oh, did you?
I was so tired.
Okay, so did you?
Did
you finish Frankenhooker, or did you finish? You finished in Frankenhooker.
That was my last.
Okay, yeah. Was it good?
Frankenhooker?
Yeah, ridiculous. And ridiculous. It sounds like it should be cool.
But then I didn't stay for the secret film, which I knew what it was and I've seen it a ton of times. And then House was the last movie.
Oh yeah.
Which
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good movie, and it's a solid ending, I think.
Oh yeah. For your
Um,
Monster Mash, I agree.
I wish
House
I stayed
is-
the whole time.
House is one of my favorites, but House 2 to supersedes. Once again, the fear factor in House 2 got me way more than House 1.
It's so weird that House 2 scared you.
Oh my god.
It's so weird.
Because when I obviously watching it as I'm older now, I'm like, House 2 is awful. Like it's just so disjointed. There's so much ridiculousness to it. And House 1 is really good at being disjointed and ridiculous, but I feel like House 2 goes a little further. And they just stretch the reality a little bit more. I mean, when you can break through the wall of your tub and wind up somewhere. Well, when you break through the wall of your tub and wind up somewhere doing a sacrifice. There's a Mayan sacrifice going on. Come on, man. That's what makes it. And also, let's not forget in House 2, we have I lived in a house where the foot of my bed was at the basement or at the attic door.
Really?
Yes.
That's horrifying.
The bed, my foot,
Was
And
there a
then-
door though?
3 feet, the door.
Okay, so there's a door at least. It
Oh,
wasn't
yeah.
like-
Oh, no.
It wasn't like there's the door off the hinges
No,
and there's
God.
stairs to the
But
unknown.
there's you open it up and there's just a little, looks like a wall.
Paint
It's
the
just a
picture for
tiny
me, please.
closet.
Paint the picture.
So you open that door, and there's about 3 feet forward, and that's all unfinished wood, and that goes into
Scary
unfinished
sign.
steps directly to your right. That Mike, you wouldn't be able to fit on.
Was it servants' quarters?
Yes, might as
Ah.
well have been. It was tiny,
Oh, farmhouse.
but I
they
mean,
had
yeah,
that.
farmhouse, man. No, not quite like that, but a servant style. I mean, it was just kind of that tiny access where you
No,
could
when
basically.
I say that, no, I don't, because like there were farmhouses
Oh yeah, no, it
that
wasn't
had
like that.
servants' quarters.
No. This one was just a straight attic, just an unfinished attic.
Oh, okay.
So, but unfinished attic that has the creepy, you have the pallets of plywood, and then you can only walk out so far before you could potentially fall right to your death. Not really your death, but fall through the roof, through the
Right.
ceiling rather. So, yeah, terrifying place, especially when you're younger.
Welcome to Connecticut.
Yeah, I mean
Where
everything
everything
there
is haunted.
Yeah, everything is haunted. I mean, there was a couple places right down the street that were all haunted. This is terrifying. And a lot of murders there. Lots of murders there because there's not much to do in old CT.
Maybe
So-
that's why you're so afraid of horror movies, and I'm not so much.
Right.
Because I grew up in the ghetto.
Yeah.
And you grew up in like Hauntedville, USA.
Literally, what everything is haunted because everything has a story and no one ever goes back to it. Most of these houses that had the haunted story remained abandoned. That's the thing. You have to
Yeah.
remember when we walked up to these places, there was a story about them. No one had moved in to take care of them. There were families that either died or families that were like, we want nothing to do with those people, and they just left.
Dude.
I mean, Connecticut has a bunch of schools, jails, amusement theme parks that are all just abandoned. Everything in Connecticut gets abandoned. It's horrifying.
That's so crazy.
It's really creepy, man. And there's farms, and there's always weird lights in the sky. And I was right next to a waterfalls and a bridge and a dam, so who knew what was happening? Not to mention, it was like Jersey, and that every warehouse-like place we had, there at least one window was out. So,
There
like
isn't
broken.
only there isn't only one window in Jersey. They're all out. They're still like you working them. It's every Bruce Springsteen song paints the perfect picture of what New Jersey looks like for me.
Right.
And it was just like, okay, like this is real. Scrap metal yards.
Right next to the freaking
Right next to the
strip clubs.
Strip clubs. Oh my god. That one's not even a strip club, that one's a go-go bar.
Yeah, that was a go-go bar you were saying, which is even better because I want to go see a go-go bar. That would be fascinating
You
to me.
don't. No, you don't.
Yeah, yes, I do.
Yeah, and it's so weird. I remember the first time I ever went into a go-go bar. This is a deep podcast or whatever.
Yeah.
First time I went over to, I was a geek,
Yes. See,
and I turned
ties
like
it in.
18 or something. You could go in at that point, and you just sit there, and it's the dancing in like bathing suits,
Right.
and they're just like, "Hey, baby, you want to put your dollar here?" And I'm just like, "No." It feels weird. It does. I was like, I look at my friend. I'm like, "We gotta go."
I would immediately be like, well, like the first time I went, like, well, what do I get? What's
That's what I mean. I'm like, are you gonna get me a drink? Like,
Yeah.
what's going on? Are you a bar? Because you're sitting at the bar, and that's what they're dancing.
Oh,
Some are
right.
on the stage, and
Right,
such,
right.
but for the most part, like if you're at a strip club and they're naked, you're just kind of like, I know where I am.
Yeah, you know exactly what you're there for. When you
Yeah.
give $1, it's because you have a show.
Yeah, this is like, yeah, it's a show, but it's like the bar mitzvah. If strip clubs are like the weddings, I'm using a terrible metaphor here.
No, but this is great. Go with it.
I'm gonna roll. So, if strip clubs are like a wedding event
Yes.
level, and trust me, I'm talking like the high end strip clubs.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Spearmint
because
Rhino.
sometimes you get some, back of the barn weddings, and that's fine. But like,
Ain't nothing like a couple double wides together. The
There
old
you
foxy
go.
lady.
there you go. Like then, such a bad analogy.
I'm just waiting
You
to see
have
how
the
it goes.
go-go bars are like the Sweet 16. Oh my god, it's such a bad analogy. I don't want to know. I
Don't
can't do
finish
Sweet
it. No,
16.
no.
A
Kids see it? No.
graduation party?
Eh.
Would that make it less like a high school graduation party?
Right.
Like that? Would that make it less weird?
I don't know at this point.
It's so
I'm not
weird.
sure.
I want to get off of this topic.
Yeah.
We're doing a Mike Kimmel segue.
Here we
No,
go.
we're
So
just
if
gonna-
that was like the AAA,
Oh no, I don't
the
even want
single A.
No, I don't even want to keep going.
All right, fair enough. And in earlier news,
All I'm saying is there's scrap yards next to the go-go bars in Jersey.
that's fair. And I am still excited to go check them out
Oh my God.
because there's nothing better than walking in and laughing.
Yes.
It is the best medicine to sometimes just go in and go, well, I'm not here.
Yeah, that's fair. I will say
Not
this.
putting down the money that anyone makes doing whatever the heck they have to or want to do. No, you go
Exactly.
and have fun doing it. Just not my cup of tea.
No, 100% agree.
Thank you for doing it for me.
I will say this though. New trailers came out this week.
Yes.
We got Dr. Dolittle today.
So I saw but did not watch the trailer. Like I just saw the headline with Dr. Dolittle with Robert Downey Jr. Really?
I wonder if he is
Is he going Eddie Murphy route?
well, if he's like a Victorian era like
Darwin?
lover, like because like you had Sherlock, you have this, and it's like it's very similar in vein, like whereas Sherlock is more actiony because he's he's outside with, but this is actiony.
This seems
they're
pretty
fighting
actiony, yeah.
pirates in it, but it just seems very similar. And I feel like every movie he goes to after, when he's not doing Iron Man, he's playing something Victorian era, which
It
is
has
cool.
been.
He can do it. He pulls it off.
It has been a lot. I mean, there was the one movie he did with Jamie Foxx that I was a big fan of. One of the few that he has done of a common normal time.
Yep.
What was the name of that? The one where he plays the Jamie Foxx is the famous cellist who loses his mind and like beats the crap out of
What
him.
is that called? Oh my god.
Anywho, that's
Yeah.
that's one of the movies that I'm a big fan of his that was outside of that realm. But beside that, all I watched with Robert Downey Jr. is basically either him when he was coked out or Iron Man. That's about it. I mean, Sherlock Holmes floats in every once in a while, but I'm still such a Sherlock BBC fan that
It's still worth it.
I mean,
Go
it is.
watch
Oh, it absolutely
the
is.
Sherlock
Game of Shadows is fantastic, and I love his ending with Moriarty. I mean, he's great.
100%.
He's fantastic. I just love the other Sherlock too, and I love that Martin Freeman as much as Jude Law. Like they all balance out for me.
Well, like, okay, so Doolittle basically like doesn't give you too much. He talks to animals,
Right.
So he's kind of quirky for that.
It looked and felt like a Rudyard Kipling adventure.
yes, yes, that works.
Yeah,
that works. That's
like
a good
Swiss
comparison.
Family Doolittle.
And it seems like they just have to go on this task, and who knows what it's for? They don't really tell you. But yeah, that's a solid comparison. I like that. I will say, Jungle Cruise looks kind of cool.
Okay, Jungle Cruise.
That's the one with The Rock and Emily Blunt.
Oh,
based
yeah,
on
yeah.
Jungle Cruise ride in Disney.
Yes.
And it's very African Queenish. I'm not 100% sure where it takes place. It might take place in the Amazon or whatever, but it's like The Mummy almost.
Yep.
Like in the same vein as like, she is this kind of snooty almost, snobbish, if you will.
Bit of a snob.
Not a scene snob, but a snob.
Nope, just a snob. Just a standard old snob.
Yeah, she's like an Indiana Jones type, but like not if Indiana Jones didn't fight or
Less adventure-y.
but no, as adventure.
Ah.
No, let's just stick with the mummy. It's basically like that.
Yeah.
Rachel Weisz's character.
Rachel Weisz's character.
You know, where she kind of gets into things, but it's like because she's trying to cure stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
And then she has to go up I'm guessing the Amazon River.
Would seem right.
Again, I'm not sure whether this takes place in Africa or takes place in South America. I should look that up. But
Yeah, it's more fun to
he's
guess.
a gimmick guy. He runs a boat tour. And this is back in the day. This is Victorian era.
Mhm.
So The Rock runs a boat tour, the Jungle Cruise, where all the stuff that's in the ride he's doing, he's setting it up.
Awesome. Okay.
You know, and
The huckster kind of deal.
giving everybody like this adventurous ride
Mhm.
that's still kind of broken down.
Mhm.
And then she hires him to take her up wherever she needs to go. And they get into this adventure. And he's an adventurous dude. You can't hide the Rock. You can't hide the Rock behind being like, well, he's not that adventurous. Like,
Well, they hid
Yes, he
perfectly in Race to Witch Mountain.
they did not in any way, shape, or form.
No, he's straight up 100% adventurer in that movie.
I will say,
I did like him in Jumanji, and I'm super excited we get a Jumanji 2. Don't even care that it's the same trope. I'm all about it. They want to go with it. They can roll with that forever.
yes, I'm in.
Yes,
They
perfect.
built such a cool universe that I really dig, and they got everybody back for it.
And if we have the idea of The Rock as a he's probably, if anything, in this movie, from my very limited knowledge of it and the fact that I've seen almost nothing of it, I'm definitely going to create something out of completely left field and say he's a little bit of Bogart from African Queen,
that's what I mean. Yeah, he's dressed just like him.
probably a little bit of John Voight from Anaconda.
No, I didn't get that vibe.
No,
I didn't get that.
not feeling that, because that's exactly what I'm guessing it's going to be.
No,
If I-
Boy was such a bad character.
He was an amazing character. He was the
God.
best with that horrible accent. With that, I mean, you couldn't even tell if they were trying to dye his skin or not. Like, was
he Cajun in it?
I
I
don't
don't know.
I don't know.
Oh,
Like Cajun and Portuguese and Brazilian. He was a couple things.
I don't
Maybe
think he knew
Colombian.
what it
I don't
was. I think
know.
he was just like, all right, I'll use this dialect.
Please, nondescript.
Oh my god, it's such
Yeah.
that movie
No, that movie I actually absolutely despise.
with not famous Owen Wilson in it.
Not famous J-Lo.
She got pretty famous. Off
I
that.
mean, unfortunately, that was one of her big Ice Cube.
yes, that is fair. That was one of her big ones.
That was
kind
one of her big ones, yeah.
Propelled her.
That was
Ice
John
Cube.
Voight's. Man, that was John Voight's height too. John Voight had just come off doing, or was getting ready to do, the FDR. He had just done, I think, FDR for Pearl Harbor, which I love.
Did he? No, that was before Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor was 2000, 99, 2000.
Oh yeah, I guess Anaconda was '96. Yeah, that was J-Lo was still.
This was before Out of Sight.
Yeah,
Out of
yeah,
Sight was
yes,
like the one
that
that
was the
really
one.
like.
Yeah, because of Clooney, of course. Any Clooney vehicle
She
at
was
that
good in
point.
that, though.
Oh, she's great in it. Clooney gave her the push though.
Yeah.
Clooney's a buzz. But yeah, she that was J-Lo's original face, I think, in Anaconda too, like all original body parts. So that was long time ago.
Selena's what really propelled her
It
to a
did.
known name.
Yeah, well, that was right post Fly Girls. So
And then I think Anaconda was like, okay, you can be blockbusters.
Yeah.
You know, like we can push you towards that. And then, but Out of Sight's what did it for her. 'cause
yeah,
that
Out of
was
Sight
like
was
big
about-
break
I
in.
remember Out of Sight all over like Entertainment Tonight, Access Hollywood.
Another trailer that came out was Charlie's Angels.
Yes, Charlie's Angels. It looks like another Charlie's Angels movie.
Thank you for saying that, because that is how I feel. I am not interested or invested in this at all. I wasn't really interested or invested in the other Charlie's Angels. And it has nothing to do with women in power or anything
Not at
like
all.
that.
No.
I'm just don't
No,
care.
my sister loves the Charlie's Angels movies. And go more power to her. I
Yeah.
have no concern. I don't care. It's not a big deal. But it doesn't mean I put them down. It's one of those other movies where I just go, okay, cool.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with Rob Zombie movies. All right, cool. I know what it's going to be. I know it's going to
That's
be
fair.
fine. It'll be entertaining. And if I choose
I
to
don't
watch
think-
it, I'm not going to claw my eyes out. But it's not something I'm rushing to see.
That's where you and I disagree. I don't think they were entertaining at all. Like
Really?
No, they were not. Like
Really?
I just the other Charlie's Angels movies.
Yeah, Full Throttle made me chuckle.
I mean, there were scenes in it. You're kind of
Yeah.
like, all right, whatever.
But I have a thing against Drew Barrymore anyway. I've just
Yeah,
never
you're
been
weird.
a big fan of
Barrymore's
hers.
great.
I mean, she's all right.
and she's getting better and better as she gets older.
She's all right. I'm just happy she didn't mess up Fever Pitch.
They all seem misplaced.
Well, that's the thing is they do. Charlize, went way off the reservation there.
Way
Let's everyone calm down. Cameron Diaz is the only one to me who fits the role, and she's the one that they made
At that time, yeah.
And she's the one I feel like they made goofier than need to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think this movie, what bothers me the most is, and just to, I get it, another guy commenting on female-driven action movies, but like you have this certain type. That's why Captain Marvel didn't work for me, is because it's like this. It's like that hokey action movie that just didn't work for me. It wasn't even that comic booky for me. It was just like it's trying too hard to be something that the '90s had with their female-driven action movies. And don't get me wrong, I can go on and on and on about male-driven action movies.
Oh, of course.
But this just in tune with the
just
new movie
with
coming out.
Charlie. Yeah,
It seems like this new Charlie's Angels is the same way. But then you have movies like Atomic Blonde,
which is phenomenal.
you know, or
That's one
things
of the
like that.
coolest movies with the Russian spin and that whole
And I'm just
80s era of like Russian spy games and everything. God, I love that stuff.
like, it's awesome.
It's
and,
amazing. Even Red Sparrow. I thought Red Sparrow was great.
and even like everything I'm hearing about Black Widow.
Oh, yes.
Like here you go, a female-driven Marvel action movie,
Yep.
and it's going to be legit.
Yeah. I mean, I personally loved Captain Marvel. I think it fit really well, it played well, and it plugged where it needed to plug well, and we got to see Nick Fury kind of be fun. So I think it did a lot of things.
But then I take that, and I take Captain Marvel, and I'm like, it reminds me of the whole Charlie's Angels movies. It reminds me of this new one coming out. It reminds me of those types of movies.
They're shoving it
And
a
then you
little
have
hard.
Wonder Woman, which is like was on a complete different level within itself. You know me, I love DC comics,
Absolutely.
but I gave up on the movies.
Of course.
You
Why
know,
wouldn't
like,
you?
I watch them when they
Dawn
come
versus
out.
Justice is just.
I'll rent them or whatever when they come out, or when they come out on HBO or whatever. But I don't care. But Wonder Woman, I'll be there for the second one.
Yep.
Because that first one was so good,
It was.
and it was a perfect action movie, let alone female-driven action movie. Like it was a perfect action movie.
It was a great action movie. We got a great backstory of a DC character we all know and love. We got a character of a lead actress who can play it perfectly, who was able to play that Diana very well, and that young Diana we get to see kind of fall into our world, which is exciting, and that's what we want to see. That fish out of water story, but with someone who can demolish everything in her path, which is great.
But it makes sense. Like, but then you go back and you look at it and you're like, okay, but that movie made sense. That movie didn't try to say this is Wonder Woman, this is a comic movie, this is a movie for girls. That movie just said, we're an action movie.
Yep.
We're a comic book movie, and we're taking it seriously.
It comfortably wore
took
many
it
hats.
seriously.
It comfortably wore many hats, which for me, Aquaman did too.
Oh my God!
No,
Don't even get me started. I will fight
buddy.
you on Aquaman.
Aquaman was great,
It was
especially if you're a woman who just wants to stare at Jason Momoa for 45 minutes.
All right,
Because that's
then I'll give you
45
that.
minutes of that movie
was
that was just Jason Momoa being Aqua Bro.
Dude, there had to be that whole middle section because I was interested in the beginning. Then that whole middle section, that second act.
Yep.
I was like, did James Wan, did they take it away from him for this section?
It feels like that writing just changed abruptly.
And the look.
Oh, well, see, the look was okay, but it was that underwater look that was hard to pull
No,
off.
the middle
You don't
section
think?
that was not underwater.
Okay.
It did
I
not
know what you're
seem
talking
in
about.
place
Yeah, yeah.
because then it got back to it. And then there was a lot of plot holes
Yep.
with everything that was going on because it just seemed so out of place.
Like his
I don't-
trident that he was able to get, like what?
I don't-
Almost, it was supposed to be a main story, then became a side story, and then all of a sudden he just had it.
It was so weird.
And Manta with his Black Manta was cool.
Black Manta was really cool.
Black Manta was cool, man.
That actor, oh my God, what am I drawing a blank?
Peter,
He was great.
what is his name? He's the Conjuring guy.
What's
Patrick Wilson.
Oh, that's not Black Manta.
Wasn't that Black Manta?
No, Black Manta was what's his name? He was the African American guy. That's Black Manta. Oh my God, why am I drawing a blank on his name? Because he was great
Johnny
in the
Houston?
first Purge. His character is my favorite character in the Purge movies. No, what is this? Let me look it up real quick because it's going to drive me crazy if I don't know what
Wait,
it is.
Patrick Wilson was who again in that?
Who's his brother? What's his name? King Orn.
That's right, King Orr. Thank you.
I hope I don't ruin this, but it's Yahya Abdul Mateen 2.
Okay.
He's my favorite character in the first Purge. He was awesome, and he was such a badass. I'm like, this dude should be in more action.
The
movies.
soldier?
Yeah, and he was no, well, he was a soldier, but he was the drug kingpin.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
He was the badass. I want to say.
Yeah.
I just.
You mean the movie The First Purge?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm
I
sorry.
was thinking you're
I'm
talking
sorry.
about the first Purge movie.
No,
in
I'm
which case,
sorry.
yeah, I was like, wait a
I
minute.
should have clarified. That was stupid of me.
Boy, they are confusing.
No, he was so good in that movie, The First Purge. The
Mhm.
first,
Yes.
the fourth movie, I think it was. That I woke up to him, and then when I saw that he was in Aquaman, I was really excited. Just playing Black Manta, and I'm like, all right, I can't wait for this.
Right.
And he was great, and he was the only thing that was great in that movie.
See, I think everything had moments of greatness in that movie. I think overall, once again, fell short. It went the full DC route, and it went back to a 5. Like every other DC movie has done, it went back to a 5 because Dawn of Justice, Batman versus Superman is a 3 to me. Then you get all the way out to the Dawn of Justice is the Super Friends or whatever when they all get together, right? And
Justice League was the one with that.
Justice League, yeah. So that was a 2 because I was miserable with that because I didn't like any of the characters except Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman was the only character who played.
Yeah, but
The
again,
only one.
but her movie was taken so seriously and put together right. And then I watched something like Captain Marvel, and I'm like, you're basically with this movie telling me like this is like Wonder Woman but Marvel, and I'm like, no, it's not. I was like, you can't muscle me in on this. Like, Wonder Woman is a good movie that took it seriously. This is a movie that doesn't take itself seriously. You're just saying it took itself seriously and that we should respect it because it has a female lead. I'll respect any movie it has if it has a good actor. I don't care if it's male, female, whatever. A Dog's Life or Dog's Journey or whatever it is a good movie. And that's all about the dog. I will respect it if there's a good performance in it. It just wasn't well put together. Now, Brie Larson's not a bad actress. She's very good. I mean, you can't watch, Room and not think that.
Yeah.
Like, you're an idiot if you think she's a bad actress. It's just not
So
possible.
do you think she's a fighter pilot?
She
I think
could
that's
be,
I
but
think
she
that's the
wasn't
biggest
written
thing.
well or directed well as a fighter
I think
pilot.
that's the biggest part is do you believe she is what that character is supposed to be?
No.
I believe Gal Gadot is Princess Diana. You can't tell me she's not. I believe Anne Hathaway is Catwoman. You can't tell me she's not. She is a version of Selena Kyle that I 100% I'd buy. There are a lot of characters like that I buy. Henry Cavill, he is Superman. You can't tell me he's not. He was fantastic. I loved his character. Whatever DC has done when they put all of these characters in the same room just literally explodes and falls apart.
They never got I don't think they ever I mean, I liked Henry Cavill as but he just because I liked him doesn't mean he was a great Superman.
Oh, no, of course not.
I mean, he's fine.
But listen, they had enough pieces to move forward with something good.
They screwed up Superman first because
Well,
Superman.
that's fair.
But the reason being is what he got to at the end of Justice League is what he should have been. Just the world didn't see it.
Yeah, fair.
And I understand the struggle. He's always struggling, but this is who he is.
Yeah.
So he is this guy who realizes, no, I'm always going to choose to save and be this hero, not police, not be a god, nothing like that. I'm just this guy who is here as a protector. And he is that wholesome guy. That's who he is.
Yeah.
And down to his core. And then he has internal battles because it's like, but I could just end it all, kill these villains and be done. But I can't do that because that's not who I am.
Right.
So I love that. And I love that part of Superman. And he could have played that really well. They didn't make those movies.
That's the problem. They didn't make those movies. Zack Snyder didn't come through with those movies.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff was shoehorned where you should never have dreamt of shoehorning some things in.
But
And I
that's
will
what-
not come out and say that on air.
That's what Captain Marvel was for me.
See,
Captain
and
Marvel was shoehorning. She was as believable a fighter pilot as Tom Cruise is.
See, I thought Tom Cruise was a believable fighter pilot.
When?
But Top Gun.
Are you kidding me?
Have you ever met a fighter pilot?
Not Maverick. Come on. Come on.
No,
The more
seriously,
believable
those
fighter
guys
pilot
are
in that
straight
was Val
voice.
Kilmer.
Yeah, exactly the
Not
same.
Maverick.
All talking about their dongs, humping chicks, and flying balls
Fine,
out.
I'm talking
Like,
about an actual fighter pilot,
Right.
as in part of a team. He has a wingman. He takes that seriously. This is
No, that is
takes
true.
orders,
Okay,
things like
that is true. They did legitimately name him Maverick and make him the guy who doesn't work with other people when the entire point of the military is to work with everyone around you, and that's how you get better. So,
Like
yes.
I don't care about the Captain Marvel character, Carol Danvers. I don't mind that she's a fighter pilot, but if you're going to tell me that she had to fight her whole life to become a fighter pilot, she can't be at the top of her game. Like she can't have the job because that's not what it was back then. But she's going to change things. She didn't change things. She was at the top of her game. She was the best fighter pilot. She wasn't okay. It doesn't feel like you're fighting the times. It doesn't.
See, no, I understand that, and I get that idea, but then I think they kind of wrapped that story up saying, yeah, she was at the top of her game, but she was a woman. She wasn't allowed to go fight. That was the whole point. So her and her other fighter pilot buddy, they were both working with, I can't remember the actress's name. It's going to kill me, Annette Bening. So they were working with her.
Yeah, test pilots. I get
Yeah,
it.
they were test pilots. So yeah, no, it fits. You know, test pilot, okay. And I think that fits for the Carol Danvers side. And honestly, it was kind of weird because I also felt like Ryan Reynolds would have been up there flying with him. And we could have had Green Lantern on one side of the
That's
shore.
how believable she was.
That's
That's how believable she was. She was as believable as Green Lantern.
I 100%. You know, I 100% agree with you. And I actually am still bitter to this day that Green Lantern got as much flack as it did. I don't care that it's a 4. I love it. It can be a 4 all day. I love it. It's one of those movies. It's great.
It just wasn't. It wasn't taken seriously, in my opinion.
I
It
get
was
it,
like,
yeah.
I think they sacrificed taking a serious movie with you have a great actress playing a great role that's going to go on and do great things to take over, essentially take over the Avengers.
Yeah.
And you were more worried about making the movie woke than making a good movie, and I hate that.
That's fair. No, I completely understand
You
that.
can
I've had
make a
a
woke movie that is good
Yes.
if you focus on the good.
Exactly.
And I'm fine with that. I don't care if you what you were telling me. I don't care what message you're trying to get across to me, as long as you make a good movie behind it.
Get Out.
Boom, boom, right there. Oh my God,
It's
and
perfect.
it's a horror movie, so I love it.
Yep. Managed to tie it right back.
Yeah, a completely woke movie
Yep.
that makes you think.
Yep.
And
But you don't like the crazy thing is that was one of those few movies that has had me locked into the point, and this is what Jordan Peele does very well, and I actually really love him because it's that Rod Serling effect, where they kind of just they mundane you in. They mundane you in, and they mundane you in, and before you know it, it's too late, and you're indoctrinated, and you're part of whatever this story is, and
Yeah.
it's scary because you can't get out.
well,
And
it's
I
all
think
the
that's
subtleties you pick up on. That's why I like
Yes.
Us as well.
which I still haven't seen. I don't know why
Oh,
I waited so
definitely
long to see that.
Watch that before Halloween because I would
Okay.
like to talk about that.
I'm in.
I definitely want to get your feelings
That
on
might be a good dinner and movie night. I think I might do something like that this week.
I like it. I dig it.
Although it's not as exciting as what else we have on this week.
What's this week?
Tuesday night.
Oh my God.
We have the greatest event, and I have to talk about it beforehand because
That's
we need to do a show immediately following. I feel like
Oh, you want to come back here and do a show?
I would like that if that's cool with you.
I think that works.
Okay,
Unless we
cool.
get invited out to hang out. Joe.
Well, we're hanging out with Joe Bob. Are you kidding me?
All right. So like I'll send afterwards. Like we'll see where it goes.
Yeah.
I'll send Mary home.
Okay.
I feel like it. Unless she wants to hang out.
Hey, whatever.
But like try and like talk to Joe Bob a little bit and
Yeah.
then come home. And, yeah. No,
You're
I
literally
like
just.
that.
This is
I
gonna be
have
the first.
goosebumps. I have
This is gonna be the
goosebumps.
first 5 minutes of that show. Just
He's
I'm
signing
just
my book.
squealing. Oh,
I want
my
him
God.
to sign my favorite article.
I want him to sign Hail to the King Baby shirt. My Hail to the King Baby shirt. I want him in because
Why?
so it's important for me because that was one of the first times I saw Army of Darkness.
Oh, on a
It
show.
was on Monster Vision.
Okay.
So like Monster Vision is really what tied me into all of this. This is what built our friendship as children was Monster Vision for me.
That was
Like
one
you
of
had the
big
other ones.
go-to.
You had Svengoolie. You were a little more into the
I didn't have
Elviros.
Svengoolie. I found Svengoolie older.
Oh really?
Yeah, you told me about Svengoolie when I
Oh, that's
moved
right.
here.
Yeah.
You were like,
I
dude,
forgot all about that.
you're
Yeah.
like, oh, because I was always
The
talking
Nick and
about
Night
horror
guy.
hosts.
Yeah.
And we would talk
That's
about
right,
Joe
yep.
Bob, and you were like, dude, you should check out Sven
Because I
Gulli.
watch some of Sven Gulli, and also Monster Madhouse is another fun one every once in a while.
Yeah.
I check out.
It's so out there.
I know it's really out there,
Sven
but it's,
Gulli is goofy, but I love it. I
oh
think
yeah,
it's great.
Elvira was always classic because I didn't even know Elvira had a show where she hosted horror movies.
Movie
I
Maker.
had no idea.
Yeah.
Like I didn't know about her until almost 5 years when I was almost done with Joe Bob. I think he was actually getting canceled at the time I learned about Elvira.
2000, I guess.
Okay, so yeah, it was right around that time because I would have been 12 in '95. So that was it. That was when I started watching.
No, he was heating up in '95. That was off the heels of Casino.
Okay, then that's when I was
They were
watching.
still doing horror
Yeah.
movies. They were still
Yep.
doing like the cult movies.
I love that, man. I love his Monster Vision. But Monster Vision for me is really what drew me into everything. And I mean, between They Live, which is one of the greatest things I watched him do,
Mhm.
it was him hosting that. Return of the Living Dead, always one of my favorites. And him hosting that made it even better. You know, Maximum Overdrive, my favorite Stephen King movie really is Opus Dei. I think we can all agree. It's the greatest Stephen King product ever,
Of course.
Maximum
I
Overdrive.
mean, why wouldn't we say that?
But
I mean-
fools would only believe otherwise.
I mean, The Shining and nothing, but
What? The Shinnin? That's
you want to get sued?
he's getting sued, boy. So yeah, Joe Bob, Tuesday. Super excited. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Psycho Cinema. This is once again Psycho
Psycho
Cinema
Cinema.
putting a lot of stuff together that we will absolutely pimp all day.
Dude, get them movies. Start sponsoring their stuff. They're awesome.
Because this is phenomenal and I cannot wait to meet Joe Bob Briggs.
I can't
It is going to be so cool. I mean, he inspired you to be a writer and he inspired me into a genre.
Yeah,
Like he brought me.
yeah, you
ushered
definitely
me.
bring your moderating and with the podcast and stuff. And like we've been doing this a lot of years.
Yeah.
So just because it's a new show, we have 2 new shows now.
Yes.
Make sure you check out on Wednesday the 20-minute wrestling, the Scene Snobs 20-minute wrestling podcast for all you wrestling fans out there. Jeez, I can't believe we came up with our own show. 20 minutes.
just randomly bumbled into it.
I love it. I am super excited to meet Joe Bob. So let's save it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I want to get into something else real quick before
Yes.
we wrap up the show. But okay, if you wanted to do a show afterwards, if we're not hanging out drinking with Joe Bob, yes, we can do a show
Okay,
afterwards.
cool.
Or we could do a drunk show after that.
I say we do a
The
drunk show
the
after
Joe
that.
Bob drunk special.
Where
Last
you
call with Joe Bob. Get him on the show.
Oh.
Joe Bob.
Joe
We're
Bob.
drunk. We got a podcast. Come and talk to us.
Oh, if we have him laughing the whole time, we might. You never know.
Well, we got to be on the radio, man. So
I mean, I wouldn't mind taking her camping.
oh my god, that is so. Oh my god, it's still the best line in movie history.
It's one of my favorite lines I've ever seen in my entire life, and I'll hold on to that line forever, and we will still not know what.
Who is she? I wouldn't mind taking her camping.
What? His wife? I don't know about that. Yeah, she's all right. I wouldn't mind taking her
I can't
camping.
even tell you the movie. It was like
Yep.
this. It was like Dr. Something and the Swamp Peoples from the '60s.
Yeah.
So out there. I loved it though.
But being able to fly a plane right into a bar.
Right next to a bar. It was like
Well,
the front
yeah,
door.
sorry, you don't fly
You
into
the
it.
bar.
Yeah, fair.
But anyway, let's
That changes
segue
that
away from
dynamic.
Joe Bob. We should ask him about that movie. Though.
Yes, we should.
But no, what is it? We talked about Creep Show.
Creep show.
And I want to, because we talked about Jordan Peele, Twilight
Yes.
Zone, touchdown on that. I wanted to finish off with you having watched the first episode.
Yes.
I have now seen all 3.
So, okay.
So I want to cover each one each week.
Yes, agreed. All right. Well, let's start with number 1 because I am a huge Creep Show fan. Creep Show for me was
Yes.
greater than Tales from the Dark Side.
Now, what's
That
your
was
pick?
just that's the era I came from, and those were the movies I saw more frequently.
Where I was more Tales from the Crypt.
Exactly. Tales from the Crypt, Demon Knight is the only one that I ever held because I didn't watch Bordello of Blood. I didn't see a lot of the other ones.
Don't tell me.
But Creep Show was damn. What are the demons or something?
Worse. Demons.
Got it. But that Creep Show's fantastic. So this first episode came out, and I was really excited to watch it, and I was not disappointed one little bit. Now, unlike 3 from Hell, which I was kind of half washing, half folding laundry, half building a costume, half doing, it's like you're just torn away. Creep Show was the other way where I was half doing something to start, and then immediately everything was put down after about 15 minutes in. I was into it. So they got me. They did a great job. They have pulled me in completely. and I cannot wait to go home and watch the second episode.
I can't wait for you to watch the second episode.
Because the second episode looks like it's going to ramp up and be just as good, if not better. So Shudder has been doing a fantastic job. I don't even know who's doing these. I need to find
Greg
out.
Nicotero.
Greg Nicotero, that's right. Thank
And
you. Yes.
Joe Hill's written for it.
Okay.
Stephen King is written for it.
Wow.
They've got and they're getting all these actors in there. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, look, the first episode, you have Adrian Barbeau, you have Tobin Bell,
Mhm.
you have Giancarlo Esposito. Right there, that's some solid acting.
Dude, and having Giancarlo Esposito and Tobin Bell reminded me of that Poker Night movie, like, because it's the sheriffs hanging
yes.
out and having that conversation. So they got a lot of good. The atmosphere. The atmosphere was built perfectly.
Oh,
They did
building
that-
up the story the whole time.
Yes, just talking about the story, and then the old lady having the conversation with him. But he's my dad, and like that twist
He said
that
he
Creep
quit,
Show does.
which hit you in the heart.
Uh-huh.
Because you're like, he said he would quit.
He
And
said he would
like,
quit. Yeah,
this kid just believes his dad. It's his dad.
of course.
And I didn't realize. I mean, it's a while back, but like, I didn't realize that was a Stephen King short.
Really?
Yeah, he wrote a short story called Gray Matter, which is very
Which is
similar in
yeah,
vein.
exactly.
Because as soon as I saw it, I was like, "Oh, I got your style." I knew the book, but I didn't realize that that's what that was.
Yeah.
I didn't put the correlate.
They did that beautifully. Like, I love that first, and the jump scare was what Creepshow was. It was as creepy in the atmosphere that it built as it was here's the hit, and the
Yeah.
hit was quick, fast, 10 seconds, you're done.
Yeah.
Because now you've hit enough to go, oh wow, this isn't going to end.
Oh,
This
absolutely.
this is going on. So it was really neat. I really love that one.
But my favorite, and still my favorite out of all of them so far, is The Head in the House. Or The Head in the Room.
Yeah.
That
In the
dollhouse,
room. Whew.
which was, it's beautiful, man. It's a beautiful story.
Yeah.
And to think the real horror movie is what's going on with those
Inside of a
people in that dollhouse.
Yeah.
Like, you could tell a movie about that, but they told us a 10 or 15 minute short that is just as terrifying, just as chilling and thrilling and everything else, with this little girl just discovering these different rooms in the dollhouse.
Mhm.
No context.
Nope.
Has no idea.
No.
Just knows that this little zombie head has something to do with it, and she keeps trying to fix it.
Dude, and my favorite part of that entire story, because when that little girl grabs that head, I'm going to ruin this. Sorry, guys. When that little girl throws it,
Spoiler alert.
yeah, spoiler, when she throws it and says, get out.
Yeah.
And then realizes, 2 minutes later, like, I can't have that here. I have to get it out of my room, too.
Yep.
Brilliant. The reveal there, perfect.
Yes.
And you can even see it. You can see it coming a mile away. Doesn't matter. It's
Yeah.
perfect. It's Creepshow. That's what Creepshow does. It tells you a tiny snippet. You see the story. You know what's going to happen. Still creeps you out
Yes.
because it's the lead up to it. So you
It's
may
perfect
understand
point
it
of
in the
view.
first 2 minutes, but it doesn't matter because it's how you get there that matters. It's more the journey than the destination. And I think that's what Creepshow's always done really well.
Yeah.
Tales from the Dark Side, 50-50. I think they like to twist the destination, but they also they have a great time along the way, So very, very similar cups of tea.
Yes.
It's still tea altogether. And I'm super excited to go home and watch that first Wolfman episode because episode 2 is the Wolfman. So we'll see what we get out of it. And
That's a really cool World War II wolf story,
Rad.
werewolf story. And the second one, I actually like better, but I'm going to leave that open for you.
Yes, because I can't wait
Because
to
I
see
did
it.
love the first one. I love
Dude, the
the
first one was just a great intro. What a great way to say we're back.
third one was really good too.
And lest we forget, do you notice who that Indian is that she put in there?
No.
She put that little Indian, that Native American in there, right?
I remember.
Do you remember that in Creepshow?
Oh yeah, it's the wooden
Indian.
The wooden Indian from Creepshow 2, right?
Yep, Creepshow 2.
Yeah.
With the gas station Indian.
You know who that was?
No.
So what's his name on Mindhunter?
Lou Diamond Phillips?
What are you talking about?
I don't know, I just like to say
I'm
Lou
so
Diamond Phillips.
confused because now I'm thinking about the
Now I'll just throw everything out of whack.
First Power. That's all I'm thinking about.
Thunder Ridge or whatever that was.
Oh my God. No, Mindhunter's the TV show.
Yes. Which one? Oh, the detective.
Yeah,
The FBI agent, the older one.
yeah, the old
Yeah.
He was,
Yep.
so
Yep. He was a Creepshow character, which is why I love seeing him.
It's
in
great,
that.
that show. We could analyze that show forever.
Oh yeah, that Mindhunter's phenomenal.
But I will say, Creepshow gets it's like I said, the Head in the Room is my favorite one so far. I think it's either Head in the House or Head in the Room. I feel so unprepared.
Today we're a little
out of it. I'm up all night watching movies.
Exactly.
You're
I'm all over the place.
camping.
You know,
Like it's crazy.
putting together costumes and whatnot. So
Yeah.
it's been a wild week. So, but yeah, fortunately, we managed to power through the important things we wanted to discuss this week and hit our main topics.
I do want to touch back. I want to start a new trend on this.
Okay.
At the end of every show,
Mhm.
I want us to recommend a movie that we've both seen, we both like.
Okay.
That is maybe a little more obscure, somebody hasn't seen, or it could be big, but like why we
Haven't seen it in a while, maybe something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
And I think you touched down on it perfectly. This week's recommendation for any, especially horror fans, but just good, chilling or thrilling a movie, a good thriller, watch Poker Night.
Yeah, Poker Night. If you have not seen it, it is legitimately one of my favorite atmospheric tales.
Uh-huh.
The way they go through and use the camera works phenomenal. The atmosphere is wonderful. Use of stories in the story is one of my favorite things. Whenever you can do that, you have tied me to two characters now. You know, the person telling the story, person receiving the story. And in this case, that just builds. They compound on that.
Yeah.
And that is a really fun little trope that I don't think is used enough because it goes back to the Kung Fu master, the one who was always taught, the one who taught the one who needs to use that same knowledge. So it's really well done, and I highly recommend Poker Night. Definitely a way to go.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think this is a pretty solid place to stop.
I agree.
Listen, anybody listening, send us. Just follow us. Let's talk about
Yes,
our
please
Instagram.
follow us right now.
Stuff
I am
like that.
currently Instagram at Plotinus21, I believe.
Yeah.
So hit me up there. I will be starting the Commander and Geek shortly. Once I do that, we'll have all that information up for you, so you can follow, you can like us, you can belittle us and put us down as much to your heart's content. Whatever you feel is good.
All right. So you follow me at the Scene Snob on Twitter, at the Scene Snob on Facebook, and at the Scene Snob on Instagram. There will be plenty of updates coming up. Every Monday is a new episode. Check us out on YouTube, SoundCloud, and soon to be Stitcher. And pointless to do iTunes because they're going away. So we'll just stick with those three for now. But definitely check us out. The channel is the Scene Snob channel on YouTube. And that's it. And also Wednesday, check out our brand new show.
Brand new.
The Scene Snob 20-minute wrestling podcast.
Oh, yeah.
So if you're a wrestling fan, check that out. We definitely are going to get into some
We
things.
think you'll be big fans if you check it out. So get on over to the show every Wednesday.
That is a cocaine-filled promo if I've ever heard one.
Oh, yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Scene Snobs podcast. I'm your host, the Scene Snob himself, Mike Kimball. And normally I would have my my second in command, Commander and Geek, Casey Plott, but he is out, unfortunately. He had a previous engagement. We couldn't make it this week, and I was sick, so it was kind of hard for us to get our schedules together. But I'm sort of on the mend, and I'm getting there. And I'm very happy that... And normally we record this podcast on Sunday nights, but because we were both sort of out of it and couldn't do it, it's been delayed by 2 days, and I'm very happy about that. I just wish Casey was here to talk to him about it, because there's a lot of geek news that came out. And one thing, I got to sit down and watch the premiere of Watchmen, and let me tell you, I freaking loved it. I love the first episode. I cannot wait to see where it goes. I didn't know that I needed a sequel to this. I was not too keen when they came out, Doomsday Clock sequel in the comics, but I read them. But I kind of put it off to the side. I don't really look at that as a real sequel. This though, man, if you haven't seen it, please do go check it out. It's by show creator Damon Lindelof, who is one of the creators on the show Lost. And I was a fan of that show until the ending, of course, like everybody else. But Man, I am excited for what he's doing here. This first show, from start to finish, just has you in its grips, and there's I think only one character so far they showed. Well, there's going to be some spoilers here, so if you haven't seen it or you don't care, if you haven't seen it and you do care, maybe tune in about 5 or 10 minutes. So maybe not that long. We'll see, but I don't want to spoil anything for you. With that being said, spoilers over. Here we go. There is Ozymandias. He is back. Of course, he faked his death. So he's it's played by Jeremy Irons now. So the whole series is set 30 years later. The show starts out in 1921, and
welcome to the Scene Snobs podcast.
Sight. That's how much YouTube just like screw you guys.
Yeah, it's not important.
I even upload in HD, and they still looks like crap half the time.
Well, I gotta be honest, it's probably actually helping everybody watching on YouTube because this mug is just no good.
You better calm down. You better calm down out there.
You can go back.
Go psycho with Elvira and win a party with mug root beer and me.
I love my mug.
I love it.
This summer, coming to a supermarket near you. There's going to be a great new high-C flavor with an outrageous fruit taste. And what are we going to call it? Ecto Cooler. High-C Ecto Cooler. Slimer's new fruit drink. You've been warned.
Humans, we've come for your freaky floats.
What's the magic word?
Well, blast your puny planet to smithereens.
It was trick or treat.
I was going to say that next. Orange and vanilla. This will please the Alien Federation.
The Simpsons are back haunting Burger King. Now in every big kids meal you can get a Simpsons creepy classic. Each has a kooky spooky scream. You can collect all 10 if you dare. Float sold separately.
Even after lying around for 3 years, today's Duracell batteries still have up to 90% of their life. There's a date that proves it. So you've got nothing to be afraid of. Today's Duracell.
This skill.
I told you there was nothing under the bed.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the Scene Snobs podcast. I am, of course, your host, Mick Manhattan, the Scene Snob, and I am, so overjoyed to be here today because it is the start of year 2 of the SceneSnobs.com channel. It all started with this show, October 6th of 2019. We had our 1-year anniversary last week, and now this is like the new season, really. And we're starting up again. And as always, I've been doing throughout the summer, and I'm just continued it because it's been so much fun. I have guest co-hosts come on, and one of my favorites is here today, and I wanted to give him a few seconds before he pops on because he's a good-looking guy, and I can't have him showing me up when I'm on screen. But without further ado, Mr. Gerard de Balderbon is here, and he is my guest co-host. Here we go. Gerard! Oh my God, it's the Ace of Spades over here. What'd you fall out of there? I love it. Oh, can we hear you? No, we can't hear you. Are you muted? Please tell me you're muted. Yes, you are. I got you.
Muted. I'm sorry. I was playing around with my new Halloween mask and my deck of playing cards because I wanted to learn cardistry.
Okay.
over the summer. So
Well, it's
here we
October.
are.
It's a good time to start, my friend.
Yes.
Well, thank you for being on the show again, man. It's always a pleasure to have you on. We always have great conversations, and tonight I know is going to be right on par with all of them.
I'm excited because I want to hear the opposite side of this feedback.
I know. I think you're going to make a lot of people mad tonight, and I am very much looking forward to that. And hey, Chris Sales. Hi, Mick. Congrats on season 2. Thank you, Chris, and thank you for being a great supporter. I really appreciate that. You've been awesome, and we're so lucky to have you watching. Thank you again. But now Gerard is going to have to piss you off because he's going to piss everybody off because Gerard has been on somewhat of an odyssey this Halloween season. And Gerard, I'm going to let you take it. I want you to tell us what you've been doing.
So here's the thing. Halloween is my absolute favorite holiday of every year. There is not a year that goes by that I do not dress up for Halloween. However, in doing that, I was thinking about what my costume was going to be this year, and I realized I have never done a scary monster type of anything for Halloween. No, well, I did do a killer clown, but I've never done Dracula, werewolf, zombies, blood, and I do the whole makeup thing. And it got me to thinking, like, if Halloween is my favorite, why have I never done horror movies? And my first thought was, I hate horror movies. And therein lied my problem. I had to figure out what it is that I do not like about horror movies. So I put a question out to some friends of mine, Mick included, to give me the best horror movies of the last decade. And the reason I stuck to the last decade is because I remember in the 80s, horror movies were a lot more thrilling and they played with your mind a lot more. So Chucky, rephrase, Child's Play, Hellraiser, and The Nightmare on Elm Street, before Freddy got funny, were really terrifying. And then as I grew and I aged and I got into my real cinephile motif, I stopped liking horror movies. And I could not figure out why. So the challenge was, give me the best, the top of the top, the creme de la creme of horror movies. And I came, and it came down to 57 horror movies that I was going to watch between September 29th and the end of October. I've made it through 17 of them. And so far, I've only been scared once, and I have not been impressed. So, what I need is to figure out what is it about horror movies that I did not like. And I sent over what I think it is. And Mick, I want you to jump in here. What is the fascination of a horror movie to you?
All right, that's a great question. The fascination of a horror movie, I think there's a lot of nostalgia behind it, of course. They're always taboo in a way. Like there's, you're not supposed to watch this. And it just made every kid want to watch it more. Okay. And then as you go on, you watch it. And when you're a kid, they're terrifying. Certain ones, of course, not everything, but you see Freddy Krueger, he's terrifying. So for me, growing up in that way where like I kept reaching for those, like, those movies that I was told never to watch. And then I just got into them and grew with them. And they scared me as a kid. But then as I grew older, they became just more fun. They became more of a release than everything else. They're different. Horror movies are built in the taboo. They're built in the unexpected. You don't know what you're going to get.
Let me ask you this then, because I thought about that, and I came back to Rambo as and I can't remember if it was Rambo 1 or 2, but that was also rated R, and I wasn't allowed to see it.
Well, I mean that either, but if you show me the trailer for like Friday the 13th Part 6, and you show me the trailer for Rambo, both look fun, but one's a little bit darker, and one's a little bit more.
Okay.
It's like if you walk in front of a haunted house, it's like I really want to go in there. I know I shouldn't, but I really want to. I think that's what it comes down to. Is it's like Rambo. You're just watching Rambo. Horror movies, I feel like for me, you're experiencing horror movies. You don't feel like you're going. You watch Saving Private Ryan, you watch Rambo, you don't feel like you're going to war. You feel like you're cheering on the good guy. In a drama, you feel like you're going on a whirlwind of emotions. In a comedy, you're going on, it's not a thrill ride. It's just you're not experiencing it. You're watching it, and your emotions are being played with accordingly. Now, with horror is the same way, but you have to. It's like there's no problem with watching horror. There's no problem watching comedy, I should say, because you're going to laugh. That's what the expectation is. There's no, but when it's over, you're not going to laugh while you're sleeping. But if you watch,
unless it's really good.
Yeah, I mean, well, of course, you can always laugh about the jokes, but I mean, what I mean is, you're not going to wake up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat laughing at that thing you saw.
Okay.
You could wake up terrified.
And I will admit, so the reason Child's Play came up first is Child's Play came out in like 80. I don't remember when the original one came out, but I remember Child's Play 2 came out in 92, right?
Yep.
And I remember I had a My Buddy doll during the first Child's Play. And I saw Chucky move, and I chucked Chucky behind the couch, or My Buddy behind the couch. And I swear to you, I never saw that doll again.
Yeah, because your mother had to throw it away because you're leaving your toys on the floor.
But it always freaked me out. I was like, okay, that doll was murderous. Where's mine? And I can't find him anymore. That's where I was like, okay, I'm terrified.
He was probably under your bed. But that was a movie, like when we were kids, we're around the same age. Child's Play was terrifying. It played, now it's just playing, whereas everything else, like Freddy was one that was like kind of like really reached into your soul and pulled it, was pulling out the fear because it gets you in your dreams. Now you can't even go to sleep.
No.
But as kids, so did Chucky, because try and get rid of all of your toys. You weren't able to do it.
I don't know if you remember, but Toy Soldiers was also in the similar vein, where all the action figures came to life and started going on a murderous rampage.
Oh,
Same
you
thing
mean
for
Robin Williams?
Say again?
Toys with Robin Williams?
Was it Toys or Toy Soldiers?
Toy Soldiers was the one with Sean Astin where the school gets taken over and he's like basically John McClane.
Okay, it was Toys.
That's a good one though. If you haven't seen Toy Soldiers, check it out. It's a fun. But so like when it comes to horror though, it's devastating, and Chris can attest to this because Chris Sales just actually commented, well, see you next week. Just kidding. I'm interested. I'm glad you're interested, but I'm interested too. I'm interested to know why, Gerard, why do you hate all the fun things?
I don't. I like the fun thing. And I think what my biggest problem was when I watch horror movies, I don't get scared. I don't get sucked into the emotion of the rest of the movie. And they became a lot more as I got older, they just became more gore fest, and gore never scared me.
Mhm.
And I think what I didn't like about the gore is I am always fascinated by medical procedures. So I watched, side note, when I was about 12 years old, I had the head of a nail go up the side of my leg, down to the white meat,
Oof.
blood gushing everywhere. I was the calmest thing you'd ever seen, to the point where I asked the doctors to sit up in the hospital and watch them sew up my leg. As I looked over in the corner and I saw my mom woozy and about to pass out. It was amazing to me just to see like all the fleshy bits and pulsing bits inside me. So I was like, it's interesting. But as a movie, it was never scared me. It never resonated. Oh, let me just cut up everything. And I think it was also because I was a kid of the 80s, and the number one rule of the kid of the 80s is you don't go home until you're bleeding. And that's the only time it's either you're bleeding or the streetlights came on. So you had nothing else to do. So blood never scared me. So I was thinking about that part, and I was like, okay, well, if it's not the blood that's not scary, it's not, and I don't get drawn into the tension, what else am I scared of? And it wasn't, I never got scared of strangers because everybody in my neighborhood knew everybody, and everybody knew my grandparents. So everybody would always, hey, that's that Bartleby boy. Who was that?
Well, for one, I get what you're saying about childhood, and actually, Chris has a good point. For me as a kid, I was a visual representation of what I was told to be afraid of, wary of. Don't talk to strangers. Don't pick up hitchhikers. Don't pet loose dogs. Don't swim too deep. Don't walk by yourself. Don't stay out of the dark. Yeah, I agree, and I think Gerard, you're hitting it with what you were saying. Like there are things that we're not afraid of growing up. Because depending on where you grew up and how it was. And I agree with you, being out as much as we were as kids and having to be out there. And yeah, don't come home until,
because it meant the end of fun.
True. And we were kids that didn't want to go home until the streetlights came on because we thought if we go home, we're going to get stuck doing something. So we went out. And, but I think I grew up in a Catholic household. So demons, you were fearful of demons. You were, because there was something in the back of everybody's mind that was like, hell exists, blah, 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 and like they were sticking it in your head, and it seemed more realistic than anything else. But I mean, now I'm not that way, and I think that's a testament to a lot of people. Like The Exorcist isn't as scary as it once was because people have moved away from religion in a big way. In generations.
Well, let me ask you this, because I am religious, and religion is more terrifying now than it ever was when I was a kid.
I agree, but I just to interject for a second, like for me, religion's more terrifying now. Like as a kid, it was a form of keeping you in check. Now it's a form of, it's almost like when I hear people talk about religion and the things they talk about, especially in politics and in the news and such, I'm more fearful of like this wave of almost like cult-like atmosphere.
Zealots.
Yeah. And that's a fearful way. Like even when I watch that today, I'm like, there are people out there who are like this.
True. And when I what was it? Last week. Yeah, last week. When I was watching Red State. Red State on paper had the premise to be absolutely terrifying. And for anybody who hasn't watched it, it's about a cult of Christians who try and sacrifice people that don't believe in the Bible the way they believe in the Bible. On paper, it had great premise. It was just the execution towards the middle and the end of the movie that kind of threw me off. That just didn't suck me all the way in. I don't know if you remember, but sidetrack back note. I don't know if you remember this a couple years ago. People were doing bath salts, and there was a news story where a guy in California was eating another man's face naked under a bridge, and the police had to kind of shoot the guy and kill him to get him to stop. And when I saw that, my mind instantly went to demonic possession. Because I've been around drug dealers and people on drugs, and the human mind doesn't just come up with, let me attack and eat this person on a regular basis, to the point that you snarl at police officers. So I am very attuned to demons when they come into the human realm. And those are the things that terrify me. So when people get into situations that are absolutely inescapable, that's when I'm terrified.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought about the movies that really did terrify me. Wreck or Quarantine, English language or Spanish language versions, whichever one. That movie terrified me to no end, because you were trapped somewhere without knowledge of what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
So I took that piece, and I wanted to understand where else I could go in my horror field to figure out what else is it that's going to scare me. And you brought up the exorcism, and I wanted your opinion on what you thought about the exorcism of Emily Rose, Annabelle, and it was the other one that scared me.
Well, I will say this. Like, okay, so you have the exorcism of Emily Rose. That, if I remember correctly, that was the one where he was on trial. The priest was on trial because she died during the exorcism.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the exorcism movies the Exorcist, the exorcism movies, they don't scare me as much. Again, it's because I don't have that belief structure anymore. Not that I don't believe in anything, but that particular Catholic belief structure, I just don't hold to it. So for me, like, movies that really get to me are like movies where people are trapped. The Collector was one. The Collector really like got me down to my core. The Collection was a good movie. I liked it a lot, but like The Collector was a very cool little thriller where, I don't know if have you seen it?
I've seen it, but it's been so long since I've watched it that I can't remember it.
Well, for anybody who doesn't know it, The Collector is basically this guy who works for a locksmith company. He's also a thief. So he goes back to break into the house where he just put locks on the door. And he goes in and he finds the family trapped there in elaborate saw-like traps. And it's because there is a serial killer who sets traps throughout the entire house as a sort of a sadistic game. So now it's like a cat and mouse game where this burglar, if you will, or just thief in general, is kind of going around the house trying to save the family and stop the killer without being found. And it's very terrifying in the way they do it. And like, just being the whole idea of like, because he's trapped in the house now, he can't just leave. It's like a moral code. Like, I'm a thief, but I can't leave them here to be killed and tortured. There's kids involved, so something like that. So like, and they played the story really well. They continued his story into the second one, and then the third one is being filmed now. So something like that gets me. Something like Sinister, which I think you said you weren't a big fan of.
No, I was not. I felt, and what I felt in Sinister was that the scares were too forced. I saw a lot of it coming, and I don't need the camera to scare me.
Mhm.
I need the camera to scare the characters on screen, because if they're scared, I'm scared. And if they don't convince me that they're scared, then I'm not invested.
That's really fair point. And I get that. But I think there are a fair amount of good, like, listen. Well, first, like with Chris, as Chris is saying, I agree with Gerard. Isolating helplessness is by far the scariest to me. Cujo and The Thing, for example. Those are great examples, by the way.
Yes.
And then Mike Courtney says, interesting, I find the demonic possession movies absolutely terrifying. Which I get that. I'm not putting them down. Like for me, The Exorcism of Emily Rose, I thought would have been a really cool story if they focused more on the courtroom side of things. But not as a horror movie. I would have liked, because I remember following that case.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, yeah, maybe cutting back and forth between the exorcism like they did, but more with a focus on the court case, and maybe turn it more into a drama with some scary elements. I would have liked that more, I think.
What intrigued me most about her possession in general was how they portrayed her contrived voices. And then they, in the court case scene, then they tried to explain it away by Gregarian chants. And I was like, there's a way similar to the bath salts thing. There's a way to explain away demonic possession, because the Bond doesn't want to conjure up everything that makes it afraid. So it tries to rationalize the irrational. Sorry, that was a word there that was stuck.
It's just fun to watch you do it.
So I get into those, and they're absolutely fascinating. But again, like I said, I'm sensitive to spiritual awareness, so I'm very cautious of those movies in general, because I don't like being attacked by demons.
Yeah, and I get that. And listen, there's a lot of fun to it. Like, it's weird because if you think about it, and I want to get back to Chris's point in a second for the isolation horror, but and Mike has some good points here that I'm going to bring up in a second. But for me, demons, they don't scare me. Now, that does not mean I'm not intrigued by demon movies.
Mm-hmm.
I do like I liked Legion. A lot of people didn't like it, but I thought it could have been done way better. But I liked I like the idea of it. I like the idea of the angels coming down, have demons working for him. God is sending them to kill this child, and Saint Michael is protecting. I like that. I like that vibe, and I think, I feel like the exorcism movies get done a lot, and there's not a lot of places to go there. It's just kind of changing the setting. So, like Constantine, I thought does it great because there's a story there. Yeah, you're getting exorcisms, you're getting different things, but you're getting an overarching whole story to it. Now, I know you hate Constantine.
I'm excited about this one. You brought up Constantine, and I want to talk about this one because my friend Jeanette Perry down in Georgia said that Constantine is a horror movie.
It is.
And I don't understand how it is a horror movie, because I put it in the same vein as Spawn. It is based on a comic book with a comic book character and comic book scenarios. And the reason I cannot put it in the same vein as a horror movie is because the tone never gets into terrifying the characters. And maybe it's because Keanu is just so calm and collected through the movie, as John Constantine actually is in the comic book. He's seen it all, he's done it all, he's made the deals, so he's not scared anymore. And I think that's what took me out of it for it being a horror movie. The main character is never scared in that movie.
And the thing is, I'm okay with that. But he is scared in a sense that he knows he's going to hell. His desperation is to not go to hell. Now, most Christians, that's their whole thing, is don't go to hell. They believe in hell. Now, John Constantine, I feel that fear more because he knows what hell is and he's put people there. You know, so he's terrified of it. His whole journey, the exorcisms and the angels and the demons and everything else don't scare him because he deals with them every day. He's a detective of all of this weird crap. So it's a horror detective story. So, and now any good detective story, the detective is going to act as if. You never really see the detective get out of whack. He's not, maybe he's not always under control, but his sights are set on what he needs to get to, and that's that. And he just acts accordingly. Like, he's been in trouble before. This is just different trouble. So I get that from him. But now you add into Constantine, he's dying. He cannot go to heaven. It has already been remarked that you are not allowed in heaven. It's not happening. When your number is up and your days are numbered, you are coming to hell and you are going to suffer. And that's all he just wants out, because he's been doing God's work for so long. And, that fear is covered up with anger, because he's angry at the fact that he has to go. So I completely accept that. And I find that, like, if you're taking demon possession movies, and especially looking at them from a Christian's point of view, or any religious point of view at this point, because most religions do have some form of demon and or possession in there. And I don't want to say lore, but for the better part, for all religions, let's just say lore, or belief structure, to be respectful. So with that, you can say, I can't go to hell. We can all say it, like, I can't go to hell. This is devastating. Well, people still sin.
True.
So, like, that's what makes something like Constantine scary to me. Is because he shouldn't have to, but he's been damned to it. And now it's like it's a desperate it's a desperate losing search until the end, when he finally does get pulled out. And what happens to him?
Then
Satan removes the cancer.
He gets blessed by the devil anyway.
Yep, and which could have been done the entire time. And that's just going to make you even angrier.
Yes.
So why we needed more sequels to that movie. Let me pull up some of the comments real quick, because backed up a little bit, and Mike has some good points I want to show them. Okay, says, though these days I am much more interested in psychological horror stuff. Jump scares are cheap to me now. I agree to that. We're going to get to that point in a second. Emily Rose was definitely an interesting take on exorcism type movie for sure. Totally get your point of view though. And a big same, bro. Thank you, sir. We are, just to kind of, since we're going to move on from demon possession in a sec, I want to hear what you have to say about this. And I do want to say, like, again, they have a place in horror.
Yes.
I think they always should have a place. Just because I don't find them particularly scary, I'll never say, like, no, those movies shouldn't exist anymore, because religion is, not that it's going away, but the belief structure of religion is changing rapidly. We move more towards sciences now and things like that. So kind of takes away from the old folklores of demons and everything else. Not to take away from hell, not take away from heaven or anything like that, but the devil with the red horns and the pitchfork and such, it's like, that's a lore. This is never stated anywhere in the Bible.
True.
So, like, we have pinpointed our, certain looks and disguises for our demons, and writing about devil possession. It's kind of like we had this talk on our panel the other day about problematic horror films. Witches. Witches are considered problematic now because in reality they were just murdered women in history for speaking out or being independent or anything else, or committing adultery. Like it was like, all right, she's a witch. That's all you had to say, and then she died. Like they hanged them or they drowned them. So it becomes problematic in that sense.
So I
Now,
was actually talking to my wife about this one, and as we were talking about it, like my mind just went off on a completely different tangent. But the term black magic comes from not understanding what a different type of religion actually is. So those witches, for the Salem witch trials, just could have been non-Christian women who just believed in a different deity, thereby making them witches, thereby making a whole scenario blown out of proportion for no reason.
yeah,
So I completely agree with you on that one, in that religion, depending on your religions, Christianity in general, because the Christian faith is the majority religion in the United States. Old time Christians are some of the most, and current day Christians are some of the most cynical people out there. And this is coming from me as a Christian. Like, Christians in general are the most cynical, judgmental group of people that we have out there that do not live by the word of the book that we're supposed to follow.
Yeah.
So that in itself is what makes religion so terrifying, is that we pick and choose the pieces that want to scare us.
But I think when it comes to horror movies and writing horror movies, I think that works because
it's easy.
But you should, and when you're trying to tell a new story that scares somebody, like, why not do stuff like that? Like, vampires were created as a way to basically explain the weird, explain the people in the night who were rapists, who were
cannibals.
There were some that had taste for blood, right?
Yes, and
like
Vlad the Impaler. I understand his story, but he was mythologized to make him scarier than he actually was.
Yeah, but even then, like that, and so much more, because there was a duchess who would bathe in blood of her servants and stuff like that. So I forget her name.
I know who you're talking
There's
about.
Tons of other that helps create the vampire mythology. So with that, you have lots of stuff, and over the years we've created lots and lots and lots more to those lores. Like, again, Bram Stoker introduced crucifixes. He introduced what was it? Sunlight. Things like that. Like, those were the things, and like, again, those were Judeo-Christian things that would help purify evil. Light will always end darkness, and Jesus will always. Oh, Elizabeth Bathory. That's right, Chris. Thank you for pulling that up. Yeah. So Elizabeth Bathory was the one that would bathe in the blood of her.
It bathes in the blood of innocence.
Yeah. And I think it was because she thought it made her look younger. And Chris also says, horror doesn't necessarily equal scary. I know what I'm getting with a love story, drama, war, etc. Horror is unknown territory. And I agree with that. That's a great sentiment, Chris.
I slightly disagree with that.
Well, you're slightly wrong.
I don't always know what I'm getting when I go into war.
Well, you never know what you're getting with the horrors of war, but you definitely know you're getting violence. You're getting possible death of you or somebody that you care about, your brother in arms. So there are things that you are getting.
Same thing for a drama. And case in point, My Girl with Macaulay Culkin and whatever her name was. I can never remember her name.
Anna Chomsky.
Yes.
Steve,
Anna
you
Chomsky.
may have
Anna
beat you
Chomsky.
to it, but I know you know it. Yeah, Anna Chomsky, man. I had a crush on her.
And that movie was heartbreaking for me. And from the trailer, from watching the movie,
where's glasses? He needs his glasses.
No one ever saw that coming. And that's what I mean by, like,
you know who saw that coming when as soon as they showed that beehive? I did. Because we knew he was allergic. The kid shouldn't have been out there looking for what was her mood ring.
Yes. But
little girl lost that
and
mood
that's what
too much.
and that's what I say about a good movie. In good movies, you don't see it coming. You don't know where the plot twist is coming from. And I don't know if you saw the Rambo 6.
I don't necessarily agree with that, sir. I don't necessarily agree that you have to have a plot twist. And B,
True, you do not.
I mean, look, one of the best examples, in my opinion, was Unbreakable. I kind of knew how Unbreakable was going. I knew he was the complete opposite of our main character, our main hero. So I'm saying this guy is going to be the supervillain. He's going to be the one that caused it all. I didn't know exactly how. I didn't know the exact motive, but I knew he would be the supervillain.
I saw that one coming.
Yeah, but
that one was no twist. That's
it was meant to be a twist. Just because we saw it coming doesn't mean it wasn't meant to be a twist. True. And if you pick apart a twist or you understand it beforehand, does it take away from how good that movie is?
No, absolutely not. So in similar fashion, when they did Glass, a lot of people didn't like the twist for Glass. That was how they wanted to reveal. I don't want to use superheroes, but meta-humans to the world.
Mm-hmm.
I like how they did that in the end, that like all your main characters, the ones that drew you in the first place, were gone. And now it is up to a new breed of people to actually share all the horrors of the world. That was a good turn in the movie that I needed.
But it's fun. And like, again, a turn, you always have to have change. I was explaining this earlier, because I was helping my 8-year-old who he had to read a story and then he had to answer questions about it. And one of them was, I was like, I didn't read the story. I was like, how did it change? You know what the conflict is. How did the characters change throughout the story? And he goes, they don't. And I'm like, all right, did you read the story? He goes, yeah. I was like, how did they change then? What were they before, and what did they get to? It could have been, just solving the problem or anything else, but they changed in some way. And then we went back and reread the story because he kept swearing to me that there's no change. And then I wound up showing him what the change was. Yeah, through the pages of the book. I'm like, this is how this works. So my thing is, you always have to have character development, character change, or you're gonna have a bad story. It's just how that is. But that's a writing thing. I'm not going to take that out on horror movies because there are a lot of bad horror movies. But my feelings on this are, there are horror movies where I can have expected outcomes and they can still be good movies. They can still be fun. When I go see a Friday the 13th movie, I am not expecting the gates of hell to open up and, Cthulhu comes out, and then it's Jason battling Cthulhu for the rest of the movie. That would be. But you wouldn't be
surprised.
No, I would be. I'd be very surprised by it. Because when I go and see Jason, I want him killing in Crystal Lake, or just for the comfort of it, on a boat, or in space, or as a possessing different human beings as they eat his heart, or. So like there's many things like I'm willing to accept because it lives within the realm of what that franchise has built. Freddy Krueger, you cannot go to sleep. They set the principles, they set the rules for it. It's same with vampires, stuff like that. People don't like Twilight because they changed the vampires. They made something dark about these loving creatures that we adore in movies and said we're going to add sparkles to them. And if you notice,
was sparkles the only bad thing about them though?
Oh no, there's lots of bad things about those movies.
Okay.
I'm not saying that, but the sparkling, I'm talking about the change of the creature. Everything else is pretty spot on with what a vampire is. It's just that, okay, now they don't die by sunlight, they sparkle in sunlight. And we should fear them because of that. Like it was stupid. It was the melodramatic added in there that really makes it stupid.
Yes.
But I will say this. We need vampires to be a dark force, is what it comes down to. Like you can't take away okay, Steve has a very good point. People don't like Twilight because the performances suck ass.
I agree with that part.
Yes, I agree with that. That's why, okay, more so, that's why people don't like Twilight. But they also hate Twilight for changing the lore of vampires. They didn't need to do that. And, because they took the horror out of it.
Yes.
And they made it pretty. And they made it like, oh, we should be loving these bloodsuckers of the night because they're innocent people who care.
Where in complete contrast, and I love this movie because it actually was terrifying, was 30 Days of Night with Josh Hartnett.
Yes.
I really don't care what you say. Like a whole town engulfed in vampires and darkness where you can't leave the small confined space that you hid yourself in because something is going to rip your head or face off. That is terrifying to me. And that was the type of horror movie I was hoping for. And
it was so
go ahead.
I'm sorry, but I was going to say it was so in your face, and that's what I loved about it. And the fact that, you're right. Like the whole town is encompassed in darkness for 30 days, and it's not like some people start disappearing the first 5 or 10 days. Right out of the gate, the vampires are like, "We're here. We have 30 days to do this, and we're going to do it.
We're going to do it."
There's no plan that you can have. And you're right. That's the in-your-face type of horror that I really enjoyed. And Chris brings up a good point. 30 Days of Night was a comic book.
Okay. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Yeah, but you know what? To bring up that point, and Steve is 100% right. 30 Days of Night does rule very hard. It is an awesome movie. Josh Hartnett is great in it. Everybody is. Ben Foster is really good in it too. Okay, so we have to go back to the comic book thing. You did say, and it's already been disproven, but I'm going to throw it in your face a little bit more. You did say that movies that come from comic books, horror movies that come from comic books, can't be scary because they come from comic books, in a way. But what about horror movies that have been made in the comic books and are still coming out as horror movies? Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street. Everything has been made in the comic books, really.
True. Like,
you have been proven wrong, sir.
It expands the lore, but it's different when your main character is the force fighting evil, and they don't really get rattled. So although I remember the Friday the 13th comic book focused on Jason just killing people, and it gave the artist a lot more. Let's be honest about what the comic book industry can do as a whole, because what comic books can do that most films cannot is that they can get away with a lot more stylized violence.
Yeah, but
hacking, slashing, and limbs just being hacked off, and your mind puts it together. I was reading a comic book earlier today where one of the characters literally just hacks off somebody's arm, throws it out of the window for the police to find because that's what he did, and it was a funny joke to him. And I'm like, you could never do that on live action film and have it have the same impact.
Now I'm going to disprove you one more time.
I'm all open.
Lovecraft story, Lovecraft Country. Lovecraft Country has handled everything perfectly, and if anything, has been scarier than the graphic novel.
I will admit that. I will admit that. I will admit that.
Chris says, Aliens, Predators, Hellraiser, The Thing, all had great comic books, movies after the movies, made after the movies.
Yes, but they like name a predecessor. Okay, Lovecraft Country notwithstanding.
No, that counts.
Name another comic or a comic book that had a great movie adaptation. And
well, are we just talking horror? Because we're sticking with horror right now, right?
For this conversation, just horror.
Okay, because I was going to say, as much as I love Infinity Gauntlet, the graphic novel, the movies were better. The movies told a better story. So, and you know, because it was oversimplified because it was a comic book, and I get that. And the movies had 25 years to adapt it. So, Chris says The Crow.
As a horror movie?
Yeah, I would classify that as a horror thriller with action.
I'd put that in the action genre. I don't know about that as a horror movie. Again, we may have to go back and define what a horror movie is supposed to do.
Listen, there are, just like action movies, there's subgenres to every horror movies, and I would definitely put that in the horror thriller category, or even horror action.
I give you thriller action. I don't know about horror action.
All right, well, we'll let that one go for now because we could be arguing on that one all day. And
that is a
I don't
great
know
movie.
that needs to be.
And I like that movie a lot.
All right,
I like that one a lot.
So let's.
So let me do this then. We can go through some of the ones that I watched this month.
Yeah.
That I liked and what made them scary to me or interesting to me. So I was watching this movie called Hush, right? Similar to a lot of the thrillers that are
good movie.
But for the people who haven't, it's a killer stalks a woman in the woods. Known horror trope. It's common. But what made it so interesting is the fact that it never deviated from what would actually happen in those situations.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching Panic Room with I don't know if it was Panic Room with Gabrielle Union. The one with Gabrielle Union that just came out where her kids are stuck in the house. And
it's not Panic Room. I know what you're talking about. I can't remember what the name of it was. I should add though that Hush is a pretty good movie, and in the woman, the woman in it is playing a deaf woman. So it's this guy stalking her in her house in the woods, and she's deaf.
Yes, so she can't hear him walk up on her at all, which as a theme, how close he got to her in certain scenes made me really tense. I was like, is she about to bite it? Right? Okay, no. And it was a cat and mouse game based on your senses.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what would you do if you couldn't hear and somebody walked up behind you? You have no frame of reference to what else to do. And that's what made that movie so scary for me. It wasn't scary, but it was interesting.
Yeah.
And I figured out what it was in terms of the sound for it. And the sound is what really scared me in that movie. Man Rise of... Okay.
That's a fact. I mean, he rose from the dead. And Chris puts it, I don't know why I never think of this stuff. I'm just not that smart. That's why I have great people watching, and they can tell me what to say. He does rise from the dead. I mean, that's a very horror element.
Okay.
And he does handle it pretty horrifically.
Okay. Good. Okay. I'll give you a comic book movie. But so I was thinking about that one, and then the other one that came to mind was As Above and So Below.
Mm-hmm.
And that one, and I will admit on camera, that actually scared me a lot. And what scared me about it was the fact that I had no idea which way they were going to go. It did not seem that there was going to be a survivor in that movie. Because going down to get up does not make sense. And that's what made that so interesting, because the deeper they went, the more terrifying it became for them rather than anybody else watching the movie. And the one jump scare in that movie resulted in one of the main characters dying. That's not really a spoiler. I hope not. Don't shoot me. For anybody who hasn't seen it, there is one jump scare that results in a death. And that alone sucked me in so much more than anything else in the movie. Because usually when you have, I remember this one vividly. When me and my wife first got together, we went to go see The Strangers, about the married couple in the woods, and 3 people come to the house, and then randomly, for no reason, they just had the killers show up in random shots out of the shadows and then slowly fade back into the shadows. And I was like, was that to scare me or them? Because that had no effect on them. They didn't know you were there. There's no tension for them. They're already scared that you're going to kill them, but to know that you're this close is so much more terrifying. But you have all your senses.
I get that, but it is terrifying for the viewer, because for the viewer, you're supposed to be this element of the story that wants to tell them, like, he's right behind you, like, because could you imagine being in that situation and they're just messing with you? They're just popping up in the shadows. Maybe you'll see them in a peripheral. Maybe you won't. Who knows? You're looking around for them, and there they are, deep in the, deep in the hallway, kind of lurking, and you don't have any clue that they're there. It is a scary effect. It does land. Now, I get it. I get that for you need more terror in your because we're going a little long here, and I have to tell you you're wrong. No, I can't tell you you're wrong. It's a matter of perception of what you like. For you, I get the fear being the characters being in this situation that is just too terrifying. And they are, and it's kind of exhausting them to a point, like they're just going through the motions. Yeah, in a movie like The Strangers, yeah, they're terrified, they're scared, but nothing's happening to them. They don't know where they are. So there is a lull, and I get that. For me, that lull is scarier. It's the old question. Say you're looking out a window on a stormy night. You see a house across the way. There's a light on in a window. There's a girl standing there. Flash of lightning. There's somebody standing behind her. Flash of lightning. She's dead. He killed her. Flash of lightning. He sees you. He's looking right at you. Flash of lightning. He's gone. Is that scarier, or is you're in a corner and somebody's charging at you with a knife? Which one is scarier? What comes to mind? Do you knowing where they are or not knowing where they are? Knowing where they are isn't scarier, in my opinion. It may be a force that's going to be hard to fight, but if I know where they are, either I can fight, I can run, I have options. I can figure something out. Even one option could be is lay down and die. Some people are just like that, and they can accept that. But not knowing where they are and knowing that they know where you are is pretty scary.
I see your point. And I think for me, the issue with that is that I am a martial artist and a survivalist by mentality, right? Knowing where somebody is and seeing them come at me makes me more afraid than not seeing them at all. Because my mind is naturally in survival mode. If I don't see you, there's no danger to me until there's danger to me. Does that make sense? Like,
I get what you're saying, but at the same time, too, if you can't see the danger coming, but you know it's out there. And yes, you may be a martial artist, but what if it's an element what if it's a supernatural element?
Then it's more terrifying to me that I cannot beat this thing. For me. For me.
And I get
it's more terrifying that I can't win other than you snuck up on me.
So then watch movies like that. And you do, because you watch Rec and you watch other movies like that. And those are the movies that speak to you. And I get that. And I'm not saying that you're any which way is right or wrong. It really comes down to what everybody's taste is. But I don't think that necessarily all horror movies have to scare you to be good. Which is ultimately the argument we were having, is that they have to scare you to be good. I don't think that if they have good characters that have character development and tell a good story and add a spook factor to you, all right, perfect example. Well, real quick, let me go through because Steve brings up a good point. I have not heard about this new movie from the director. Is really effective. The Dark and the Wicked comes out in a few weeks from the director of The Strangers, Brian Bertino. I am definitely anxious to see that. That sounds amazing. Because I really like The Strangers and I loved what he did with it. And that was like a personal story for him. Hardware and Blade also comes to mind. I love comics as much as horror movies. I think we're all there right with you, Chris. But Chris, you were bringing up some good points tonight. And everybody is. You're all bringing up some great points. And, I appreciate that. My thing to you, Gerard, is things that may not scare you can still be a source of enjoyment, correct? So,
true.
Do you like Halloween movies? Now, I'm not saying scary movies.
Absolutely. Again, Halloween is my favorite holiday.
But what are some of your favorite Halloween movies?
So my favorite Halloween movies, and the first one that always comes to mind is Ernest Scared Stupid.
Exactly. Okay. Good one.
Ernest Scared Stupid is and I remember, I think I watched this one as a kid also. And I think right before the goblin troll, whatever thing, eats somebody, he turns them into sludge. Or was that trolls? That was trolls.
I think that was trolls. That was Nilbog. Trolls 2.
Yeah. Trolls.
Wasn't even a troll, man. Wasn't even a troll. It was a goblin.
But I like Ernest Scared Stupid. I make it a habit to watch this one every Halloween and every Christmas, The Nightmare Before Christmas.
Okay, good choice. Mary is going to see that on Friday with our local groups. Psycho Cinema. She's taking Tommy to see it on the big screen. I would love to go too, but I have to watch the little one. It's playing at the Alamo Draft House here in Winchester. So anybody who's watching, go check it out. Go buy tickets, because that is a rare movie that doesn't show back up in theaters often because of Disney. And the Alamo has it, and the Alamo is doing safe things right now with in terms of all the COVID. Every time I go there, I feel very safe. Anyway, but please go ahead.
The other one, because I was actually mad at you last week. I don't know if it was last week or if it was the week before last. May have been the week before last when you went to go see Hocus Pocus.
Also,
I was like, I wanted to go see that. I haven't seen that in ages, but I I love Hocus Pocus. Those are my favorites.
All right, before we go on though, I want to ask you this. What is the best part about those movies? And I'm going to just give you an example, and I want to see if you agree. Is it more the atmosphere of how Halloween is celebrated?
Or
That's it. That's so
yes.
most people love movies like that, Halloween movies like that, just like they love Christmas movies like that, because the atmosphere is it's joyful. You have Halloween everywhere. You're surrounded. This town is in on it, you know, and they go for it, and it's not scary, but there's creepiness factor, and it's a beautiful way of doing things. And now my point with that is horror movies. All you have to do is adopt the atmosphere. Don't look at it as Halloween. I'm detaching those two. I was using Halloween as an example.
Mm-hmm.
You get into a horror movie. If you want to watch a movie like a Cabin in the Woods movie, like Evil Dead or The Cabin in the Woods, or you want to watch Friday the 13th, something like that, be ready for the atmosphere. And I'm not saying you're going to come out scared. I'm not saying it's going to scare you, but I'm saying it's going to give you that more enjoyment because now you're ready for the atmosphere of it all. It's comforting, to say the least. Oh, and I bet Nightmare on Elm Street is selling like crazy, Steve. I guarantee you, yeah. Chris says, I want you to think about that. That's why I gave that to you. I started doing comments because I want to know what you think. I would like to hear which 17 movies you watched recently. Maybe we can give suggestions. Oh, trust me. I'm more than happy to have him do that, but we were given a lot of suggestions. Do you guys think, this from Mike Courtney, do you guys think that the horror genre is limited to your typical movie show format? Have you guys heard of analog horror or ARGs? A lot of those play out on YouTube and social media, Reddit. Well, ARGs, what's ARGs? I'm at a loss.
I have not heard of ARGs.
Alternate reality game? I'm guessing that's what he meant. I don't know. Like for me, all right. So I don't think the horror genre is limited to the format. The horror genre. A perfect example right now is that movie The Host or whatever, which was all done over COVID, all done over Zoom. It adapted with the time. I think you can adapt horror movies with the times. Absolutely, I think you can adapt them like games. Horror games tell some of the best horror stories that are out there. So I don't think horror movies have to be limited to a certain show format or how they do things. But I definitely think that it's more sought after to see a classical type of horror movie than it is something that's that different. That doesn't mean that they won't be popular. It just means that you're not going to get a lot of them. You're going to get a lot more movies that are easier to make.
To Mike's point, though, I want to ask you this one because I feel that horror movies do much better on the small screen than the big screen. Do you feel that horror movies are better for theaters or at home?
I think there's room for both. I think that I'm a theater guy. I like seeing horror movies in the theater. There's certain movies I don't care to go see in the theater. Well, I don't care if I miss it, I should say. I will still go see it, but I don't necessarily have to. Like, I don't necessarily have to see a comedy in the theater. Doesn't mean I won't go see it if I want to laugh and I want to go to the theater. Or the same with drama. Horror movies are different. Like, I like the atmosphere. I think the theater is a good, dark, the sound is excellent. You're, especially like classic horror, like you're kind of surrounded by other fans and you feel it, you know?
Yeah.
Or even new horror, you're surrounded by people who are just as unknowing of what's going to happen as you. So there's an atmosphere there that I really enjoy for it. So, but I also love watching at home. I do enjoy it. I love the idea of putting on a horror movie while I edit or while I'm doing the dishes or whatever, or even if I'm just cleaning up around the house, or I just want to sit down and watch a horror movie.
I think I have to change my opinion of how I watch horror movies.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, you go in for the experience of a story rather than to be scared. So I'm always trying to watch horror movies by myself, alone, where there's no ambiance behind me, so that I feel all the emotion of the characters. Whereas I think that's what takes me out of it, because I'm looking to be scared in that particular situation, and I'm looking for my ways out within the scene. And I think I have to change my opinion on how I approach horror movies. And that's what this whole challenge has been about.
Exactly, but I think if you go forward, and Chris, I promise you, we will get to the 17 movies, and we will. I mean, if you have any recommendations now, please, because we are coming to the end. I want to hear what you guys have to say for Gerard, or even me. I might want to do a rewatch, or if I haven't seen it, definitely watch it. Thank you to Steve for the new movie that's coming out, The Dark and the Wicked. So I'm going to check that out in theaters. So for me, I think if you go forward, you need to watch. First of all, I think now you should mix it up. I think you should watch 80s, 90s, 2000s, everything.
Oh, absolutely.
But I think you should start looking at it from a source of comfort. I remember when we were talking about it, and you were watching so much death in horror movies back to back to back to back all the time. It was getting to you, and I don't blame you. And I know Mary was talking. She goes, "I'm worried about them because that happens to me too." And I was like, "Yeah, I just laugh at them, but because it's a source of comfort. Because when I watch it, I'm like, this isn't real. It's not actually happening, and these people are putting themselves in really stupid positions because you don't do this." And so, like, I play with it a lot more. And I think if you go in that, and sometimes you have to, if you watch some hard horror movies, you got to break it up with some easy horror movies.
Yes.
You can't just go hard all the time.
Yes, and that's been my break for like the past week or so, because I put so much death imagery in my head. It started affecting me.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, just look at it from a comfort standpoint. Don't try to be scared. Just try to enjoy it. Just get lost in it, like you would any other movie. Like, you don't watch a comedy expecting to laugh. You watch a comedy to see if it will make you laugh.
Yes. Okay.
So watch a horror movie to see if it scares you. But if not, see what you enjoy about it. You know? Did you like when Jason starts bashing a girl in a sleeping bag against a tree?
I cackled.
Exactly. See?
I cackled from the best part of my soul. I laughed. And I remember being in theaters when I did it. Like, I felt so bad for everybody else, because I feel like, what is wrong with you? It's like, that's hilarious. He is beating the girl with the other girl in the sleeping bag.
It's so, like, so all that stuff is, you just have to feel with any movie, you have to feel comfortable with it. Like, by the end, you still have to feel comfortable. And even if you feel uncomfortable, that can be okay sometimes too. Movies making you feel uncomfortable, making you think, are really good too. But it made you feel something.
One of the ones that really kind of made my stomach turn, but didn't really turn me off, was Irreversible.
Yeah.
The opening 100%. Scene of Irreversible was like, I need y'all to stop now.
No, it's funny. I want to hold off on this real quick, because we're going to have a very good conversation about this. But we're backing up on comments here. I just want to make sure everybody gets heard. Mike Courtney says, it is hard for me to watch a movie at home over the theater. I get it. I 100% get it. The theater is my preferred viewing choice. But if I'm home, then I'm always watching a movie generally. I'm either watching a movie, or I'm binging some show either that I love and I've seen before. Like right now, I'm doing Deep Space Nine again. You know, after Star Trek week, I'm rewatching it. And then it's gonna be Bly Manor. So like I'll binge watch a show, or I'm watching probably a horror movie. It doesn't have to be, but probably. So I get it, but I would prefer the theater over, especially because I live so close to a really nice theater. You know, but I get that, Mike, definitely. Any movie, not limited to genre, really. And that too. Like I said, I don't necessarily go out of my way to go to the theater for comedies. Dramas I do because I think there's a good setting for dramas. But that doesn't mean I don't go see comedies in the theater. I'm just, if a comedy's up and a horror movie's up, or a good drama is up or something, I'm probably not going to go see the comedy. I can say I'll go see that at home. But I definitely want to see one of these in the theater. You know, that's sort of what I meant when I was like, okay, we can go back and forth. Chris says, I liked the driving the best. Driving is great. The driving will never die. Joe Bob, baby. But like he also says, sometimes you need a hard top to keep the rain out. And that's what movie theaters do for me. And I do need that theater experience. I need it. It's taps into the vein, man.
That has been my one regret this year, that I haven't been to the movie theater since February, and that was to see Sonic the Hedgehog with my kids.
Kids movies I will definitely go see. Especially, all right, so that sounds really weird. So especially now that I have kids. No. I used to do this thing where I would go to a movie theater just anytime, like when I felt like going. And I would see whatever was playing next. I don't care what it was, what genre, whatever. If it was the next movie playing, I'd go see it. And sometimes there were kids' movies. And I always had a lot of fun. One example being the new Ninja Turtles movies that came out years ago. Now, the first one came out, the opening day was the day Robin Williams died. The reason I remember that is I went to go see it. It was the very next movie playing. And I sat there and I was like, I can't believe I'm watching Ninja Turtles. By my own rule, I got to go for it. So I sit there, and then a mom with four kids, like I guess it was, you know, not her kids. One was her kid, and then it was his three friends, came to see it. And they were talking, and it wasn't bothering me because they're kids being kids. I didn't care. And I wasn't exactly invested in Ninja Turtles. But everything they said reminded me of when Ninja Turtles was on when I was a kid. And then when that movie ended, and they were all into it. Oh, I want to be Leonardo. I want to be Michelangelo. I'm Raphael. And let's go play. I'm like, that's what it's for. That's what it's for. So when movie snobs, Scene Snob included, start bitching and moaning about why movies like this shouldn't exist or that or this, blah, 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 it ain't for you. There's a kid smiling, and it's inspiring to him or her or whoever else, and that's who it's for. So shut up. It has a place. And theaters bring that out, I think, more than seeing it at home. Like if those kids were seeing it at home, yeah, maybe they'd be excited, but there's so much to distract you from a movie at home. When you're in a theater, you're in it.
Yes.
Now, I will not say that did not have the same effect for the movie Cats, but whatever. Yeah, I know. And we got Steve saying, "Damn you, McManhattan! Come on, I love theaters. You know it. I go to yours all the time. Our popcorn is way better than your crappy microwave mess. It 100% is. I worked in a movie theater for quite a few years, and let me tell you something. I made the popcorn for a long time. Even when I was a manager, I said, I'm making the popcorn because I do it good. Right amount of butter, right amount of salt, you're good to go.
I hate popcorn to this day because I worked in a movie theater.
See, we had different experiences there. There's a lot of things I hate about theaters that have nothing to do with the movies in general. But that's why whenever I'm like, if I'm at the Alamo, it's like a dining set that situation. So you don't take the food out or whatever you have, but I clean it up because I was a floor guy for a while. So I clean those floors. So like I make sure to clean. If I'm at another theater for some reason, all of my garbage comes with me and goes in the garbage because I'm not doing that to somebody else.
Yes.
You know, so like
Yes, I remember those days.
But going back real quick, Mike says that is a really interesting approach to movie viewing. So good. Thank you. Appreciate that. And then bringing us back to our original topic, Steve, I appreciate this. That fire extinguisher scene. Yeah, irreversible. If you haven't watched it, and that's what I wanted to come back and talk to you about. And that's why I wanted to do it here so we can move back around. Yeah, that's a hard scene, and that's the opening scene of the movie.
Yes.
Because anybody who hasn't seen Irreversible, it's a movie
It's a French film.
It's a great French film, starring Monica Bellucci. Cassavetes is in it, or not Cassavetes. Who is the star of Irreversible?
He's been on a lot of American movies recently.
Oh yeah, he shows up a lot, and actually, Irreversible is one of those ones that kind of pushed him in the forefront because it was such an important movie. Vincent Cassel, that's who it was. Her lover, yes. Vincent Cassel, and her former boyfriend, Albert Dupontel, plays the boyfriend. So what happens is it starts off at the end and then plays completely backwards. And you put together the story of why in the opening scene he is smashing some dude's face with a fire extinguisher until it's jelly, all the way till the beginning of the movie where you're like, it comes full circle and you're like, oh, yeah. And you have to get to the end to completely understand. And Steve actually brings up a really good comment here that I'm going to elaborate on. I both threw up and cried during the rape scene. Sorry if that is a spoiler. Also, Climax, baby. Yes, Climax is another movie, French movie. He is not saying the word climax. So I'm just putting that out there on audio version of this podcast. So if you don't read the comments. Okay, so we've both seen Irreversible. There's a horrific rape scene in the movie, which is sort of the catalyst to what happens in the beginning of the movie, which is the end of the story. And they showed us this movie in my cinematography class in film school. The reason being is because cinematography is stunning. And the rape scene specifically is why they showed it to us, because in that scene, he wanted to show what the power of a shot. Because now this whole movie reverses backwards for anybody watching. We're not going to give too much away, but there's a rape scene in it, and Monica Bellucci is the character who was raped in the movie. Oh, that's right. Yes. I didn't realize they were the same director. So it's Climax, same director, Gaspar Noé. And people check out the movie Climax. It's really good. It's so crazy and out there, but it's really good. So there's a rape scene, and the whole movie is very movement oriented. The camera's always moving, except in the rape scene. Camera is still and set, and you watch this thing for like 8 or 9 minutes. And it's a horrifying thing to watch.
It is visceral.
And yes, in the most basic sense of the word. And it's important because, like they say, like the color, you are so jarred by the color of it because everything's red. The lighting is red. The walls are red. At the end, you see all the way down the end of the tunnel. And when you're in minute 5 or 6 of this, and you're just saying, "Dear God, please stop the scene. It's too much. It's disturbing." They have a character, or not even a character, just somebody, an extra, walk in at the end of the tunnel, which is very far away. It looks like an ant almost to what's going on. He sees what's happening, and he walks out. And it still goes on for another like 3 or 4 minutes. And you're just like, oh my God, nobody's going to help her. Nothing, and it's terrifying in such a crazy way. And they were explaining to us in cinematography class, the reason they do that is because that's you're meant to scream at that person, help her, call somebody, because it needs to be somebody who comes in and then goes out, and it's supposed to give you that reaction of, why can't you help her? I can't help her. I'm stuck here. You know, and it does give you that feeling when you see this stuff.
I see where you're going.
No. So that was like the big reason they showed that to us in class, and it was that was a tough one, man. That was a really tough one that I definitely enjoyed.
So to that point, I'm now curious because I didn't necessarily put Irreversible in the horror movie vein. It was more of a thriller whodunit type of movie. But now, kind of thinking back on it with a new mindset, I would definitely put that into the horror movie genre.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you can really put. I don't know that I put it in the horror movie genre. It's horrific. I would not explain that scene in any other way than horrific. But I don't know that I would put it in the horror movie genre because of the lasting effects that's happened before the scene and everything that you find after. It's, to me, it's more of a dramatic tension.
Well, I say that because of your other point was you have to take yourself out of watching the movie and understanding that you are now in a position of helplessness to help the person on screen.
Mm-hmm.
Similar to The Strangers, where I was frustrated at them trying to scare me. Like, he's right behind you, just half a turn or something. Look, help. He's there. Whereas Irreversible, you're watching this and like, I am so uncomfortable. Like, I feel like I need to go call somebody now. Like, this is that type of bad. And that's the new version of how I'm kind of trying to look at horror movies.
I think you should. And really, you just got to keep an open mind with it. It's just like not everything has to be as horrifying as some. Like, again, there's some stuff that's just there to comfort you. Halloween is a slow movie, but it's fun. It's a fun movie. Like, it's a simple movie, and I think that horror movies can get away with simple premises as long as you have cool characters in a weird way, or a cool setting, or all of it. But like, I don't necessarily think that it has to have a most intricate plot line. Now, don't get me wrong, the ones with the most more intricate plot lines are the better ones, but I don't know that it needs it, if that makes sense. Like, there has to be room for the killer clowns from outer space.
Yes.
There has to be room for that stuff. There has to be room for Child's Play 3 compared to Child's Play 2, or Bride of Chucky, which turned into straight horror comedy.
True.
That you gotta make. You've got to
have the good and the bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not even the bad either, because you can find some good ones that are simple. Friday the 13th is a very simple movie. Mom avenging her son.
Which one did you like better, the original or the Rob Zombie remake?
Of Halloween?
Of Friday the 13th.
Rob Zombie didn't do Friday the 13th.
He remade one.
Mark Nesfall did that. Halloween was what Rob Zombie remade.
Yeah, I remember he did, but I thought he did the Friday the 13th one also. I could be wrong.
They did that in tune with like Halloween being remade and doing well.
That was the one where Jason ran, and
I liked
that
one. It was
that was the one that scared me in theaters because I jumped. I remember that.
That was a good adaptation. I thought they did a really good job with it, rebooting it, and then they just went nowhere with it. And I thought they should have.
Oh yeah.
But I'm okay if they go back to the original. Let's say, okay, so we got Chris saying, I don't know if I can watch that. I Spit on Your Grave disturbed me as a kid. Then Irreversible will definitely disturb you. And then Steve says, yeah, Chris, Irreversible is when you can't shake. You can't. Once you watch it, it's in your mind forever. But Climax, best trailer ever? Yes, it is. And I do believe that. Climax is a pretty good one. French Horror was on a roll at that point. Did you guys see Inside? I did not see Inside. How was that? No. Oh, I will watch it. Don't get me wrong. I just may need a hug afterwards. You absolutely will.
You need a cuddle buddy watching that scene.
And yeah, definitely. I agree. That goes back to the isolating helplessness thing. Yep. And it all comes around full circle. Like The Thing is my favorite horror movie of all time. Am I scared of it? No. Am I scared of the concept of it? Yes. Not knowing who you can trust in a situation where you can't get out of it. You'll die if you leave it. And, I like that. I like that idea. I hate the idea of being trapped, so it scares me. So I will watch things that are trapping in a way. But overall, let's go over the 17 movies you did watch, and then we'll kind of end there.
So here we go. Top to bottom. And I'll include the ones that I'd already seen. Some of them I rewatched because I included them also. In Tall Grass, Sinister, The Girl with All the Gifts, The Green Inferno, The Guest, Would You Rather, As Above, So Below, Hush, Oculus, Insidious, Escape Room, Tucker and Dale versus Evil. I like that one. I liked it more than I thought I would. The Green Room, My Soul to Take, The Babadook, Happy Death Day 1 and 2, The Shed, Terrifier, Terrified, Ready or Not, and Red State. Apparently, I watched more than 17.
I thought you did because you had a lot of videos come out about it. And I will say this, like a lot of those movies that you mentioned aren't meant to scare you. Happy Death Day is not meant to scare you. And that's okay too. I think that has a place in horror. It's a movie that's I think I would classify that more as a horror comedy.
Yes. I will completely agree with that one.
And horror comedy definitely has a place in the movie world.
Although for Happy Death Day, I will say that I think they should have chose a better main character.
Oh, really? I think Jessica Rabbit.
Not an actress, better character. Like, I felt that she kind of had it coming.
Yeah, but she changes by the end. She's not the same person she was. That's why I liked it. That actually had a good character arc in
it. It had a good character arc. I will admit that one. It did.
So, like, in the beginning, yeah, you're like, good, this girl's dying. She sucks. But by the end, you're like, oh, she's kind of cool. I mean, she changed it up. She's a lot more down to earth, and she's not like she was. You know who played her roommate?
No.
The one who poisoned her? Matthew Modine's daughter.
Really?
Yeah, that's Matthew Modine's daughter. She's been in a bunch of stuff. She does really good. So, she was in Satanic Panic too. Not a sequel. She was just also in Satanic Panic. I should probably make sure to specify that. Yeah, she plays the one who Ruby Modine. That's what her name is. Yeah, she did a good job in that too. I learned that when he was here. He came to visit at the Alamo Drafthouse Winchester. I at this point, I think I'm just going. I have T-shirts of Alamo. I'm just going to start. They're my sponsors now. I don't get paid by them, but I'm just going to say that they are my sponsors. So we got to put the commercial up. Steve says, Inside is amazing. So much blood, but a true total roller coaster. I'm in that. I will check that out after this. Actually, that's a lie. I have to watch House on Sorority Row after this for Behind the Box tomorrow, because we're analyzing that movie. And I have to watch this from the 80s. Never seen it. And Chris says, same here, McManhattan. I always knew who the baddie was, shark, killer, ghost, but The Thing was completely new. Yeah, I agree. Like that, if you don't know who it is, it's a scary thing. I also like the things like They Live, where all of these terrifying things are out there, and it's like too big to handle, or Invasion of the Body Snatchers, things like that. It's like,
yes,
you're trying to fight your way out, and they've already won in a way, and it's like that's pretty terrifying to me.
How do you win in the unwinnable situation that you've already lost?
the best way to answer that question, Gerard, and the best way to kind of end on that note is you hire Jean-Claude Van Damme to come in and just kick ass.
And chew bubble gum.
As much as you're a martial artist, I'm going with Jean-Claude Van Damme. And you know you're coming back on the show and we're gonna do a total analysis of Welcome to Sudden Death.
Yes.
Which is not a remake, it is a sequel. Look on IMDb.
I saw that after I watched it. I was like, I don't understand how, but you said so. They said so, and I was like, okay. I don't understand, but
wait till my written review comes out. Because I am in. First of all, I'll watch any Jean-Claude Van Damme movie.
Absolutely.
They're amazing. But Michael Jai White, there is no movie where Michael Jai White is throwing kicks that I won't watch. Yeah. Oh, I know. I know you love him. I'm just saying, when I saw Welcome to Sudden Death on Netflix, I was like, yes. I want to watch a marathon of Bone, Never Back Down 2. I even said it in my written review. I will watch Never Back Down 2 over and over again because of Michael Jai White. And I was in the first one.
Say what?
I was in the first Never Back Down movie, and I will never watch that again, but I will watch Never Back Down 2 over and over again.
You do realize that I will watch that movie religiously again just to find you, right?
Yeah, I'm in the fight scene in the parking lot. I'm in one of the extras.
Okay, going to go. That's on my list again.
All right. Well, with that being said, Gerard, we're going to come back and we're going to talk martial arts movies. Who knows? Knowing me, you might be back before the end of the month, an entire month, but in November, we're going to book it for martial arts movies. And we're going to have that comprehensive conversation of martial arts movies that we need to have. And I want a list from you of things that I should watch.
For martial arts movies?
Yeah, I say we go 80s, 90s, straight to video martial arts movies.
Oh, I got you.
I mean, we could do kung fu movies and stuff too, but let's savor it. Let's just savor this moment.
Well, I got you. You 80s, 90s. Okay.
You think about that. We'll do it next month. It will be our Friendsgiving gifts for each other.
Yes,
And I will think of some stuff too.
I'm excited.
Book it. We're going to do that. And everybody who joined into the conversation tonight, we always have a good time. Thank you for joining in. And, it's just awesome because we get a lot of different perspectives on things. Steve, Chris, Mike, thank you for joining in the comments. It was an amazing time. And everybody else who's watching or listening. Of course, as always, we are live every Tuesday night at 9:30 p.m. on the Scene Snobs podcast live here on Scene Snobs Facebook and on the YouTube channel. You can listen to the podcast. It will go up later tonight, later every Tuesday night. And you can listen on any platform, any podcast platform as we go. To my very special co-host, guest co-host, who I love having on, Mr. Gerard Gabarlaba. I love it. I'm going to say your name weird like that every time. Because the first time I got it wrong. I know I'll never get it wrong, but I'm going to say it weird. I'm going to make it weird for you.
I think your wife was the third person in history to ever say it correctly of my entire life.
She was probably saying it over and over and over to herself in her head until she said it.
No, the first time she said it, she was one of the first 4 people in my entire life that have ever said my last name correctly first try.
Well, good on you, Mary. That's you definitely nailed it. In fairness to me, I was hosting a show and I was nervous all day that I would mess it up, and I kept saying it right. And then we got to the show and I got nervous that I was going to mess it up, and I did. So with that being said, you've been on plenty of times before since, and I get it right now. So everybody, make sure you're checking out the shows tomorrow night. We have a very special and cool interview up tonight on Pulling Focus podcast. Brian and I, and you'll love this, Gerard. We talked to Jack Shoulder, horror movie director extraordinaire. Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Alone in the Dark from 1981. The Hidden, which is a great sci-fi movie starring Kyle MacLachlan and Michael Nouri, if you haven't seen it. Tales from the Crypt, he directed probably the scariest episode of all time. Wishmaster 2, What was it by Don's Early Light? So many fun, awesome things, and he gave us a master class on filmmaking in that interview, and it was fantastic. So go check it out now. That's on Pulling Focus Podcast, up on Apple Podcasts, or everything is always up on Apple Podcasts, or you can go to thescenesnobs.com and go to the links and follow it, and then you can listen to it and download it. Tomorrow night, Behind the Box podcast, hosted by me, Lori, Len, and Rob, and we are talking school themed horror movies. And I think the movie we're talking about is House on Sorority Row. That's what we're going to analyze at the end of the movie. So watch along, and you can analyze with us, of course. Rob Paints the Movies on Thursday at 7:30 p.m.
Howdy, everyone. Welcome. I'm Mick Manhattan from the Scene Snobs. I want to say thank you for watching this impromptu sort of marathon we're doing of some old episodes from the Scene Snobs podcast. It has been 6 years. 6 years of the podcast and the YouTube channel. We've been doing this, and it's been a wild ride. October 6th, 2019, not 1999. We started, and we had been doing podcasting beforehand for a long time, and the Scene Snobs had been around in a written format, but this was the time where we really came out. We made our own our own podcast, and then we made our own channel, and it's just been a wild ride since. 6 years of countless wonderful guests, topics, just amazing conversations, movie reviews, the whole 9 yards. We want to say thank you guys so much for joining in, hanging out with us, having a good old time. We are going to be doing episode 395 coming up at 7 p.m. Paul and I will be back for that. We're just going to be hanging out, having a good old time, reviewing some movies, free talk, and having a good time. And we'll be back again Friday for episode 396, and we'll be back in our regular format. I want to say thank you guys again. This has been a wild ride of 6 years. We've met a lot of great people and along the way, and just had some great experiences. And thank you, all of you, for making that happen as fans of the show. You guys are truly awesome and amazing, and I want to say thanks again for everything you do. But until next time, which is going to be at 7 p.m. tonight, make sure you join in for us, comment along, hang out, have a good old time. We're going to get going. But thank you again for watching this marathon, hanging out with us live. And if you ever want to check out any of the Scene Snobs podcasts, we're all over. All right, take care, everybody.